Good morning, everybody. How is everybody doing this morning? Oh man. Whether it is just a Sunday, whether it is 420, whether it is Easter for you, I hope you're having a good morning because it's a perfect day to sit down and talk with believers about what they believe and why here at the Stage of Reason. So, welcome everybody. I am JL. I see that we got a few people here in the room. I see Captain Bud. Good to see you. A Chapman. Good morning. Good morning. Rasheen, good to see you as well. Ryan Donovan, thank you so much for being here. If this is your first time here, for anybody who hasn't said hi, as the room is people starting to file in. I know it's early. It's always, it's always this third Sunday. It's always really, really early. But I promise you, I think we have a good show in store tonight, or a good show in store this morning. But yeah, today is the Stage of Reason. Third Sunday every month we do the Stage of Reason over on the Politics Discord channel, where if you 12:34 a.m. here. Ooh, tickles my numerology. Hell yeah. So, but over on the Politics Discord channel, if you are not a part of the Politics Discord, the link for it is in the description, and you can join us over there if you want to come up on stage and talk to us. Talk to the panel about what you believe and why. But like I said, we do this every third Sunday, and today is 420. So smoke them if you got them. I myself will not be, because I could not possibly do this and smoke at the same time. But I will live vicariously through all of you. Man, it is wild and crazy out there. Getting nuts. There's so much insanity going on as far as here in the U.S. I know we have a bunch of people here that are not in the U.S. And obviously it looks like a complete shit show from outside of the stage. But here on the stage, it's getting nuts. There's a lot of chaos going on, politically speaking, financially. It's just nuts. So hopefully today will be. So never smoke. I'll get that, Chapman. Yeah, pack a day, father, so never smoke. I get that. Sorsha, good to see you. Morning. Unlocked. What's good? What's really good? But today is going to be a good day. I think we're going to have a good stage this morning, as I'm slowly waking up. So, but yeah, it's a bit chaotic here in the States currently. I don't know. I wouldn't, because I don't cover like political stuff, so I have no idea where to begin. But like I wouldn't know where to even start to try and address it. Whether it's the chaos of our government, the chaos of either one of the branches that are going on. The current administration in open defiance of federal court rulings, and it's just insanity. I don't when you have federal judges declaring that they're going to hold our government, the administration in contempt. Like, where do you go from there? Like, what do you do? Typically, like, who enforces that? So it's just we don't know where we are. So there are some that are arguing that we are already in uncharted waters. I say that we are sliding towards uncharted waters, because it's going to depend upon the reactions of some individuals, like how they're going to react. So otherwise, it's just, I'm trying not to. It's so crazy. And these rallies that we're currently having, the stop the oligarchy rally and the hands off rally, and the rallies we have. I mean, with Bernie and AOC and a number of it's just it's crazy. That it's hard to describe. It really, really is, because it seems like the people who either chose not to vote because they didn't like either the 50-50.1 rally. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's the mess that this country made. But it's really, really weird, because I get the feeling like the people who chose not to vote, like all those people who were independents, or all those people who simply sat out, which invariably handed Trump the victory. Those people are starting to wake up, which is interesting. So it's kind of like, yeah, what's going on is kind of galvanized things. Then, of course, this stuff with Garcia, with Abrego Garcia, and his deportation, and the fact that they are snatching people off the streets and deporting them. And now, so we live in it, it's possible we live in perilous times. Then, of course, we got RFK Jr. up there, and the Secretary of Health, and declaring that he wants to, or talking about possibly making vaccines illegal or outlawing vaccines and stuff. It's just we're having a year that this country voted for, so it's wild. And fentanyl, it's possible. It is entirely possible that if if the government really gets authoritarian, like it goes to extreme measures, they could declare martial law. They could arrest protesters on site. It's crazy how wild it's getting. It really, really is. Morning, Jefferson Spatchcock. Good to see you, bud. Henry Mars, good morning. Good morning. Clive Wells, thank you for the obligatory alternative energy. I do appreciate that. Wearing a team cap gang. Well, I don't know. Left-handed Jedi, good morning. Good to see you. Pandora's Pinata, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. You think you would focus on brain worms before autism? This is true. This is very, very true. So parallels with there's parallels across the board. It's like I said, it's chaos, and there's of course going to be, and that's what I'm seeing in my feed these days, is just people that are capitalizing on the chaos. Because like the rules of acquisition state, peace is good for business, war is good for business, and they're going to find a way to make money off of something. So Rebel Zen, good to see you. More like stoke me a clipper, I'll be back for Christmas, so damn it. Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. It's hard to tell where hard to tell where the incompetence begins and the malice ends. Kind of invoking that quote. It's don't attribute to malice what could be more easily attributed to incompetence, and it's hard to tell where the line is between these two. Fred Six Fly, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And Socks 9, unless he's a loaf of bread. Well, I mean, his body is bread, but yeah, he's not. Sorry. So if he even existed if the individual even existed as not an amalgamation of multiple characters for the book, for the cult manual, then no. So he rotted in the cave. If people want to put it that way. Yeah, and the conflict with Harvard right now, and Harvard is stepping up and swinging back. So it's crazy. It really is. I know that Jefferson Spatchcock has bigger opinions on this, and we may hear some of that because Jefferson is going to be my special guest on the stage today. So now that we got some more people in the room, if we have some new people here, welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the Stage of Reason. We do this every third Sunday of the month. And so like the next one's going to be May 19th. No, May 18th. May 18th will be the next one. So every third Sunday of the month on the Politics Discord. So the link for that is in the description. You can join the Politics Discord. And if you want to come up on stage and talk to me, talk to my guests, and talk about what you believe and why, you're more than welcome to. And of course, we kick this off at 10 a.m. This is kind of like the pre-show where I kind of warm up, and get things going. Make sure I got all the make sure I shake off the sleep, because I woke up not that long ago, so I had to get my wake up juice. Had to get ready to go. But I hope you all are having a great morning so far. So, and of course, it's also Easter today, which is fantastic, and it is 420. So this is great. It's a happy Zombie Jesus Day. Well, Socks 9, if you think Christ is king, my mic is echoing. Let me check something real quick. Let me double check. Is my Yeti echo cancellation reduce? No, everything seems to be working. sometimes I get the weird effect where my Logitech picks up something, but no, I've got it all set up. I checked it before I started to make sure that nothing happened. So just my microphone a little bit. God equals square root of -1. Yep. Good to see you. And Elvis is king. That's why he's the king. Absolutely. Thank you. Happy Weedster, everyone. Nerd Journal. Good to see you. Morning. So, but Finkelstein, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here this morning. So, yes. I think today is the perfect day to do this. Is like, going on one of those fortuitous days where we're going to have. Oh, yeah, that's true. Crow many clouds. Jesus was a lich. Important to remember. Jesus was a lich. So, but yeah, we do this every third Sunday of the month, and you're more than welcome to join us. And what we talk to, where I and my panel talk to believers about what they believe and why. So speaking of them, so what was it? Socks. So Socks 9, if you want to come up on stage and discuss what you believe and why, like why you believe the Bible, what's the justification there. We can explore your epistemology and your understanding of logic, and we can try to, drill down to why you believe these things. I think that'll be a good conversation. So a good conversation. Henry Marr says, how do Americans fix the mess that they created? That is a damn good question. History gives us a number of solutions. History gives us a number of solutions. Not that I'm advocating for all of them, or any one particular one of them, but there are solutions. The most the most obvious one is obviously, like Rasheen puts out, is impeachment. And already there are whispers of impeachment over the tariff situation, and whether or not it is constitutional, or whether or not it's just whether it's constitutional, whether there's any legal basis whatsoever. So there are already whisperings going on because of the damage that's been done and what happened. And I think that the event that kind of like, and people have been whispering about, but this one started to like, where it's become all of a sudden now we're aware of it, where the public is now aware of it, that people are whispering about, potentially, bringing up impeachment. Death, good to see you. Good morning. And I think it was because of the insider trading that took place. Now, I know it's alleged that allegedly there was insider trading that took place. I think that anybody with more than 2 brain cells to rub together can pretty much recognize the timing on that when he said it's a good time to buy, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, because she's a freaking idiot, she, along with a bunch of other people, engaged in that shit. But she and a bunch of other people engaged on that. But she was the one that was an idiot when she did it. And so because she did it and it was visible, people are now just like, okay, so these are opportunities for him to make money for his cronies. It's market manipulation. And then, what we had happen from there. So the dip, the extreme dip, and then all of a sudden the jump, and then now it's starting to dip again and starting to slide back down. So, and it's true, Clive Wells brings up an important point. But would you want President Vance instead of Trump? Vance is an evil man. Vance is a despicable human being. He absolutely is. He is a despicable human being, and he's absolutely just absolute trash. So, don't we're in a quagmire. We are in a quagmire. If you can increase the light in your studio, the camera is pumping. I did notice that the camera kind of did that. I think it's partly my movement. So I'll try and there's not much else I can do here without washing myself out, because the other lights are quite bright. So it wind up washing me out. So I'll see what I can do. Hopefully it won't be too bad. But I appreciate the feedback, bud. So let me see. If you Pragmatic Crystal, good to see you. Good morning. Ben Mully. Hey, PC got a new look. Good. JD and Mike Johnson are weirdos. Oh, JD Vance and Mike Johnson are weirdos they're both weirdos, different kinds of weirdos, but they are weird. They are both weird individuals. Yes, if I would sit still. All right. Justin Pax says, why don't you believe in the resurrection? Are you asking me or are you asking someone in the chat? Rebel Zen says, looking at, oh, thank you so much, Rebel Zen. Have you lost some weight? Yes, I'm closing in on 120 pounds. So Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So yeah, closing in. Let me see. Oh, he's asking me, why don't I believe in the resurrection? Okay, excellent question. This would be a good question for the stage. We're going to kick off the stage raising here in about 10 minutes or so. But why don't I believe in the resurrection? Because there is no rational justification for believing that the resurrection took place. The claims that an individual named Jesus or Yeshua or whatever, the claims that this individual existed in history, that's a historical claim. The claims that he existed as depicted in the Bible, that's a separate claim. The claim about the resurrection, that is a theological claim, not a historical claim. So we have different types of claims here. We have different standards of evidence. And so that's where we go. So as far as claiming that a person existed, that there is a record of existing, that's not hard to accept. Claiming that an individual was supernatural in nature, that's a completely different claim. Claiming that the individual did supernatural acts, that's another claim. Claiming that an individual resurrected, that's a pretty specific claim that individual is, because it assumes all the other stuff. It assumes the individual exists as depicted. It assumes he was supernatural in nature. It assumes that he was he was the incarnate version of a particular god, and it assumes that this particular thing happened. And so there's no rational justification to believe that occurred. I don't believe that an individual, that Christ resurrected, or that anybody resurrected. I don't believe that Christ resurrected any more than I believe that Horus resurrected. Any more than I believe that Gandalf resurrected, because from what we can tell, these are fictional characters that stories are the fictional characters or legendary characters that stories are told about. I don't believe that Christ resurrected any more than I believe that Beowulf fought a dragon. Okay, I don't believe it any more than any other like Hercules killed the Nemean lion, stuff like that. So there's no rational justification to believe it. Henry Marr says, "Are you a mythicist?" That is also an excellent question. And no, I am not a mythicist. I don't fall in the camp with Godless Engineer and a number of others. I kind of side with Bart Ehrman. I kind of side with Bart Ehrman on that, in that I would say there's sufficient evidence that an individual existed who called himself like the King of the Jews or the Son of God, or preached heretical Judaism. There's enough evidence to support that such an individual existed. The problem is that what is in the Bible to what actually may have existed in reality, the logical possibility is quite good that such an individual existed. But what made it into the Bible, when you factor in translations and you factor in Christian interpolation, to try and say that the individual that actually walked the planet in Iron Age Palestine is the exact same individual as depicted in the Bible and said the things that he is quoted as saying in the Bible, that's a hard bridge to cross. Okay, it's kind of like you could say that there was an individual who lived who inspired, that there was a warrior, there was a Geet who inspired the character of Beowulf. But what did Beowulf actually exist? There was a character that inspired Hercules, or an individual who inspired Hercules. But did the character of Hercules actually exist? No. We have legendary tales about people who really existed. We see that today in Americana. They're even like the legend of Johnny Appleseed. The legend of Johnny Appleseed, okay, is a tall tale. Okay, tale of the American West. But there was an individual an actual person who inspired that legend. Okay, same with Pecos Bill and other various individuals, legendary individuals. So trying to bridge that from a guy who walked around preaching heretical, Second Temple Judaism and was subsequently executed for treason and sedition, that's one thing. Cult leaders exist all the time. Cult leaders pop up. People believe stuff. They believe other things. So is it possible that in the age of cults in the Roman Empire that there was a cult member, there was a cult leader, a heretical cult leader that was executed for going against the authority? Yeah, that's hardly beyond the realm of possibility. But if you're saying that what everything this person said was true, that this individual was supernatural in nature, that this individual resurrected from the grave, yada yada yada, and that this is the one that is true out of all of the things all around it that are not, well, now you're straining credulity there. So the Balrog did fail to bridge the divide. He did. In fact, he was trying not to bridge the divide. Let me see. Oh, Gandalf can't resurrect. He is a demigod. He was just granted more life. Yeah. Let's see. But yeah, there's no rational. So to answer the question, there's no rational justification for it. And I'm not a mythicist because it's logically possible. The logical possibility is that such an individual existed. But like I said, trying to bridge that gap to him being supernatural is just completely unjustified. There's no rational reason to believe it to be true. The only reasons you could pull up are like, you're afraid if it's not true, Pascal's wager, that it's all emotional appeal. It's all arguments from incredulity. It's all arguments from ignorance. It's begging the question. It's generally all going to come down to emotional appeals, like the appeal to consequence fallacy and shit like that, where you're like, well, what if this? And there's no point in going down that road because until a God is demonstrated to exist, independently of mind and context, then what's the point of embracing the theology that's predicated upon that fallacy, which never made sense to me. So all right. Yes, PhD Tony is a big Lord of the Rings fan. I'd like to put him up against Stephen Colbert just to see who's better. So Discworld is better than Lotra. Wow. The shaking fist, those might be fighting words. Cephalus, good morning. You see, I think part of the problem is just that of phrasing and interpretation. For instance, if your take on a guy named Jesus compared to what's presented in the Bible is approximate to what's in Marvel Comics versus a guy named Peter Parker who lives in Queens was bitten by a spider on a school trip, then I'm fine with saying Spider-Man is a myth. Okay. I see what you're saying. Can you explain what independent of mind? Oh, yes. Max Ramos. Good morning. I get the mind part, but what's the context? So meaning that the conceptualization is context dependent, meaning that the context of which we're speaking. So there are certain metaphysical positions that you would necessarily have to hold in order to provide the context that this thing would it be able to be true within. And so if it requires the assumption of a metaphysical position in order to justify in order to claim that this thing is true, then you are making an additional assumption. You're basically, for example, one of the things that people like necessitarianism versus regulatory theory, or a Humeism versus anti-Humeism. The issue being is that necessitarianism is where you get the idea that the laws of logic are prescriptive of the universe, that that we are intentional, that the universe is created with us specifically in mind. So that is kind of puts the cart before the horse. If you're assuming that human beings are special, then you have to assume that the conditions that facilitated our existence were all directed and intentional. Well, that assumes the existence of a thing that have the intention to create human beings, to formulate a universe that gives rise specifically to us. Okay. Well, in order for the God to exist, if you're going to say that the God exists, but I can't demonstrate it to be true, I can't demonstrate it exists, so I have to appeal to this assumption that this is the way the world is in order to create the context that allows for that God to be justified in claiming that it exists. Human beings are special, therefore the God exists. But you see the circular reasoning there. So the point being is that without making any additional assumptions about the God, that it exists as a concrete thing instead of an abstracta, it exists concretely, meaning that it doesn't require minds or context to exist, that it exists, and then everything else external of that, meaning the context in which it exists and the minds that interpret its existence, that those things all come secondary. That the first order property is that the thing actually has the property of existence, that it actually is there, it is a concrete thing. If all human beings died tomorrow, the thing would still exist, independently of our minds and independent of any kind of context. So it is there. So that's the key point. And so if they can demonstrate that the thing exists, then we can use that to say, okay, the God exists. Then we can move forward from there to discuss the context of that in relation to like human beings, in relation to like our planet, in relation to the universe itself. So independently of mind and context. So basically, it's a more, the way I'm wording it is a bit more of an intense way, of saying if they can demonstrate it to be a concrete thing as opposed to an abstracted that exists only in their minds. So, all right, we're going to kick this off here in a couple of minutes. Let me get over here and prop this up. Present, share screen, Make sure I got the audio on. There we go. Oh, share screen. There we go. There we go. Just got the audio on. Make sure I got this. All right. You're very welcome, Max. My pleasure. All right. And let's do this. All right, let's get that up. Boom, boom, boom. And wait for my special guest to pop in here so I can bring him up on stage. We can get this bad boy started. Make sure I got everything going on. All right. I think he should be joining me here shortly. Make sure that. Yeah, okay, it went live. Yeah, we're good to go. I know my special guest, Jason, has risen. He's right there. Yeah. All right. I think my special guest should be joining me here shortly, and we can have a little bit of chat while we get people in. Now, keep in mind, I'm glad that we're doing this here on Easter, even though I'm hoping there will be some decent attendance, given that I'm hoping that there will be some decent attendance because even though it is Easter, because they're, make sure that those went out. All right. I know, but I'm getting some Discord nonsense. Oh, I see. Okay. Hey, Garbage Man. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you. Says I'm live on Discord. Excellent. Daniel Cooper, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Let me see. Oh, the wrong one. Make sure that I'm set there. No, this one. There we go. All right. I put the notification out. The notification did go out, I'm pretty sure. So while we're waiting, and I know Jefferson Spatchcock coming in. I wonder if there's something that I've got a monster video that I'm currently working on that turned into something way bigger than I thought it was going to. But it was a great one for me to finally do some research, which I was really happy about. Oh, Raven Darkstar, good to see you. And no, I wasn't. It's not Demon Tech. Not doing Demon Tech. Not seeing the Bridge the Divide room on Discord. Oh, if this is something Taco did, it's on Stage of Reason, right? Okay, hang on a sec. Because it said it has me live. Every freaking time. Probably want to change that. Oh, every time. Okay. I can see the stage on politics. Okay. What the hell? I don't see anybody on it. I just see me. Flurfs can't tech Bridge the Divide for top left 2026. You're killing me. You're killing me, Fred. What the hell? Taco, you are freaking killing me. The link to politics is down in the description. There, it should be an open event. Every time, I swear. A Omega Weapon, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I swear. Below Average Gamer, good to see you. Well, let me say it like there. Let's try that. Do not get the pneumonia shot. Oh, gross. I am a moderator. I don't know what the heck is going on. I started it before 10 o'clock. Yeah, John Mayos. I think I put the link there, the link up above. Should be a direct link to the Stage of Reason. Oh, Taco, you're killing me. Yeah, apparently. Well, no, apparently did. So, Clive, I apologize. This is an admin thing. I swear I'm going to smack that boy. Apologies. Well, it's on me. I knew I should have messaged him earlier and made sure that we are all good to go. It's probably why people didn't start coming in at the very start, because people couldn't see it. I can see you as a speaker, but I can't hear you. I can't even see you. Check this out. Oh, no, that's not it. It's this one. Check this out. This is what my screen looks like right now. Like, I can't see anybody, Jefferson. Hey, Tusk, good to see you. Omega Web says, hey, it just took me to Discord, can't find you live. And this is what I see up here. Is that it says it's live now, but nobody can see it. So I switched to a different room and the room disappeared. Yeah, it was the only link I had to give. Okay. What the hell is going on? Hang on a sec. That work? Hey, John Fabiano, good to see you. Can you see it now? Can you see it now? What the hell? So, God damn it. And it would be on the Easter show, which is what's hilarious. And of course, I'm messaging the admin, and Taco has not responded yet. I knew I should have sorted this before I messaged him. Why do I rely on another person? Why? Why do I do that? Hi on that Easter weed. Why is it limited? It has this. Oh, okay. So I think I see why, because it has the stage limited. And this is a fucking admin thing. This is an admin thing. This is something Taco did. Right. Okay. So there's something going on with it where if I start the stage, it has a lock on it and says that it's limited. So this is something that Taco has done or whatever. So I'll tell you what we're gonna do. Tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna do something a little different. Let me see here. Because I'm a little annoyed at Taco about this. So this is the biggest problem on that, and this is the biggest issue. Oh, now he missed me. Why do I have to tell you before the event, Taco? He's like, bro, remind me the night before. I keep telling you, tell me before the event. It's listed in the Discord. It just allowed Jefferson to start the stage. But I'm not a moderator there. What the hell is happening? You ever feel like you're just completely out of control? You know? Apparently, yes. Apparently, Fred, only Taco is allowed on Discord. Yeah, because we got this going, but I'm not a moderator, so yeah, I see it there. I promise we're gonna get this started. I'm so fucking annoyed. I see Jefferson as well. Yes, Merlin, this is deeply frustrating. I should not have to go through these hoops to do this. I've been doing it long enough. Every third Sunday. So Jefferson, the reason you can't end the stage is because we're not set as moderators, so we can't end it. Okay, I was saying, so there it is. Fucking Taco, man. Love you, dude, but you're killing me. You are straight up killing me. Killing me, Smalls. And I'm not a moderator there. Yeah, I'm not a mod, so I can't start anything. All right. Tacos is currently figuring that out. Yeah, okay, so Jefferson, this is not really so much Discord. This is I don't know what Taco has done on the admin side because he's the only admin that controls all this stuff. So I don't know what he's done. This should have been already said, but blown right past it. Yes, so apparently this is a big thing. Apparently, PMARS, for those who are familiar with PMARS, we have yet to hear what's going to happen with Darth and like that. Even though I know people hate talking about Darth, absolute waste. But apparently, PMARS had got caught on using chatter or was it chatterbait? So. So, another week ago, he said Darth knows all about it. Yeah, well, he's a liar. So, just because I know you're all tired of looking at my face. So Jefferson, you there?
Yeah, they're not gonna be any happier at this face.
Oh, I got to give him a break. I got to give him a break from this mug, especially I got Taco like popping at me in the side deal.
I should have let you know, that this is all my fault. This has nothing to do with Taco. This is about my relationship with Discord. This is about how much Discord hates me personally. This is why you're like, hey, well, you can just jump in on Discord. Yeah, all right. Watch all hell break loose.
See, this is ridiculous. So I don't know. I don't think I should have to. Like, I mean, I love Taco to death. I really do, and I really appreciate what he's trying to do on the debate stage. But the boy is killing me when it comes to like some of his admin stuff. The way he tries the way he does this, because I run into shit every freaking time. I have been doing the Stage of Reason for I think almost a year now, and like every month, a year, and I run into issues every single month. Either I'm not a mod, so I can't do something. I can't or this whatever. Then at this point, now at this point, like I started it, but the stage was hidden for some reason because I saw the limited lock on it. So let me see here. Continue without starting. I'm not a mod. Okay, hang on a sec. Let me see if this works. This is so dumb. Tell everyone the stage is starting. Start stage. Okay, now I'm a mod. Okay. So check it out. See if it's up now. Okay, now people are filing in.
Yep, you're there.
All right. As soon as you pop in, I'll bring you up.
Okay. Perfect. Can you hear me?
Yes, and I want to make sure that I see you on the screen here, but I want to make sure that nobody's getting any echo. So go ahead and say something, Jefferson.
Hello, how's it going?
Excellent. I want to make sure everybody in the audience can hear him. Welcome everybody to the Stage of Reason, and I know people can hear you on Discord. Let me see here. Before we get started real quick, I just want to say this. Super J Live has been a member of the Godless Army for 25 months. Thank you so much, Super J. I do appreciate that. You rock. And Blue has gifted 20 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Blue. Very generous of you. I do appreciate that. Hopefully we'll unlock a new emoji here pretty soon. So thank you so much. Any super chats that happen to come in or any milestone chats, which I love to see. And of course, any super thanks or anything at all that come through, I will get to them when we have a natural break. I don't want to break up the flow of conversation. So, but we will get to them. The StreamYard automatically stars them for me. So I won't miss them at all. So thank you all very much for that support. Looks like we got it firing up. Got a bunch of people in the chat. This is fantastic. Fantastic. I'll get an echo.
That's yeah. That's gonna be from me. Oh God.
You may have to leave the stage, or you may have to leave my no, not the stage. You may have to leave my StreamYard. Okay. Ooh, that was funky. And Jefferson's got the invite to come back up. So, can you hear me now, bud?
That's better.
Yes.
Yeah,
there we go. Welcome.
Yeah, that was weird. There was no problem with it. I had earbuds and somebody said that I sounded tinny, so I took them out, and then it did that. So I was like, oh shit.
DJJL, that's right, Edison. Wicked. So, good to see everybody. Welcome. I know we got started a little bit late. I do apologize. We had some tech problems, but welcome to the Stage of Reason. I see a bunch of people in the chat and a bunch of people in my live chat. We finally got this thing kicked off. Welcome to my special guest, Jefferson Spatchcock. Do appreciate you being here, bud.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And of course, for those who are new here on the Stage of Reason, we'd love to have you come up and talk about what you believe and why, especially on this 420 day, on this zombie Jesus day, whatever day is important to you. But yeah, we do this every third Sunday of the month. So check out that the events calendar. And of course, if you haven't joined the Politics Discord, the link for that is in the description of this live stream. So those who have their hands up, whenever we had someone with their hands up, we'll bring them up on the stage, talk to them about what they believe and why. And why they feel this day is so important, why they believe that their bread god rose after 3 days. So important. Cosmic Jewish zombie day. Well, remember, Jesus was a lich. That's the important thing. So,
important distinction.
A very important distinction. Jesus was a lich, not a zombie. So, let me see. Before we got started, I will wait for somebody to put their hands up so we can talk about undead gods and proxy cannibalism and blood sacrifice rituals, apocalyptic death cults. Oh, we do have someone with their hand up. Let's see. And of course,
I have a challenge for anybody listening in the audience, if you'll allow that.
What you got?
Would anybody listening or watching kind of quickly, to the best of your ability, indicate, kind of list out the different Christologies that exist? Doesn't have to be all of them, but you should be able to hit like the 6 or 7 biggies.
All right. We got a couple of people with their hands up. Now, we will prioritize people who haven't been on the stage before, and of course, we will prioritize people who are believers. We do bring pretty much anybody up, but I do want to talk to new people who haven't been up, and we want to talk to believers as well. So, Sheikh Ibn Masih, I think I pronounced that correctly, or Sheikh. Let's see. Make sure the volume's okay. I think we're good.
What's up, everyone? You guys can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
What are we discussing?
So, like I was saying when I started the stage, we talked to believers about what they believe and why they believe this, this particular day out of the year is important. What's the justifications for that, and kind of explore beliefs, epistemology, various other stuff. Are you a believer? Are you a Christian? Are you religious of any kind?
Yeah, Eastern Orthodox.
Eastern Orthodox. So this is a particularly important day for you?
Of course.
Okay, so why? Would be my question.
Well, it's important for me because I think, or I believe that Christ had risen from the dead for the remission of sins of many.
But why?
Like, what do you mean why?
Why do you believe that?
Well, I think there's maybe historical evidence for it.
For the
There's
resurrection?
logical reasoning for it.
Wait, hold on a
Yeah.
second. Hold on a second. You think that there's historical evidence for the resurrection?
Yeah.
Okay, so beyond the claim in the book, what historical evidence is there?
Well, beyond the claim for the book, we have what's known as church tradition, which basically states that the apostles who saw the risen Christ, and this isn't even in the Bible. This is like
Isn't that just the well? If you go to the source, the source is the Bible. Now you have the tradition of passing on. You have the hang on. You have the church tradition of passing down a story, but none of them were there. So
what do you mean?
So you believe a story that's been told to you, that has been that is basically told to you by people that are claiming that the people before them got it from them, and it's a chain going all the way back. The claim is that it came from the apostles. Okay, how did you confirm that? How did you confirm that?
What do you mean?
How do you know that to be true?
Like, how do I know there's unbroken chain of tradition?
Yeah, how do you know that you're not just believing things that people before you believed? Okay, like, well, where's the independent testimony of these individuals?
What tradition is.
But where's I know it's tradition, but just because it's tradition doesn't make it true. So where's the independent testimony of individuals?
Well, what do you mean?
So if all the stories are collected in the Bible, okay, and that it's passed along.
You just said we're not talking about that.
Say again?
You just said we're not talking about the Bible.
No. Okay, but okay, so you're believing a story that has been being passed down, right? Where is the story written down?
What do you mean?
So you have the written record, and you have the written record, and you have the oral record, correct?
Right.
Right. So the written record is the Bible. The oral record is church tradition. Correct?
Right.
Right. So why do you believe the oral record?
Well, because we have what's known as, like, for example, in the first century, we see Christians writing about the risen Christ. We see
that's a story. That's a story, obviously, right?
Yeah, but you could say anything's a story, essentially.
True. Yeah, this is the problem. That the further back you go in history, this is where it becomes problematic. That's why we need independent sources to confirm these things. So, like, the multiple sources external of the event that are coming from different places, from different points of view, that create the evidence that back a particular historical event taking place. But the story of the resurrection only exists in the Bible.
What you're asking me for is, like, first century tradition that's not Christian, essentially.
I'm asking you for a justification for believing it's true, other than people
say. Well, then, essentially, if you say that, well, then we know nothing about history, though.
That's also not true. As I said, it's not. I didn't say. No. Sheik. I didn't say. Sheik. Hang on a sec. Sheik, hang on a sec. You misrepresented what I said. Okay, and I'm going to correct you. It's not that
I never misrepresented.
It's not that we. I'm not saying that we can't or cannot know it. Oh, okay. So yeah. So the issue being that what he did there obviously was a conflation. It was like justification for belief and knowing it to be the case. The problem is he doesn't know it to be the case, but he does believe it to be true, but he doesn't have a rational justification for believing it to be true. That was the problem. I wanted to get to his justification for his belief, and he doesn't have that. And so
I wanted to test to see if he was really Eastern Orthodox.
Oh.
I was gonna ask him, like, what are the core doctrines for Christology in Eastern Orthodox?
Oh, really put him to the test.
Yeah, I mean, if he's still listening and he wants to like put that in the chat, that would be interesting. But yeah, because I've been seeing like a steady increase of like kind of Eastern Orthodox theology bros and philosophy bros, and I'm not exactly sure why they would. Well, I think I do know why they would gravitate towards the Eastern Orthodox Church, because it sounds mysterious and it's not, papal. So they don't have to deal with any of the backlash of that. They can just kind of glom onto the Eastern Orthodox Church as if the Eastern Orthodox Church, and the Eastern Orthodox Church has not had the massive deficit of credibility that the Roman Catholic Church suffered, and that a lot of big Protestant denominations have suffered. So they can kind of come at it from this left angle, this left-hand path, so to speak. Not Satanism, but the left-handed path of Jesus. And then all you got to do is ask them, like, okay, what are some of the core tenets of, let's say, the Eastern Orthodox Church's definition of Christ? Like, how does sin work in your denomination? How does salvation play out? What was Jesus's role? Did he save us from our sins, or was he just executed? All this kind of stuff. I have heard from others that have, like, I think Jim Bob and Andrew Wilson both claim to be Eastern Orthodox, and I've heard things from them where it's like, yeah, I don't know how well you're studying, but that doesn't sound right. So, not that I'm an expert in Eastern Orthodox stuff, but I have read up on their traditions and their denominational dogmas in comparison to Roman Catholicism and Protestantism. So, the real trick, if you really want to like distance yourself, if you've got a room full of Christians, this is advice for everybody. If you find out there's a Protestant and an Eastern and somebody who claims to be Eastern Orthodox, ask them about icons and then just step back and get some popcorn. That Protestant will go after that person like a honey badger. It's nuts.
Like a honey badger, that means they're going to go after their sack. That's because that's how they operate. Wicked Pissa, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Sorry I'm late. What did I miss? You just missed an Eastern Orthodox completely shit the bed when I gave him just the slightest bit of pushback as far as like rational justification. So anyway, yeah, they do. Yeah, honey badgers will go after it. I think that's one of the funniest things I've ever seen was a group of lions going after a honey badger, and then the honey badger swinging around and snagging one of them by the scrot, and the lion. I've never seen a lion just like, get it off of me, get it off of me. King of the jungle, my ass. All right, let me see what we got up. See, John Mayos got his hand up. I did see someone else with their hand up briefly. John, we will bring you up on the stage here. I got some people claiming that Jesus is a prophet and Messiah and all kinds of stuff, but we want to talk about that. Christ is a lich. Yes, we have to remember that. Christ is a lich. This is a very, very important distinction that we cannot forget. Christ is not a zombie. Christ is not a vampire. Christ is not a revenant. Christ is not a ghost. Christ is a lich. That is specifically what he is.
What is the distinction? If it's resurrected by...
Okay, so there's actually like a breakdown, like a very important breakdown. Hang on a sec. And I'm going to bring it up. Christ is a lich. I have that because I have it saved. I just have to find it. There we go. So this is the important distinction. This Easter, you must remember, Jesus was not a zombie. He was not mindless, nor did he consume anyone. Nor was he a ghoul or a wight. Although his soul and intellect were intact, he was not a rotting corpse. He was not a vampire. While he was transubstantiated, while he transubstantiated wine into blood, he never drank it from a person. Jesus was not a ghost, nor was he a wraith. He was corporeal and still had his wounds. It is clear Jesus was a lich. A lich is created when a powerful magician or king striving for eternal life uses spells or rituals to bind his soul to an animated corpse and thereby achieves immortality. Liches are depicted as being clearly cadaverous, their bodies still bearing the wounds they received before their death. Liches often have the power of necromancy, which allowed them to bring the dead back to life.
Sold. That's a hell of a Christology in and of itself.
There you go. Jesus was a lich, which means he takes double damage from holy weapons.
I wonder why I kept backing away from my silver mace of holiness. But
There you
oh
go,
well.
man. All you need is that +1, baby.
He was blessed by Buddha, so I mean, wrestle with that, Christians.
All right, Cleanse Carbon. I haven't had you up on the stage before. I saw you hand up earlier. We're going to invite you up.
I'm going to run out and make myself another cup of tea, so I will be right back.
Okay. And then he's going to come back and he's going to spill it. Cleanse
Yeah.
Carbon. Got you muted there, bud. Make sure the volume's okay. I think we're good. Welcome, welcome. Don't think we can hear you yet. Make sure you're not muted on my end. Nope, you're not. You're good to go. May have had some audio issues there. Let's see who else we have. Who else do we have? Well, he's sorting it out. We got a few people. We got, Bubba and I Love Jesus is winking at me. So, Bubba, Wise Ape, John, I see you all. Come on, I Love Jesus. You were waving your hand. I want to bring I Love Jesus up here. Where'd he go? Where'd they go? I don't want to assume. They left. Okay. Well, while we're waiting, let's go ahead and we got some people up with their hands up. So we'll bring them up in order. John. Got you muted, bud.
Oh yeah, that's on me. Yeah, so I was just moving away from the living room because there's some background noise going on. But yeah, hello.
How goes it? You doing all right?
I'm doing very, very well. Enjoying the nice 4-day weekend I got ahead of me. So
Awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be good. So I thought I'd address a couple of things that came up very, very early in all of this.
Right on that first one, the Eastern Orthodox guy.
Yeah, no, well, more like just your general points, as well as stuff that was turning up in the side chat. So the first thing I'm going to mention is not religion related, not religion based. And as usual, I've got to thank you very much for the compliments on the accent. Yes, I am British. Hi. No, so the first thing that I want to address there is saying the vegan discussion in the side chat there after last week where I briefly mentioned something about steak or something. And my inbox was flooded by one particular gentleman who decided to spout off a lot of stuff about veganism for me, and that was very, very fun and enlightening and hilarious. Did not sway me in any way, shape, or form, but it was certainly fun. So there's that.
Awesome.
It's not a good educational method to just spam there. You'd eat dogs or whatever it was he was trying to say. But yeah. But the main thing I was thinking of was you mentioned things about telling stories, and I thought, well, there's a wonderful story that I have in my head that I read many years ago that is sort of faith related, and it comes from a writer from the early 1900s called Hector Hugo Monroe, who went by the pen name of Saki, and he wrote a story about a creature called Sredni Vashtar. And I won't tell the whole story, but it's basically about a young child who he's sickly. He's kept at home by his aunt after his parents have died, and she's very, very, strict and everything. But he keeps this little pet rooster, this black rooster at the bottom of the garden. He's got this pet ferret as well at the bottom of the garden, and he's like it's his only companions in life. So one day, his aunt seems to discover these things. They're at the bottom of the garden. He's holding a secret there. So she goes down to investigate. Meanwhile, he sits up in the main house and says a prayer to Sredni Vashtar to take his aunt away from him. Sometime later, he hears a scream and sees this black shape going away from where his aunt was and where the ferret was. And sometime later, the police come knocking on the door, and turns out that the aunt was brutally murdered by this ferret that she tried to. But the point is, he attributed this to his prayer, to his belief.
Yes.
There. rather than the ruthless ferret. And it's a wonderful story. And if you want to read anything Asaki, I definitely recommend it. It's very, very entertaining. Lots of short stories. But yeah, we fall for stories. We fall for this sort of like, what's the term? It's ad hoc. You who know all these fancy long words and terms and stuff.
Well, yeah, there's
yeah.
Okay, so depending upon the number of ad hoc and post hoc would be like adding information or adjusting information in order to make something you've heard fit with what with the current paradigm. In this sense, it would be it would kind of fall in that where we are convinced by stories that seem plausible and it kind of validates what we already want to be true or what we intuit to be true without knowing it to be true. So there's a lot of like personal stuff, a personal bias that goes into it. So it's a combination of multiple issues: confirmation bias, ignorance, incredulity, stuff like that. It plays off of all of those things.
Yeah, I think that's what we get sometimes with the whole Jesus resurrecting from the dead. Because if we think about how, like, if we're to imagine something, say fairly realistic, let's say there was a movement surrounding this charismatic individual who claimed to be, God's own representative on earth, and like Jesus and all this other stuff. You would imagine his followers, much like we see nowadays with followers of significant public figures, that they're willing to believe anything. So when he gets crucified and then his followers turn around 3 days later and go, no, he rose again, he came back. It's not unusual. We see it even in the modern day that this logic or this lack of logic happens. People are willing to believe those stories, and then it just span out of control from there.
Right. It's weird to see. Yeah, it's I think it's odd to see, like, if you have those kind of like the cumulative case for Christ kind of arguments that get made. And one of the things they'll try, well, what's more likely, kind of thing. They're like, well, what is more likely? That a group of people had put their hopes in this particular individual for a variety of reasons. Either he was going to bring them prosperity, he was going to bring them healing, he was going to allow them to blow off the shackles of being, in essentially, Rome's vassal state. And then he dies. So rather than accept defeat, you start coming up with these folk tales about him, like, oh, it turns out he didn't really die, or he was actually resurrected, as opposed to, the idea that, like, now it's very common, I think, for Christians to try to superimpose onto people in the past, like, no, all the Christian believers back then believed that he died for our sins. Like, no, the evidence doesn't suggest that. In fact, if you read all the Gospels, all four Gospels, if you read only John, then it sounds like that's what the message is. If you read Luke, it doesn't seem to indicate that that's what he died for. He was, caught, and even the way Peter and in some cases Paul talk about the way, what his death meant was an example of how bad we were. And that's one of the things that we should repent for, was not receiving his teaching and instead getting him killed, so to speak. But I've never really quite understood, like, how I mean, not only is the narrative being superimposed back onto it, but a lot of these dogmas and traditions are being read back into it, and it's always evolving a little bit, but
Yeah, I mean, human behavior doesn't change a huge amount. I think I mentioned this before when I looked into the vaccines thing, that their argument hasn't changed since the 1700s arguments. That the same is true. I mean, they followed a charismatic leader. When that time was over, what did the followers do? They all immediately looked for a book deal. That's what they did. They all wrote a book. And you see it nowadays. I mean, so every time a politician steps down at the end of their term or whatever, immediately every single member of their cabinet has a book to write. Every single inside member has a story to tell, and they will sensationalize it to get more attention on themselves, or to get more attention on the movement that was, to try and keep it alive, maybe. And that behavior, I can't imagine that behavior was any different now as it was back then. They're immediately writing letters and telling stories because we all want to tell good stories.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So yeah, that's all it is. But yeah, anyway, that was all I wanted to add. Like I said, I come in with the vaguely relevant but not entirely relevant stuff.
We appreciate it,
That's
John.
all I would.
I caught the tail end of the murder ferret story, and it sounded compelling, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, the writer is Saki, Saki. That was his pen name. His real name was Hector Hugo Monroe. He wrote short stories, ghost stories, and they are amazing, every single one of them. And I very much recommend them. Alongside what's the name of the other writer? There's another writer there. If you enjoy ghost stories, he also wrote a lot of satire at the time as well, that I won't go into right now because I'll be taking this wildly off topic. But it was Saki and I've forgotten the other. I will drop it in the side chat when I remember it. Inevitably, 10 minutes from now, when I go, that was his name, I'll drop it in the side chat there. Very much recommended because they are both Hector Hugo Monroe and the other guy were writers beginning of the 1900s. And it was a style of writing, and it was a set of writing that sort of died out due to the mass loss of life from World War I and World War II. Yeah, it's just amazing. But yes, anyway, I will leave it at that. Yeah,
awesome.
I don't think I've got much more to say. I see other hands up, so I'll let you get on to them.
Appreciate it, John. Thank you so much, bud.
Hey, bro. Take care. Bye bye.
Oh, and by the way, Jefferson, Jaws Incarnate in my live chat wants to let you know that Jesus is level 20, has a THACO of 20 and an AC of 16.
All right. Guess I'm gonna have to upgrade.
All right, and Cleanse Carbon, bring you up again. Got the audio sorted.
Hold on.
There we go. We can hear you.
Well,
All good. Are you there?
Yeah.
So what do you got for us today? Are you a believer? Is this a special day for you?
No, but it looks like y'all were talking about the resurrection.
We were, yeah. The first person wanted to talk about it.
and it is Easter. So.
And it is Easter, yeah. So.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, are y'all religious? Is this a religious? No.
Well, I class myself as an atheist. I don't want to speak for Jeff. I'll let Jeff just speak for himself.
Yeah, atheist is safe enough. Yep.
All right. I mean, I guess a good base point would be y'all aren't questioning the death. Y'all are just saying the resurrection. No?
When we talk about what you're familiar with Occam's razor, right? Not multiplying your entities necessarily.
Yeah.
Okay, so the idea that a person existed and was executed for sedition, treason, heresy, blasphemy, whatever. The idea that a person existed, started a cult, and then was summarily executed for the teachings of that cult. That's a pretty common occurrence throughout human history. To see that cults can rise in power and gain influence and become popular because of what they teach, that's also fairly common as well. So, but the idea that an individual can do that and an individual is supernatural in nature, those are two separate claims. Because a person existing and being killed, that's one thing, but a person rising from the dead, and then someone running around claiming that they saw this person and then a bunch of other people saw him as well, in a book that with no way to corroborate any of those claims, that's problematic. It's where faith begins to enter into the epistemology, and that's problematic. So yeah, there's no rational justification to believe that someone resurrected 3 days after they died just because someone said that they did.
Yeah.
I think it's the bigger it's the crazier claim too, right? The idea that Rome executes people That's a pretty mundane claim. Rome
Yeah.
Rome killed a lot of people and executed a lot of people, and like to crucify people, and they came up with all sorts. The crucifixion wasn't even their worst execution method.
They actually got that from the Persians because the
Yeah,
Persians were doing it first. Crucifying people was so old. The Romans just streamlined it. They made it fast, but it had been around for centuries before the Romans ever got to it.
Yeah, they're like Texas with the death penalty. But like, so
Yeah.
that's a really mundane claim. But the idea that somebody they executed was removed from there, taken to a private, like, according to one gospel, a privately purchased tomb, placed there, and then 3 days later, walked out, was let out, something, depending on which narrative you hear. I mean, that's a big one.
Yeah, so then there's it looks like y'all are kind of anonymous with it, but how about like the story of Lazarus, maybe?
That's another story in the book. There are many stories in the book of things happening. The question is, why would we believe them to be true? That's the question. It's like, what's the justification for believing that this is an actual event that took place?
You know, like I said, I'm not a believer nor disbeliever, but there's probably something there about the there's you keep going back to the book, but there's a lot of
What's the source of the claim? The book is the source of the claims, right?
there's a lot of apocrypha. There's a lot of Greek ancient texts about
I think I know where you're going with that, but I mean, I remember being a kid when my parents were still involved with a couple different church groups, and there were people that claimed that they knew people who had been in places like usually far-flung remote locations in either South America or in Africa, where they witnessed people rise from the dead. So those kinds of stories, yeah, those kind of stories circulate even outside the Bible. But they're just as, I mean, they're just as eyebrow raising, and I would say require just as much, just as high a demand for some kind of outside confirmation. And as a kid, I was like, hang on, a guy that was in Africa and saw people rise from the dead? Yes. Who is that guy? What did he see?
Voodoo would translate to like holy in English, which black magic and voodoo are more than the same.
But that would be a naturalistic explanation, right? People are being given some kind of substance. It's sort of a show. They kind of slip into a state of, they're comatose, and then, they rise later or something like that. The same thing can happen with people with various infections and stuff. Ergot poisoning used to knock people out for like a day or so, and then they'd kind of come to half out of it, still poisoned, rambling around like a zombie. So there you go. You got the undead. That's not real. They never really died. They're just very, very sick.
And if you're bringing up that, tertotoxin is another big one. Pufferfish venom is a pretty big one.
Yeah, there's actually a way in Japan, when you go to the restaurants where they specialize in serving you pufferfish, you can get certain ones where normally you want to avoid any trace of the toxin. That way you just get the fish and there's no risk of death. If you get a really skilled one and you're willing to pay the premium for it, the ones that can give you just a hint of the toxin to give you a little, what I think they call it the taste of death or whatever. It makes you feel a little weird. Problem with that is that there is one, I cannot remember the location of it, where they do that. They actually have these like kind of black sand beaches or whatever. If you get a little too much and they're afraid that you're going to go into cardiac arrest, they take you out and bury you pretty much up to the chest in the sand while they wait for the paramedics to show up. So, yeah, it's a neat trick, and you can kind of slip into a state of like a coma, and then they can kind of bring you back out of it.
Yeah, and
Also, I've had pufferfish. It doesn't have much of a flavor. If you have an opportunity, you could probably scratch it off your bucket list. Kind of gross.
I've heard it's kind of bland.
It's very bland. I mean, I've had it as sashimi. I've had it in sushi. It sucks.
Huh. I also know that like things like voodoo and Santeria, like voodoo is a combination of ancient African practices mixed with Christianity through Christian influence moving throughout the world when it mixed with other cultures that were as old if not older than it, and that's where voodoo comes from, as it kind of came out of Haiti and because through the slave trade. So Haitian believers of those ancient pagan practices brought their beliefs with them through the slave trade, and in the Caribbean it mixed with the influence of Christianity, and that's where voodoo comes from. And it did the exact same thing in Cuba, which is where Santeria comes from when that went from Cuba to Mexico. So that's where these things come from, is like the creation of Santeria and the creation of voodoo. Like these things owe their roots to their African heritage, that was brought across the slave trade and the influence of Christianity, where the two things mixed together. So
yeah, the bloodline or the trail, like you're saying, is pretty clear. We pretty much have all that mapped out. But I guess the point, the stories, they aren't just in the book, as you say. It's it's worldwide.
the fact that it's so popular globally, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, if that were the case, then how would you attribute like the rise in popularity of a religion like Islam, which is set to eclipse Christianity? It doesn't have that. It doesn't have that narrative in it.
Yeah. Well.
I mean, if you're basically trying to make it appeal, but again, like you said, even before like Jesus, there were stories in these other cultures about people rising from the dead, or hell, even the kind of Greco-Roman ideas of regular humans being made divine or semi-divine,
Being born of gods, yeah.
Yeah, they kind of made their way, or being adopted by the gods later on if you've achieved something. There's something of a connection there with like. I mean, I've heard it been explained to people that that's kind of how sainthood works. It's like, yeah, not exactly.
And now I've got people. I've got the lyrics to Santeria going in my live chat, Jefferson.
I can see the exchange. Now it's stuck in my head. Happy Easter, you assholes.
So you got anything else for us cleansed, or got some other people with their hands up? Make sure we give them a chance.
No, just y'all have any questions?
No, we're good to go. All right, bud. Well, I appreciate you coming up. I always enjoy having new people up on the stage, and you're more than welcome. If you come up with another question, or you have a question or anything, and you want to just put your hand back up, okay? All right. Thank you, pal. You have a good one.
No.
All right. I'm a Hunter is never. I haven't seen I'm a Hunter up on the stage before, so we like to prioritize new people. Ima, make sure that you're good to go. Yeah, you're good to go. You there, bud? I want to check your mic or your volume. Make sure you're good. Yeah, I don't have you muted.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything either. Not even a background noise.
Sounds like you might be having an audio issue, Ima. So I'm going to put you back down, and we got another person with a hand up. We'll go ahead and bring Reverse Camus up. And if you're able to get the audio sorted, then we'll go ahead and bring you back up. Just put your hand back up. Okay, bud?
We ought to come up with a standard, like a standard question, kind of like Schwarzenegger from Kindergarten Cop style. What are your beliefs and what do they do?
Who is your God and what does he do? Hey, Reverse, how's it going?
Good. How have you been, JL?
I'm good. I'm good. Just working my little butt off. I've got a big video I got a video that I'm working on currently that turned into something way larger than I expected. It's going to be it's a bit of a monster. But of course, it's Trent Horn. Why is it that Catholics always give me my biggest videos? You know, they always do. I don't know what it is.
I've never heard of this Mr. Horn.
Oh,
Yeah,
well.
he runs a podcast called his name is Trent Horn, and he runs a podcast called The Council of Trent. But but yeah,
Seems like a very humble guy.
I don't mind the cheekiness of that, but I mean, he is, like, from what I understand, by all accounts, he's a fairly accomplished Catholic scholar.
He's written a bunch of stuff. He's written a lot of stuff. Like, he's got a lot of books. Does a lot of stuff. You know, he made a big, I think the where he got his claim to fame is he made like a big to do of him converting from Protestantism to Catholicism. But this video that he talks about, essentially, the video that's coming up is basically he's talking about the death of New Atheism and how he's using the death of New Atheism as evidence for the validation of his own beliefs. So it gets so wild. You know, there is so much intellectual dishonesty, and so I don't even know what to title this video other than, like, I usually do like a cheeky, funny title, you know, for my videos. But the only thing I can come up with this one, with this next one, is Trent Horn is a liar. So that's the only thing I can come up with. So
I think I'm thinking of a different person. I'm going to Google him now and find out, like, what are his educational credentials?
Yeah, Trent Horn went to a Holy Apostle school. He went to the Holy Apostle Seminary, and he went to what was the Franciscan school in he's like educated. He's got his master's in I think he's got his master's in theology or something like that. But anyway, he's got his education from two different schools, and he went to seminary. So, but it's pretty much just all Catholic apologetics. That's all it is.
Yeah, he's got a BA in history from Arizona State University and 2 Masters of Arts degrees, one in theology from Franciscan University.
That's it.
Of Steubenville, and another in philosophy from Holy Apostles College and Seminary. And he also holds a 3rd MA in bioethics. Oh God, a Catholic apologist in the bioethics field. Oh, kill me.
No.
Yeah. Well, don't kill me. He would come out against that. I'm sure.
So what you got? Go ahead.
Yeah, I can't confirm the MA in bioethics. It's been mentioned, but it doesn't look like there's any kind of validation on that.
So I'll be looking forward to, and shaking fist in my life just says Trent Horn is a dick. He's got a lot of it's really funky. He does a lot. It's just a lot of intellectual dishonesty is what it is, and the way he presents things. But the thing that strikes me is that every time I cover a Catholic, you know, whether it's Brian Holdsworth or it's Father Casey or whatever, they always turn out to be my biggest videos because they fill their content with, like, the most egregious shit. And you got to break that stuff down, especially when they're, like, quoting statistics or they're pulling, you know, citations and stuff. You got to, and they cram so much crap in there that you've got to really break that stuff down for the audience. And I just noticed that Catholics are like, you know, the Catholics result in my longest form content. So.
Well,
yeah,
I appreciate.
So.
Nice. I appreciate the dedication to ungodliness.
So what you got for us today, bud?
If I asked you if God existed, would the answer to that question be the same as the answer to this question?
Wait, I'm sorry. Say it again.
If I asked you if God existed, would the answer to that question be the same as the answer to this question?
To which question?
The question that I just asked.
Oh, if you asked me that God existed?
Yeah, would the answer to that question be the same as the answer to this question?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Why are you playing my head games with me, dude? It's too early. It's too early. Reverse.
I came out with a firm possibly.
Ah, no.
I would say
Halfway.
if you so obviously the inclination is like no, but that assumes that we're talking about the same God. So as always, I will say it depends upon which God we're talking about. So because if we want to talk about a completely unfalsifiable God, that's something that's one thing. But if we want to talk about like the Christian Abrahamic God, then no, that thing doesn't exist. So it would depend upon the God we're talking about.
Fair enough. I just say the God that's the source that people draw from when they create religions.
So that would be completely unfalsifiable because there's different religions. Which one is true? The gods are the gods of the different religions contradict each other by the way that they're defined. So that would be completely unfalsifiable. It could be the same God; they're just all interpreting it differently. That would be completely unfalsifiable. If you're simply saying,
wait a minute,
huh?
What if God were redefined as the concept from which all religions are derived?
Well, then that would be an unfalsifiable God. If that's the only definition we're operating with, then does it exist? If they're just defining it that way, that obviously doesn't mean that it exists. It's obviously a conceptualization that they're deriving their theologies from, but that wouldn't logically entail that it actually exists. So does it exist? That would be indeterminate. So it's unfalsifiable. You couldn't demonstrate that it does or does not exist. That it is. You couldn't. There's no mechanism by which we could demonstrate that it's a concrete thing as opposed to just an abstraction that everybody is referencing.
I mean, fair enough. I just wish that there was a way that I could demonstrate it to you beyond like just creating something that was unfalsifiable that you can't disprove or approve. Can't think of the word.
Well, see, that's the kicker, right? Is like you can propose a conceptualization of a thing, and that thing exists as an abstract in your head. Okay. And people have conceptualizations of stuff all the time. I can conceptualize what a unicorn is. I have information about what a unicorn is passed down to me from other people and things that I've read. I can come up with different versions of a unicorn, and I can conceptualize it in my head, but it doesn't mean that it exists as a concrete thing external of like my mind. So, the idea being that do unicorns exist? Well, technically, does the concrete thing does the concrete entity of a unicorn, a thing that exists independently of minds and of context, that it is simply there, that if all human beings died tomorrow, that the unicorn would still exist. It doesn't require us, a mind to conceptualize it to enter the realm of things that we can talk about or make statements about. Well, then that would be something entirely different. But as far as we can tell, if all human beings died tomorrow, then the conceptualization of unicorns would die with us. Okay, as far as the evidence goes. So it's indeterminate.
What about other concepts?
Huh?
What about another? So, like a unicorn is a concept that, I mean, we can kind of intuit because we have knowledge of horses and knowledge of other animals with horns on them.
Right.
And then we can imagine other, maybe they have magic powers or something like that. But like more like the concept of like, zero. Something less intuitive.
Mm-hmm.
So you're talking about if it was like something with no. Well, okay. So you're talking about the grounding that we have things in reality that can inform the conceptualization, as opposed to like. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, because it's a little unfair because like zero is good. Zero, I think, as a concept is I mean, in set theory, it's going to be used to represent something that we're going to use to quantify something about the world around us. But it also exists as a concept that, in and of itself, is also purely theoretical, right? It's not something that we all necessarily grasp. You usually have to be taught that concept and then work with it for a while. And I sometimes wonder if you deal with, especially like certain Eastern Orthodox Christians, not the Christian nationalist leaning ones, but like your what's his name, David Bentley Hart or something like that. I think he would define God as sort of that thing, whatever that mystery is out there that gives us the ability to do these kinds of spooky things. That whatever that is, that's God.
And see and that's just
basically just God of the gap.
Yeah, it's just
Kind of.
defining it into a realm that's kind of like, okay, you want to define it in, you know, like Reverse said, just a god of the gap. There's some aspect of our physiology or something that allows us to do a particular thing that we don't like you know, theory of mind or like theory of consciousness or whatever like that. Like we don't really understand how it works. What is this thing that doesn't? Oh, that's God. Like really?
Yeah,
You
I
know?
mean, in Buddhism, well, certain sects of Buddhism, they would kind of call it like a universal consciousness.
Right.
You know, your independent identity when you die returns back to some kind of universal source. You know, whatever. And
Yeah.
they don't even attempt to put like a really much more of a definitive answer on it than that in most of them. Although it doesn't stop them from making recommendations, right? Like the universal consciousness does not want you to kill and would prefer it if you don't eat meat. You know, at that point, it's like,
Cows,
how the hell do you know that?
Cows are sacred. So no, that's Hindu. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, that's Hindu. Yeah. So I think in that case, yeah, making that connection is one thing. But yeah, I think if it's somebody that's trying to do like a David Bentley Hart thing or something like that, where they're just like, it's mysterious, we can't possibly know, cool. But if from that you try to take the next step and be like, well, we have to vote for Donald Trump, otherwise God will remove his protecting hand. Like, wait, what? What?
And see that's and see I reject. That's where typically where I end up rejecting these things is that the minute things like the number one reason is why I am not arrogant enough to believe that human beings are so special that it would warrant such things being true. Like there's an indicator there. Is like if these things exist like this way, then it indicates that there is an aspect to humanity that is like incredibly special. Okay, I don't think that we are that special. I don't hold that we are. I think that we are an impressive species compared to other species on the planet, even though we lack in some physical areas, but we make up for it in like cognitive areas. But as far as the universe is concerned, you know, we're just an aspect of, we're just like a current iteration of life as it is on this planet, dictated by natural forces. I'm not arrogant enough, and I think it's hubristic to put us being so special, because believing that we are puts all other things in our environment secondary to us, and that winds up being very, very destructive. If we see ourselves as being integral, see ourselves as being equal to and integral to the biome, but not the most important thing in the biome, then we get closer to homeostasis with everything else that is surrounding us, with nature itself, with all the other organisms, with all the jobs that they do within, all the little things that they do within our sphere, within our environment, that are all so important. Putting human beings first, or saying that we are the most important thing on the planet, that the universe was intended for us, or the universe is made with us specifically in mind, is extremely dangerous thinking. And it leads to decision making that puts us ahead of other things. So it sacrifices everything else for humanity. And those who are too short-sighted, and for whatever reasons, whether it be capitalistic or for whatever reasons, those individuals will wind up sacrificing the things that are necessary for our survival, just so they can make themselves more comfortable and inflate, and basically put their own importance on a pillar, which is really, really bad. So that's why that's why I don't like that thinking. I think it's arrogant, it's hubristic, and I'm not that dumb. So
yeah, that's definitely a major thing that makes me pause with the whole God monster, that we're just so special that there's a God who cares about us. The only way that I can really square it is saying that everybody's special, so nobody's really special, in that, like, the point is, like, to become nobody, as Ram Dass would say.
yeah, it leads to the point where you have people who are in extreme positions of power. Like, for example, one big issue that I have here in the United States is that we have people in positions of power that are openly defying and working against efforts to slow down climate change or stopping climate change legislation, because not just because it takes money out of their pockets, but because they legitimately believe that Christ is returning in their lifetimes. And so worrying about the planet is not something they need to worry about. That they can live comfortably, and they can have their money, and they can have everything that they want at the sacrifice of the planet, and it's okay because Jesus is coming back, and we won't have to worry about it. It's fucking insane. It's fucking insanity to me.
Yeah, and Jesus Jesus already came back, so joke's on them.
Yeah, well, and that mentality goes against the idea that we were commanded in the book of Genesis to be stewards of the earth.
Right. It's
So.
just it's batshit. We today are living in a time where we see the end result of this kind of thinking, and it's extremely harmful. Because
stewards of the earth equates to drill baby drill, though, right? Amongst like American evangelicals.
Yeah, to this whole fucking landscape is covered with goddamn pipelines. You know, whatever.
Yeah. Hey, another 50 years, it's going to look like Blade Runner around here. I mean, we're all going to have asthma too, but
nice. Get to see Ryan Gosling. That would be pretty cool.
I wouldn't mind a digitized Ana de Armas in my house all the time. That would be kind of cool. But yeah, it's silly, you know, and that's why I reject certain things because of where they wind up. I reject certain things because of what it entails, you know, what the kind of things you have to assume in order to believe in them. Necessitarianism, I think, I'm really starting to come to the position that necessitarianism is a freaking blight upon our species as a mode of thinking. It leads to all kinds of just insanity. You know, people really want to believe they're special. People really want to believe that that there's this grand thing, because it's so much easier to have a purpose dictated to you than it is to try and derive one for yourself from the world around you. It's so much easier to just fall in line than it is to stand up and point in a direction and start walking there. It's easier to be told than it is to tell others, or to make a statement for yourself. And that's what I don't like, because I don't like the effect that it has, that these types of beliefs really reinforce the idea of not doing anything, of inaction. Okay, of simply because it's not your responsibility. It's not for you to decide these things. It's not for you to handle this stuff. It allows people, because you think about it. If people didn't believe this crap, then the application of justice. Imagine what the application of justice would at our level, at the population level. Imagine what the application of justice would look like if nobody believed that there was this eternal, objective, judgment that was going to take place after your death. Okay, there's no afterlife, there's no heaven, no hell, there's no judgment. The only application of justice is us humans. Okay, so you'd have people who rest on their laurels thinking there's no, God will get them. God will sort it out. That doesn't exist. Imagine if that didn't exist. The emphasis it would put on our legal system, on our justice system, not only just our country, but also the world itself, recognizing that if you want justice, you're going to have to do the work to get it. You're going to have to go out and do it. Okay. And
I would push back on that a little bit, because the other way that can go with somebody who's a non-believer is sort of the glib psychopath narcissistic route of, say, someone like Pine Creek, who also, when you're dead, you're dead. So if some people die, they die. Ultimately, what's best is how the majority get along. So if you have to break a few eggs, well, you're going to make that omelet.
Well, fortunately, they only represent about 1% to 2% of the population. So
the other thing that I would say is that I agree with you on the fact that is the train of thought that happens if someone internalizes the sort of complete servility of being a Christian. Right. The inshallah Christian, whatever, leave it up to him, if you, and a dead kid is just a relocation, all that kind of stuff. Where things get really contradictory is if you start dealing with Christian nationalists, especially like the dominionists, that believe they do have to, as activists, take over the judiciary, the government. They have to take over business, education, entertainment, everything. They have to take over the 7 pillars of civilization in order to pave the way for Jesus to come back and establish his kingdom of heaven on earth. And they're
scary stuff.
Yeah, and they're basing that on post-biblical revelation and acting like that's not a big deal. Profiles of several of the key donors in the movement all talk about how they have had visions and they've had their own revelation from God, independent of the scriptures. So you can imagine how well that goes over with, like if they're having a conversation with Catholics, or hell, even Calvinists. Yeah, so you basically have the worst of both worlds. You have this sort of ethically servile people who just surrender it to God, or you have those people who are casually going along with the Christian nationalists because the Christian nationalists represent God's right hand on earth in action. So you have to go along with those people because that's God's will.
And the group that really aggravates the shit out of me are the vast majority who simply keep their mouths shut because they don't want to contribute to any kind of division within the ranks. Is that they recognize that it's those individuals within the faiths that refuse to stand up and point a finger at like Westboro Baptist Church. Okay, that's
because part of that is to blame on atheists too, though. I think because the new atheism thing that I think is actually getting diminished, that maybe Trent Horn is picking up on, is the fact that atheists tended to participate in in a notion that the fundamentalists had the one way of interpreting the Bible, and that strategically that kind of makes sense. So if you're a liberal Christian who wants to speak out against like Christian nationalism, you kind of end up taking it from both sides. And the problem that they seem to have is that you can cherry pick elements of this Bible, of these narratives, and create different denominations and maybe even more consistent with the mercy loving message that you get out of some of the gospels. You can reconcile that with your views, but because the majority, at least the majority of Christians in the United States, I think personally hold more liberal views on a lot of social issues. The people that are doing the speaking are the loudmouth conservatives. And so they don't want to rock the boat that way. And they don't feel like, because I think this goes with the servility thing, they're looking for a greater authority in God. So they're also looking for a mid-management authority in their church or in their pastors. And so when those pastors call them out and say and threaten to accuse them of heresy, they shut up. And they don't have enough understanding to realize that what they're getting caught up in is a power dynamic that is basically corrupt. They could try to craft a power dynamic that would change a denomination into something else, but they're not willing to do that because they're going to take a bunch of flack from people on all sides that's quote unquote not real Christianity. There's no such thing as real Christianity.
Yeah, my uncle's like, only 3% of Christians follow it correctly, and every other religion's just wrong, even if you believe in Jesus.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm super into. There's a source that people tap into when they create these religions, so that at least some of it is legitimate. But then it's not really demonstratable that it's legitimate, other than there being religions all over the world. But you could just say, oh, that's a cultural thing. That's just how humans operate. Or going as far as it's a mimetic virus.
I think it's tough for people to get, if they get the idea in their head that there is something bigger that is sort of foundational to everything in our reality, maybe even foundational to something that we all kind of share in our humanity, that I don't think that we, for whatever reason, it's, biological or whatever, we have the ability to kind of like put a pin in that and sort of leave it there. We end up using that to justify decisions we make or opinions that we have by appealing to the authority that we feel we're aligned with, right? So like, yeah, I think that we should do this because this bigger thing wants it. It appeals. I mean, we political ideology too. We're doing this objective. Like, okay, we all agree we're citizens of this country. Here's the rule book. This is what you do to go along to get along. All right, let's get it done. But if it's something like religion, and it can be, hundreds of thousands of different definitions on whatever that greater being is, who's to say who's got it right?
Right. And give me just 1 second. I'll make sure I catch these. Blue has been a member of the Godless Army for 29 months. Thank you so much, Blue. I do appreciate all that support. You rock. And Left-Handed Jedi for $2 for $2 freedom dollars says, we need to find Jesus's phylactery. Yes, we do. Thank you so much, Left-Handed Jedi. You rule, dude. Appreciate that. Love seeing those milestone chats, seeing how long people have been members. I think the longest member of my channel has been a member for like 40 months. So really, really awesome.
Hi.
So,
Moving up in the world.
Yep, slowly but surely. I think I'm pretty sure I'm closing in on 10K. I'm getting close. I think I'm almost down to like the last 100. Last I checked, I think I'm at, what am I at? Yeah, 110. I'm 110 away from 10K. So maybe this will turn into, if I get a bunch of subscribers, maybe this will turn into the 10K stream.
That would be cool.
If you have any questions or anything, this is the Stage of Reason. You can, if you're a believer, we'd love to talk to you. Come on up, and if you have questions to ask, or would like to talk about what you believe and why, see some new people that I haven't seen up on the stage before. I see you listening. If not, it's okay. You don't have, this isn't Fight Club. You don't have to come up, but we'd love to talk to you. And I appreciate everybody in the live chat. The link for the Politics Discord is down in the description if you'd like to join. If you happen to be here on my channel, you can pop over. And of course, we're looking to see anybody with their hands up, so we can bring you up on stage and chat with you. See a lot of activity in the side chat. So, but yeah, that's I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. Ultimately, I think it just comes down to trying to determine, where I can ultimately come from. And I don't know if Jefferson agrees with this. I think mine is a bit, I take kind of an extremist deal on it, because I don't really address theology. Unlike, I know there are people out there that do, like Justin over at Deconstruction Zone is really good at addressing theology, because his background is theology, and in like studying Greek and Hebrew, and he went to school for it and everything. I find it kind of unnecessary, because the theology itself is just the study of the nature of a God and the surrounding belief and the beliefs that are sort of the system of beliefs that surround that particular God. So theology itself is a study of the nature. Well, if you're studying the nature of the God, you're obviously studying the nature of a conceptualization of this entity. The question is, does the entity actually exist? So until we can determine if the entity actually exists as a thing that is concrete, independent of human minds, then why are we talking about the theology? Because if we're talking about the theology, we're giving credence to the existence of the thing. Now, that's a conversation that people can have. I know Justin loves to have them. I know that other people dive into them as well. I know that Jefferson has great conversations about, specifically, I can talk about the theology as well. I just find it kind of unnecessary, because I want to know, does the thing exist before we even start making statements about the thing? And so does it exist? Does it exist independent of minds? Is it even a coherent thing that we can make statements about? If it exists, it's timeless, it's spaceless, it's immaterial. It's like, so it has all the qualities of things that classify as not existing. So no, it's in another plane of whatever. It's like, if we can't make coherent statements about it, then what are we even talking about? Which is where we kind of get into the agnostic position. It's like, what is this thing? Is it separate? Is it like, is it distinct from other stuff? Does God equal God, and God is not equal to not God? That whole kind of thing. Does it even have an identity that we can identify and say that is what this thing is, as opposed to this thing, which is not it? And so if we can't even get there, because that's what's entailed by saying that God exists, that the laws of logic apply to it, that the law of identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle, that these things apply to this thing in order to make the statement it exists as a thing independent of ourselves. And so if we can't even determine that it's there, why are we talking about all the extraneous shit? Go ahead, Jefferson. I'm sorry.
No. That's. I mean, it's a good point, but I think you helped me realize something that I was doing implicitly rather than being explicit about, which is I'm fascinated with theology because deep down I look at it as it's an artifact of human imagination. When I approach it, I don't think of it as like, I wouldn't embrace a theological argument as if it automatically, like I'm automatically ceding some ground to the possibility of the actual existence of whatever the theology is supposed to be describing. I see it as a way of studying how people think. It's essentially like a lot of, I mean, this is very dismissive, but like fan fiction. But I think what you bring up is actually a really good point. I think if somebody's talking to someone like me about theology, I think I owe it to them to tell them from the jump, like, here's how this is what I think about theology. And when I engage in it, I'm kind of engaging at it from this perspective and through this lens. Now that can give me blinders, but the one thing I'm not doing is conceding, the actual existence of this thing. Only the hypothetical existence of something you claim conforms to this notion in your theology or in your dogma. Right. And I like it when people come up with games, because to me it's like building a game or crafting a short story, and you start having to retcon like by chapter 2 because you couldn't figure out what you did with chapter 1. That's the stuff I like to catch with theology, or with believers who they start out from a subjective experience of a feeling welcomed, feeling forgiven, feeling loved, feeling the community of fellow believers and their compassion towards them, their acceptance, and then starting to get acquainted with the dogma in that particular denomination, and then starting to feel fired up to come onto places like here, going online and trying to get into debates. And then you ask them, like, well, what have you looked into this? Are you engaging in this theology? If you feel it, you probably should have an investment in what your denomination says about how it works. Have you engaged with that? And most of the time, their answer is, well, yeah, a bit, but it's not the primary focus. So what you said, I think, is really helpful, because if I'm coming at it from that angle, I'm like, look, I'm trying to get to where you are as a Christian without that subjective experience. So I'm coming at it from the back end. Like, it's a little bit like you acquired a language from childhood. I'm trying to learn your language by comparing it to the grammar of my own native language.
I think it's that difference between top down and bottom up thinking. Is like, if you start, exactly. Which is where I come from.
Yeah, it's tough to know all the theology of my religion, because Baha'u'llah wrote like 14 times the length of the Bible, and not all of it is translated into English. What I just like to focus on is that they're actually trying to make the world a better place, and they don't really want to proselytize, and they don't want to get involved in traditional politics. So I feel like it avoids a lot of the pitfalls that people have with other religions.
All right. Well, I do appreciate it, Reverse. We got some more people with their hands up. I want to...
you guys have kind of been chit-chatting around me. I did have one claim that I want to come up and discuss, but if you want to get other people up here instead of me, that's fine.
Let's cycle through it. And if you're still here, just put your hand back up. We can bring you up, okay?
All right, fair enough.
All right, thanks, Reverse. Appreciate it. All right, because I see some new people who have not been up on the stage before. I want to bring them up. So first up, I'm just going to say Q, because I don't know. Or maybe that's a G. That's a G. So I'll just bring
I think it's Glenn.
It's or not. So never mind. Let's go on to Flippy. Flippy Flop.
What's cooking? Good looking.
Doing good. Let me make sure your volume is good. Make sure we can hear you. What do you got for us today?
Yeah, I would just I'd take issue with the sort of the method in which a lot of atheists sort of critique religions. And I agree, this isn't going to be an argument that entails the existence of God, but I think it shows how the atheist is unprepared for many of the challenges and things that religion deals with, right? I think that's useful to demonstrate, right? Whether or not it actually indicates the truth of a particular religion. I think it is helpful to show how these religions are actually trying to solve issues that aren't even addressed within atheism.
Well,
so does that sound agreeable?
Well, I would say the truth of a thing and the efficacy of a thing are two separate things. That a concept, that a concept can have efficacy doesn't indicate that the concept itself represents anything in reality. Like, for example,
Yeah.
If I get into a car accident, if I'm a believer and I get into a car accident and I'm trapped in the car and I pray to my God to help save me, and that prayer has a physiological effect on my body that lowers my blood pressure, keeps me from panicking, keeps me calm, and I don't unnecessarily hurt myself, and it gives the first responders time to cut me out, and they save my life. Was it the act of prayer and the physiological response to save my life, or did the God actually come down and do it? So
Yeah, it's an interesting question.
So I would say, what does the evidence indicate? What is the evidence, and what's the most parsimonious response? The most parsimonious answer is the physiological effect of calming myself by focusing on a thing, no different than any kind of form of meditation, is what saved my life. Instead of panicking and then hurting myself and exacerbating my injuries and then dying from them. So that's why they always tell you, stay calm, breathe. Don't hurt yourself further while we try to save you. So is that an indicator that a God exists? No, it's evidence that there is a physiological effect of strong belief, but just because you believe a thing doesn't make it true. So we have to go with the most parsimonious without trying not
or even further, right? Just because something useful doesn't make it true.
Right, exactly. So I think while religious ideologies can solve, or they can present solutions to certain problems, the question then comes: is that the best solution? Is that the only solution? Is that a solution that gets us to a particular goal? But then we have to talk about what the ultimate goal is. Do we agree upon the goal? These things are all subjectively determined. So it's kind of like, my biggest issue is that at the core of these things, the religious ideology, if you take like let's just say Christianity versus secular humanism, and this is a thing that I never hear.
Same thing.
I never hear this brought up in debates. I see this debate all the time: Christianity versus secular humanism, but they're never
the same thing, though.
Well, no, they aren't really, because secular humanism doesn't have any gods.
Where do we see like secularism arise? Like, what kind of societies become secular?
Well, secularism is just the separation.
Are they Christian societies or are they Buddhist?
Well, I mean, secularism is just the separation of church and state, so that the church is not informing the government and the government is not informing the church.
Secularism is actually to do with the public. It was like the secular church was the church, like priests who would be interacting with the public, but whereas the monastic church would be like monks and people who sort of separate themselves from society.
That's one definition of it. I mean, because you could have a country.
That's where the term comes from.
Right, but I mean, in terms of secular humanism, it's based on the idea, like the Enlightenment idea of a separation, essentially, of a non-dominant state religion at the very least, because it didn't necessarily entail
definitely.
It couldn't be an endorsed religion from the state, but it couldn't crowd out the other ones.
Right.
Well, what it permits is religious freedom, right? And I think,
freedom of and freedom from. Right.
That's a Christian virtue, right?
No, not in all versions of Christianity.
Yeah,
I agree. Not in all versions.
And in a lot of sects of Buddhism doesn't consider itself entirely like a strict faith. It considers itself a discipline. So, and not all Buddhism.
I mean, discipline. I would just disagree with that. I think religions do not require like a god to exist in order for it to be a religion.
And
no, I don't think so.
Yeah, but the idea that I'm getting at is that where I was going with it is that the one thing I see never being brought up is that religious ideologies inherently have an us versus them mentality baked into their cores. Essentially, what it is that you're creating an us versus them dichotomy. There's the believer and then there's the non-believer. Basically, the non-believer is anyone who doesn't believe what you believe. Secular humanism is predicated upon not only the separation idea, but also the idea that we are all human. So there is an evident.
Can I just disagree with you real quick?
Hang on. There is an evidence-backed thing there that we are all human beings. We are all Homo sapiens. We are all the same species. Therefore, we should operate going forward with that notion in mind, not the notion that what certain people believe is true, what certain people believe is false, because that creates unnecessary division. So
yeah, I agree with that. But I think that these Enlightenment ideals of all of us being human and equal, we actually see these fading away with things like postmodernism and post-structuralism. The idea of we know what a human is or what human nature is a heavily criticized concept in the modern world. But this idea came from Christianity, this idea that we're all made in the image of God, that we're all equal, as some sort of self-evident truth. this is something that is only acknowledged within Christian societies. We don't see Islam seeing, infidels as inherently worth anything.
Well, that's because
And
the
the acknowledgement of
in Islamic,
Christianity is
well,
not
there's
a distinction between believer
Well,
and
no, but there's a
non-believer.
reason for
As
that.
Paul says, hang on, you didn't
No,
let
but-
me interrupt you,
no,
so
but
why would I
Flippy-
let you interrupt me?
Flippy,
Wait, can I
Flippy,
just...
hang on a second. It's my fucking state. So if you say something that requires me to address the information, the reason you don't see it as prevalently in Islamic states is because Islam has a far greater history of violence against apostates. Okay, so
Are you
yes,
gonna let me
the
finish?
idea,
Are you
the
gonna let me finish?
idea, the idea of secularism does exist in Islamic states. It's more prevalent in Western Christian states simply because obviously Catholicism and Roman Catholic Church Catholicism led to with Protestantism, the rise in Protestantism led to the rise in secularism. Okay, that's history. But the reformations
I mean,
that took
human
place,
rights come from religious thinkers like...
but the idea of secularism arose out of Protestantism. Okay, but the Reformation that allowed these things to take place has not occurred in Islamic states. Islam has not had a Reformation like Christianity has. Okay, and there is still widespread violence against non-believers, apostates, and what they would call infidels in Islamic states. So you don't see that yet. If Islam goes through a Reformation, we may yet see that in the future.
But what can an atheist point to instantiate human rights? Like, what do they point to?
We simply we point to we are all human genetically.
But that's not enough, bro.
No.
We allow
Flippy. No, that's not enough for you. But that is enough.
So it's subjective, right? So you've got your own. You've
Flippy,
got your own particular
Flippy,
opinion,
let me finish
right?
the thought.
Why should I give a shit about your particular opinion?
Let me finish the thought. It may not be sufficient for you, but it's sufficient for me because it addresses.
Okay, I didn't care though. I really couldn't care less.
Because it addresses something that is backed by evidence. The evidence is we are all the same species. We are all members of the same group. So therefore, we should put things forward that encompass us all as being members of the same species instead of advocating for one particular set of beliefs of one group of that species, because that inherently creates division, because now all of a sudden you have an in-group and you have an out-group. There is no in-group, out-group when you start from the idea that we are all human beings. That's it. That's all I'm talking about.
Okay, so let me finish. Let me get the illusion of getting my point across. Let's say we've got two in-groups and one out-group. One group thinks murder is right. The other one thinks murder is wrong. What can we point to? What can we say? What fact of the matter is there to distinguish whether or not one is correct and the other's wrong? Why should we? What's wrong with an in-group or an out-group on your view? Why do you want all of us to be unified?
In the example that you're giving, murder is defined as the unjustified or unlawful killing of somebody. So if you've got an out-group that thinks that unlawful, unjustified killing of other humans is good, you're kind of dealing with a group that's embraced contradictions.
It's not a contradiction to say that murder is okay. It just means you don't.
No, it's not a contradiction. Killing is okay.
You don't apply any moral value.
No, Flippy, you missed it. Flippy, you missed it. Flippy, you missed it. Let Jefferson repeat what he said, because you're talking about it. They're saying murder is okay. Murder is defined as unjustified killing. If they're saying it's justified, they're saying that a thing that is defined as unjustified is therefore justified. Okay, there's a distinction between killing and murder.
No, you can say that unjustified actions are morally correct. You fools! You fools!
What?
Your ignorance betrays you.
Hang on. Unjustified legally, but then justified morally, right?
No, it's not just justification. Isn't relevant.
But that's how we define murder.
Murder is
whether or not it's morally correct. Justification is not relevant.
Okay, but you didn't listen to the definition of murder. Isn't just about justification. It
literally is. It's an unjustified killing, right, of a person.
Murder is either unjustified and or unlawful killing of a human being. So if one
are you just going to say murder's wrong because of the law, bro?
No, because of the definition of the term murder. If you want to change, I'm quibbling over what you're using. If you want to say killing, do that. You have groups of people that think killing any other human being is wrong. But you have outside groups that think killing certain people or anybody that they want is okay.
Yeah.
That's a better
Why are
definition.
they incorrect?
Okay, so this comes down to the difference between moral realism and moral relativism. Okay, so the
Yeah. So
relative.
you guys are relativists.
So
Why should we all agree?
Let me finish the friggin' statement.
No,
Stop
not
let me finish
interrupting.
this statement.
Stop interrupting and let me finish the thought. I'm not going to let you railroad. Okay, it's really simple. I don't believe that there are objective moral facts. I don't hold that there are. I think that if you believe that there is a God and you're claiming that there are, that's contradictory. Of course, he ran away. So
I wanted to ask Flippy because I wanted to get back to the first question that he brought up, which was his first claim was that atheists can't deal with the fact that religion addresses these issues or addresses these things. What I wanted to ask him was, can he differentiate the issues of the set of issues that he believes religion deals with? Can he differentiate the issues that the church deals with independent of themselves and the issues they themselves create? Because if the issues are coming from things like power relationships or power dynamics, we're dealing with a guy right now who's basically saying, well, okay, if I can steel man him, you and I don't have any kind of grounding in any of this kind of stuff. And I think I know where he's coming from. What you could count on is a religion to give you that foundational grounding to then speak from a position of authority to declare this is right and this is wrong. But you could do that from other perspectives as well. Like you were trying to bring up a sort of basic idea of we accept each other as a same species sharing an experience on this planet, whatever. Right. But he didn't like that one. No, that's just relativistic. I want to know, like, okay, if these issues can be addressed by religion, one, how do you know that they're not just addressing the issues that just cropped up because of the creation of their particular existence? And two, how is that not subjective when you have a power structure that is declaring they know what this God wants versus the other group over there that's going to say the same thing? You're not going to come, like, this seems like these guys are trying to chase like a single unified theory of God. We can figure out exactly which God is objectively true, or at least we can find out the claims of morality from this God that are objectively true, and then we all just follow that and we better toe the line. Or else what? What if I don't care? What if it gets worse? What if I accept it? What if I'm like Warren McGruber? What if I'm like him and I'm like, I believe that. I accept that your God is real, and I accept that what you say about what he wants for me is real. I don't give a fuck. He can suck my dick. What do you do with that guy? You're just going to have the one person that ends up going Joker on you in Gotham City. That's essentially what you'll get. I don't understand like where he's coming from, where he thinks that we're going to like somehow get away from like, oh, it's gonna devolve into some kind of subjective relativism. No, not necessarily. Sometimes you'll get just somebody who wants to set shit on fire. They recognize, oh, this is the state of play. Fine, fuck it. I'm gonna start fires.
Right. Some men just want to see the world burn.
Yeah, there you go. That's not a bad Michael Caine.
Thank you. All right. I see Mr. J's got their hands up. Like to prioritize people who haven't been up before. People are going to figure out that this is that railroading on this stage and is not going to happen. So it's just not. I know that people may have an issue like when I mute people, but if he brings up something that needs to be addressed, then we're going to address it. Mr. J, how's it going?
It's going. I wanted to just stop by and say hi to you and my brother over here. So I was trying to listen in on my phone, but for some reason the audio kept going out. It like the audio would go for 30 seconds and then just completely fizzle out. And I'm like, okay, I don't even know what's going on with Discord on my phone. But so I heard that conversation and I wanted to not get in on it, but I wanted to listen to more of it on my computer. But he ran away. So was that the guy that you debated before, Jeff? That's not the particulars guy, is it?
No. That guy's from the The particularized guy's from Australia. Flippy Flap sounded like he's from the UK.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I only caught the tail end of it, and I heard him.
I
trying to-
I suspect, and maybe somebody in the chat can confirm or deny this, but if you know who Flippy, maybe Flippy Flap will say this himself. I suspect he's a fan of Mencius Moldbug. Curtis Yarvin, maybe. If you're a fan of that kind of thing, you just want to go back to a monarchy because monarchies are easier to program, which seems to be Curtis Yarvin's entire point.
What was it? Barney Tearspell. He made a really good argument for why monarchism is like the most right that you can get.
It's like
communism.
It's about it's about the furthest right you can go,
or the furthest left. It's the furthest left that you can, or something. It was the furthest authoritarian that you could go was monarchism.
He made the argument as the furthest right.
Yeah, it was really.
You have one person claiming authority, and then on top of that, the only people that get to keep that authority are his kids.
Yeah, that was kind of funny.
And hello to KCA Randy. Saw you pop into the chat. Good to see you, KCA. Thanks so much for being here today. Make sure I like to say hi.
So since I've missed some of this, may I ask what was that the only interesting conversation you guys have had so far?
No, they've been okay.
Yeah, like nothing too extreme. Had two. There was the first guy was an Eastern Orthodox guy who ran away at the slightest bit of pushback. Because
I didn't think Eastern Orthodox guys were supposed to try to do apologetics or anything like that. I thought that was kind of
you know what? You reminded me of that. I should have asked him, wait a minute, dude, are you baptized? Are you allowed to be doing this for your church?
I don't even think it matters. I don't even think it matters if they're baptized. I think they have to go through something. And I don't even know if with that. I was watching a video the other day. It was Parker Get a Job, and he was talking to some individual on his call-in show, and it was actually a person that had talked with Sam Cedar during one of those Jubilee debates. And I think Dan McClellan actually did a video on it. I think it was the same individual. And this guy was he used that excuse a couple times. Oh, I'm just learning. I'm just getting into Eastern Orthodox, so I can't really get into the apologetics. And at one point in the conversation between him and Parker, he said something about morality is objective because it stems from the nature of God. And then within 2 minutes of the conversation, not even 2 minutes later, Parker asked him a question. He goes, "Oh, I can't even get into the nature of God because, again, I'm just learning about Orthodox Christianity. I'm just getting into Eastern Orthodox or Orthodox Christianity." I'm like, you just made a claim about the nature, about God's nature and morality. I'm like, you hyperactive, inconsistent, chubby son of a bitch.
Oh, I love it when they want to make statements, coherent statements about the nature of God, but then you go to press one of the dealers like, oh well, it's just unknown. We can't know it. It's so above us. Like, wait, hang on a sec. If it's beyond conceptualization, how can you possibly make any statement about this fucking thing? So
well, I mean, with him, it was the church, but basically, it's verboten for him to do so during the early onset into his what do they call it for lack of inception or
do you know how offensive it is for most believers to consider your early journey into your religion is early onset belief.
Yeah, it was really funny, but he did it a couple times, and I'm like, dude, at twice, and it was funny because Parker never even caught it. I'm like, Parker, if you would slow this down just a little bit, because they both, you know how you get somebody, you start talking to somebody and they start talking really fast and then you start talking really fast. Mm-hmm. It's like playing a football game. It's like they're the one playing the passing game to really speed up the tempo of the game. And
neither JL nor I know anything about what that's like. No.
It's like, Parker, you might want to slow down the tempo of this conversation, because at least twice this guy has appealed to God's nature, and then just recently said, oh, I can't actually say anything to God's nature because I'm just learning.
It's my first day.
Parker's a good kid. I like Parker, and I think he's definitely more politics minded than I think he is philosophy minded. So if
Yeah,
it starts getting me, if it starts clipping really, really quick, but I enjoy his stuff. Showing how ignorant people are.
Yeah, I watched the one with Parker Get a Job where he was talking with Pine Creek Doug, and then I did a video on it, and then Jefferson did a video on it, which got way more attention than my video did. Go figure.
It did. Hell, didn't your brother already cover this? Like, yeah.
Yeah, mine wasn't as. I don't think mine was as critical though. Mine was just like, what?
I think we know. I think we know who the sexier brother is.
I
think it's been determined.
Yeah, I'm the evil twin. Evil twins aren't necessarily. Well, I'm the evil twin, but not sexy.
Everyone likes that hot bowl of buttery Jeffy Pop.
Head and beard like an ashtray. Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing that really came out of anything, like the only thing that was like, I guess, somewhat controversial was secular pagan mom and the messenger reveals getting at each other in the freaking the live chat. Which, it's unfortunate that I went back and I was looking at the video to look at the live chat, but because Peter, even though Peter only put him in a 30-minute timeout, the messenger reveals, it deleted like a lot of his shit. So I went back to see like what happened, like what transpired between secular pagan mom and him that kind of got the ball rolling, because it was at a particular point they'd been going for quite a while, and then Peter was like, enough, and he put the messenger reveals in like a 30-minute timeout, and then the messenger reveals never came back. But the messenger reveals actually DM'd me here on Discord, and he's like, I thought we were friends, why did you block me? And I was like, really, dude, are you gonna do that? I didn't
Jay,
block.
sorry to interrupt, Jay, but Camu's back. He wanted to bring up he had a question for us. Do you want to bring it back up before he reverse Camus?
Reverse Camus?
Yeah, because didn't he say when he left before that he had like a, I don't know, like a scenario? I'm
going to bring him back up. I just said we have two brand new names in the deal. I wanted to bring it real quick just to get new faces up on the stage. Hey Jay, before you go, I have a real quick question. That your PFP there, what anime is that from?
Oh, that one. That's how do you pronounce it? Pierre LeFou from Cowboy Bebop.
Oh, okay, cool.
The psycho clown guy from Cowboy Bebop who kicks the shit out of Spike in the. I can't remember what the episode, but it's like out of all the. I mean, I like Cowboy Bebop in general, but that's like my favorite episode. Oh
yeah, I fucking love Cowboy Bebop.
Jay has a real kink for evil clowns.
Hey, I'm right now. I'm actually I'm thinking about collecting the Funko Pop Terrifier ones, but I've never seen the movies.
Oh, you got to. You really need to. You need to start with one. Start with one and go forward.
Because I've got like almost all the Funko Pops for Killer Clowns from Outer Space, but I've never watched the movie.
Oh, blasphemy!
I've never seen the movie, but the characters are so interesting that when the Funko Pops came out, I got them, and then there was the Terrifier movie, and I was like, man, that's a really neat character, and so I was going to get some of the Funko. I think I've got one, but I didn't collect any of the other ones, and then I just kind of stopped collecting, but I've been half tempted to go back and like,
the Terrifier features practical gore effects that even made me kind of go like, what the hell?
Right. Yeah.
Like, why would you put that on camera?
I'm telling you, there's three scenes in one in each movie. There's the bifurcation scene, there's the bedroom scene, and then there's the shower scene. I'm just gonna lay it right there.
Okay.
The bifurcation one is tattooed in my memory.
They just seem very, I don't know. They don't seem very sophisticated.
You'll notice, especially in the first one, you'll notice shots that it feels very much like a student film. Like they're very low budget.
Oh yeah, the first one is super low. Yeah.
Yeah, but the practical effects in that are punching way above the budget of that, because that's what.
yeah, when I saw him, the first thing I was reminded of was like those horrible like Christmas sleigh movies, or like the
That's a
one with
fun movie.
like the horrible turkey that kills the horror turkey from
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving movie. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just kind of reminded me of those kind of movies. So I was just like, eh.
you definitely got to watch it. They get progressively better because they get more money. So
If you,
Oh.
yeah, and if you can, like when you want, I think the first one does have the bifurcation scene.
yeah,
Cook yourself up a bratwurst, and then when that scene happens, just cut it down the middle lengthwise, like a banana split, and then try to finish it before the scene ends. I bet you can't do it.
all right, yep. So I'm gonna bring out got Duck McStuff on deck. So appreciate it, Jay.
See you, Jay.
Yup.
All right, Duck McStuff.
Now I want to watch the Terrifier movies.
Hell yeah. He's got to watch Killer Clowns. That's some classic shit right there.
I thought it was weird. He was telling me he was collecting those. I'm like, have you even seen the movie? I've never heard you talk about it. He's like, no, I probably should. I'm like, yeah, you probably should now.
Duck, you got you muted. Make sure you're not muted.
How are you guys doing?
Doing good. What you got
How are you?
for us today?
Good. Yeah, it was cool. Excited to be up here. I saw some familiar faces on stage, and it's always great listening to you guys. So I had a question. Someone was reposting like an Easter live stream or something of like William Lane Craig and Alex O'Connor. And there was one problem that I couldn't really get my head around, which was William Lane Craig was saying that Christianity could be ascertained through like pragmatism. And so, without like extrapolating, I'm just wondering, like, like the scenario I thought of was like if in the Little Shop of Horrors, let's say we decide we're gonna explore like physics or the universe, and then somehow like the plant from the Little Shop of Horrors or some other hypothetical being is telling us what the universe is like. Does that sort of satisfy those sort of conditions, or like, is that like a pragmatic exploration of truth or anything like that?
I don't think that's what William Lane Craig means. I've heard him talk about this before. I've actually watched some of the like lectures he's given on this, and he gets a little weird. He equates Christianity, or sort of like a sort of pragmatic universal inference to a higher power, with Christianity without explaining the link. Like, I would agree with him that humanity has a shared experience of coming up with ideas about higher powers, and they would have inferred those from things outside their control, like the god of volcanoes, the god of storms, the god of the seas, the god of whatever. You take your natural disaster and attribute it to a personality that is upset with somebody else or upset with you personally, and one could say that there's something. I don't even know if it's really pragmatic, but it's a way for a person to wrap their head around what was at that time the inexplicable. They don't understand the natural world, why it was doing this. What gets harder to account for, and William Lane Craig doesn't explain how you make this jump. It's one thing for people to imagine that there's a personality behind the mountain that's spewing lava on your village every once in a great while. How did you get to the conclusion that if you throw a young maiden into it, that will stop? And if you ask someone like William Lane Craig that, he will be at a loss for words. They can't make that connection. It's like, okay, I understand that that desire to want to think that there is something beyond us that is somehow in control of these things, or is somehow responsible for at least their side effects. But when you start coming up with ways to appease it, worship rituals, don't do this, please do that. Yeah, I would love to see somebody like Frank Turek or William Lane Craig figure out, like, hey, make that make sense for me. Make the connection.
Yeah, that was one of the ones that like I sort of thought of but didn't fully put together. Like if mythology is either present or absent or something, like what is then what are we actually like? Can we define the question that we're asking or the type of knowledge or world we're even looking to ascertain pragmatically or something like that.
There's a belief system in the, I can't remember what group it was with, but it was a tribe in the rainforest, and these missionaries went there, and they'd gotten permission to finally, they basically had been just, they really stayed disconnected from the outside world. When the missionaries went there, they were talking with them, and they're sharing information, and their belief system within the tribe, since they lived in the jungle, they had sort of intuited that everything in the jungle has a spirit. Like there's some kind of force behind everything. When they started sharing that with them, Christianity, their question was, wait, this Jesus is a person? And they're like, well, yes, and he's a god. And they're like, oh, like one of the spirits here, like the frogs or the waters or whatever. Like, well, no, like he was physically here on Earth. Their next question was, did you meet him? And they're like, well, no, he died. And they're like, oh, forget it.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're talking about. Because in their religion, they experienced it all the time. It's a little bit like, what do they call it? Animism or kind of a primitive shamanism. Yeah. So, when somebody presented them with what, William Lane Craig would be like, well, this is, you can just reach this conclusion pragmatically. Like, really? They didn't. I mean, they came up with millions of gods. Like there's a god of leaves, there's a god of bark, there's a god of dirt. And it wasn't really a personality. It was just sort of a vibe.
It would kind of remind what you bring up kind of reminds me. There was a funny moment, and I like historical shows that so I don't know if you've ever seen the show Hell on Wheels, which is about the building of the Transcontinental Railroad. But there's a sequence in there that it's part of a show, so it is fictional, but it's an interesting idea. And the idea was that when Christian missionaries were trying to spread Christianity to the Native Americans, the indigenous Americans that were lived in that area, the idea that when presented with the story of Christ's birth, that Mary was impregnated by God, and Joseph wasn't his biological father, so like this, and that the impulse was to think is like, that Joseph was just an idiot, that Mary got pregnant. They know how babies are made, and that Mary got pregnant, but who's the father? Oh, it's God. And then Joseph was like, oh yeah, I'll just accept that. And so the lady's like, how stupid was Joseph to think, to like let her get away with that? It was kind of like, how silly is this? So
yeah. That's because if I have different cultural norms or something like that, I couldn't even interpret like that story or narrative or the source it came from in the same way. I would be stepping back to have to re-explain that.
Yeah, and I think that like where William Lane Craig starts, I think is a fair enough place to begin, which is like, how do people kind of intuit these, they don't have to be real, but where are these kind of shared conceptions of supernatural entities or powers beyond the real world kind of thing coming from? But to suggest that, when he just uses the word Christianity with like a registered symbol or the trademark next to it, I'm like, well, you can just intuit this. It's just, presuppers do this kind of stuff all the way. You can just assume it. It's as plain as the nose on your face. Like, no, it's not to me. And you as an Eastern Orthodox should not be telling me that, because you have differences with the Catholics.
But those people like William Lane Craig, they can't say anything else, right? They have to, like, William Lane Craig's a philosopher and stuff, but he knows religions had different interpretations, and so he has to always say like the modern argument, but it's always just Christianity. It's not like the history or something like that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that's probably the primary weakness, right? Because he's an apologist in those circumstances. He has to kind of stick with like the sales pitch, and it's actually the probably the weaker place to be.
I think we just came up with something new. It's a new way to write Jesus. JE/S. Do you get it?
Oh, like he's sus.
Sus.
he's a little bit sus.
Yeah.
JE/S. I'm going to remember that for a future thumbnail.
If the Yeah, it's like the part where he was the teacher. That part I get. At what point does he become Superman? Is that before or after he dies? Like I don't understand the story.
All right. Anything else first, Duck? Or do you happen to be a believer, or are you?
No, I'm a former Catholic, so I'll say Happy Easter to everyone here.
Happy Easter.
You know, and all that. Yeah, but yeah, that's it. Cheers.
Awesome.
Thanks,
appreciate it, Duck. Thank you for coming up. All right, and we got one more new face, Chrysalis. Make sure we get the new faces up. I do like that
Hey.
DFP because that's what he's doing.
Well, thank you.
Solidarity with Canada. You guys are really showing your mettle.
Well,
He might, unless you agree with that. Sorry.
he'll show something, all right. I'm sure. Appreciate you guys. I'm not much of a consumer of your guys' content. I've seen JL once or twice, but I've been kicking some things around in my head lately. And for background, I'm currently mostly, I would describe myself as pantheist. So I'm former Protestant. But all these discussions about like truth and logic, morality, all this stuff has kind of got me thinking a little bit, and I'm interested in some of the ideas about like abstraction, especially in terms of like meta logic or meta ethics and whatnot. But I also want to bring up one other idea. If we think about fractals, I think fractals are interesting and beautiful, and I think they have a lot of tie-ins to the ideas of religion. So I've tried to sort of convince a lot of Christians that when they debate religion and holy texts and whatnot, that they're actually dividing themselves further away from God. And how I conceptualize this is they're trying to get to the center of the fractal, and the best they can do is kind of surf the edges on the way back towards the center. And I don't think you can get to the actual center without either faith or like something like a beatific vision. And I don't see how they can not understand that running all of these ideas through their human brain is always going to be fallible.
So I didn't know if Jefferson had anything on that before I dive in, because I have one big thing I want to kind of like drive in there.
Oh, jump in first. Yeah, go ahead.
So when you mentioned that, would you say that faith is a major aspect of your worldview, that reliance on faith or the importance of faith?
Well, I think we all have some sort of faith in something, but especially in terms of religion, there's all these people, and I'm friends with Iconoclast, and I respect his endeavor and the quote unquote rigor that he's done in trying to do like these proofs of God. But it seems to me to be nonsensical. Without faith, what's the point? If God can be proven, then what's the point of religion?
Well, if God could be proven, then that would be, if you could demonstrate that a God exists as a thing, as a concrete thing, independent of minds, then that would obviously give us more information as to like the nature of the universe and the nature of existence. And so we could then go on to ask additional questions, like what is the nature of the thing? What is the intention of the thing? How does the thing do things? Like what is the mechanistic relationship between the universe we observe and the God itself? So establishing the existence of the thing is priority before we start asking questions about how, why, when, or what it's doing. So that's where I come from on that one. And the reason I ask about faith is because, like, I myself have no, dude, I don't have faith in anything. Okay, the way I understand faith, the way faith was defined to me by the religion that I was brought up in, my understanding of it from a biblical sense, my understanding of it from an epistemological sense, in the sense that faith is literally what you invoke when you don't have a rational justification for a belief that you're holding. That you simply hold it as being true with no justification whatsoever. And so, like the belief that the faith that the God exists, you believe it exists, you have faith that it exists, but there's no rational justification for believing that such an entity exists. Now, with pantheism, that's kind of like, if you're talking like in the lines of like Spinoza, like Spinoza's God, or like maybe in the sense of a more physics-minded kind of like Einsteinian version of what God is. But if you're talking like in the Spinoza version, I saw Spinoza's argumentation as being kind of like trying to find a common ground between the perceived extremism of Orthodox and the incoming kind of change in society towards a more progressive ideologies. And so it was kind of like, if we can just agree on this, then we can start approaching things from a more kind of like equal approach, instead of just automatically eschewing people and ostracizing them because they don't believe specifically what we believe, which I think is a natural kind of progression when you see the damage that us versus them mentalities do in society, which is what I think Spinoza was kind of hinting at, even though he never worded it like that. So my idea is that with faith in and of itself, because I've rejected, I don't hold anything on faith, that the positions that I hold are evidence-backed, they are probabilistic, I have probabilistic certitude based upon the evidence. And so in that sense, why would you now, because I see a lot of problems inherent with faith, that faith being emotions backed and not evidence backed, faith can change on a dime, faith can be influenced by external sources without you even realizing it's being influenced. Faith can be placed ostensibly in what you would call the wrong thing, whatever that standard is that you're subjectively setting. So there are a lot of problems with faith. Faith is the reason why like cults pop up and people like burn themselves alive in compounds and people, shit like that. But so I don't know why we would use it as an epistemological, why anybody would think that faith was an epistemological tool, like a tool to getting you towards knowledge. Okay, so I see inherent failures in faith, and so I reject it because it just is blind alleys that ultimately just wind up validating whatever your personal intuitions might be or what you want to be true. So I see that as problematic. So I would say, why would you utilize faith as a tool to get towards truth? Like, why do you feel the need to do that? Or do you think that is something that is necessary?
Yeah, and that's a valid point. Another, unless Jefferson, do you have anything first?
Yeah, I was going to say, I kind of think you mentioned that, you were kind of following Iconoclast. I think I've heard him before, or at least seen him in clips. It sounded like your kind of rejection of some of the proofs that he's trying to do almost kind of feels like a Buddhist rejection of it, because I think like the fractals thing, if I'm not oversimplifying this, it kind of corresponds with like a cosmic as above, so below kind of thing. And there's a sort of, you'd mentioned you're kind of a pantheist, and I think that the idea, if you're kind of rejecting like the proof of God in the form of like argumentation, and instead kind of seeing an appeal to things like fractals, so that kind of thing, that does kind of make me think of kind of a sort of Buddhist, well, certain Buddhist sects would kind of gravitate towards that, a sort of unified, either a consciousness or some kind of, like a unified substrate of reality. It's like the grounding of all things, and the idea of trying to say that you could come up with a verbal proof for it, not only isn't necessary, but would probably be irrelevant or ridiculous. I hope I'm
certainly. As far as proofs go, and this isn't a proof, but something that I find interesting to posit is, if we go with the Trinitarian God, perhaps God is the square root of -1. The Holy Spirit is the set of all complex numbers, and Jesus is 0. I think that's kind of interesting, but we don't have to like really talk about that. In terms of my pantheism, though, I find it difficult to talk about in human language, because I don't really necessarily believe in like a Godhead. But since I believe that everything is God, it's hard for me to describe if God wants anything, because I don't really think God wants anything, because I don't believe in a Godhead. But I do believe that there are there's a certain sense towards desiring unity, and for example, like the heat death of the universe. If we're going towards like an idea of what the heaven or afterlife is, I think that everything becoming nothing is kind of beautiful, and it's sort of a reversal of something coming from nothing. I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling.
No, I
That's all
I think that's it. Yeah, because I heard somebody say this one time, and at least I think I did, or maybe I read this somewhere, but it was something about trying to reconcile the instincts of human beings who run from pain in a universe that is like hurtling towards heat death. But if depending on how you look at that, in certain Eastern, philosophies, the idea of the heat death is the point. Right. It's not, that this, whatever this universe is sort of like an individual, in the same way that an individual, when they die, they kind of return to some kind of whole. The universe in and of itself is sort of a manifestation of that. And when it goes into that next stage, a heat death or whatever, it then kind of rejoins, it's like a water drop that goes back into the ocean kind of thing.
Hmm.
So I thought it was interesting that example could be brought up as an example of like a contradiction between the reality of the universe and our instincts to avoid pain, and then also get turned around to be used like, no, the reason that we have that instinct is because we're actually hurtling towards a conclusion that is ultimately peaceful. So, I mean, yeah, that kind of thought gets a little tricky. And then on top of that, if you're dealing with that in any kind of like Eastern religious thought, there's almost never any kind of conclusion, and they never commit to like a definitive answer. So, there you go. It's
Right.
just something to think about.
All right. I see we got a few people with their hands up. I want to bring Reverse Canvas up real quick because Reverse had that question, and this is a good opportunity. So Reverse, come on up.
Hello again.
There you go, bud. Yeah, I know you had a question, so let's jump on that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to step away for just a moment so I can use the little atheist room. Go ahead and ask it, and Jefferson, I'll hand it to you. I'll be back in just a moment.
All right, shoot. It was specifically something that I thought that JL would have a lot of stuff to say on because it involves pineal gland woo. But how the story goes was I was on a bunch of weed edibles and I was having a panic attack. And I got like this little mullah here that I do, and I was like, oh, I'm going to leave everything up to God and go through my mullah and do my mantra that I do on it. And I got all the way around it. And on the 108th bead, the very last bead on the string, I felt this energy rise up all the way through my spine. And like, I don't know how to describe it any other way as being a Kundalini awakening.
Huh. I'm not sure what that is. I've heard that before.
Oh, really? It's like the subtle energy body, as far as I can tell. Like they say that it's this serpentine energy that starts from your root chakra and goes all the way up, past like your crown chakra. And yeah, and for like 2 months after that, I was first off, I had psychosis, but it felt like my brain was supercharged too. And usually I'm not the best talker, but like I could tell where conversations were going, and I was a lot better at talking. In fact, first time I was on the show, and you were even on here, I was receiving the benefits of it, of just being a much better communicator. but I didn't realize it was kind of a free trial, so it only lasted a couple of months.
Yeah, you got the starter pack.
Mhm.
If you don't mind me asking, what, like you said, you did a bunch of edibles, right? So it was just weed.
Yeah.
Because it almost sounds like the after effects sound like the after effects of DMT.
Yeah. They say that the Kundalini, when it's like going up, and it hits the third eye chakra, the ulti. I think that's what it's called. It releases a bunch of DMT into your brain, or the Ati.
Well,
Yeah.
you're talking about the pineal gland, and the pineal gland at a certain point, it's not like a ton. It's a natural it's a natural producer of DMT. At a certain at certain stages, especially at as the brain is dying. And while we don't fully understand why the pineal gland does that, it is not in the concentration that you get from like ingesting like ayahuasca or peyote or anything like that. So there is that. Go ahead.
Yeah, he claimed he got like a rush of a feeling up his spine, like electricity. But the amount of DMT you get in ayahuasca usually makes somebody panic too. Like they feel like they're about to get hit by a train. But it would be interesting to find out if the combination of whatever your dosage was combined.
It was
with
100. Sorry, 100 milligrams,
oh my
or possibly
God.
200. Yeah. Of edibles.
The heroic dose. Yeah, if you were doing that, the combination of that, because there has been talk I saw it in one journal, and I'm kind of interested if they're studying it more, with the rise of, especially around the pandemic, people getting into mindfulness meditation, the guided meditation apps and stuff. They started noticing that there were people that were hitting it really hard, right? Like if 15 minutes a day is great, well, let's try it, let's try an hour and a half every day. And they were finding people who were actually kind of developing either panic disorders or different, these kinds of dysfunctional stress reactions because of the amount of meditation that they were doing, or at least they thought they were. So they were kind of studying this and doing questionnaires with them. And they, there are some studies that show that there are physiological benefits from doing, most forms of guided meditation or some kind of mindfulness anyway. They do stimulate certain parts of the brain. They actually suspected that whatever type of exercise they were doing was potentially exhausting the output of a part of their brain. And it was actually stressing them out rather than giving them relief. I'm kind of wondering if a combination of whatever you took and then, the ritual that you did, with the beads, you happen to tick something off in your, just trip something in your brain that you continue to feel for, 8-10 weeks afterward.
Yeah, it's weird. I was talking to one dude, and he says that scientifically it has something to do with the third ventricle in your brain. That kind of sounds like BS. Does that sound like BS to you, JL?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of harsh to do like that, but I mean, there's a lot of made up stuff. People are going to come up with various things. If we're talking about the effects of psychotropics on the brain, so.
Well, and in that case, I mean, it's still not really well understood, and especially in the dosages that we get now. And hell, they can't even. I mean, right now, because weed is still a Schedule II, they're not allowed to actually study it for. You can't get grants to study it for potential beneficial effects. Anything that really know about it is, if you want to get funding, you have to basically put the proposal forward as like, hey, what are the potential side effects of this? What about weed secondhand smoke? You can get funding for that, but you can't get this whole thing like, if you swallow a bud a day, does it do anything beneficial for you? You can't frame them that way because it's a Schedule II. Or I'm sorry, Schedule I.
Schedule I,
because it's an illicit drug, so you can't get it for that. If they bump it down to a Schedule II, then the government and different places could start, doing research where they're looking for pros and cons as opposed to just cons. But yeah, with your experience, I mean, I can't even really imagine what that'd be like. I'm a lightweight when it comes to weed. It makes me feel, usually even a mild strain makes me incredibly paranoid. I can definitely vouch for the effects it has on dreams and the way it will make me feel afterward. So yeah.
I can vouch for how much it makes me want Reese's Pieces. That's about all I can vouch for. Although I mean that's just weed. We just
I wish it did that. I get so paranoid I can't eat.
You see, and I get I had one time where I was, because I'm deliberately a lightweight. I only partake in in like really rare circumstances. As kind of like a celebratory thing. So I have a very, very low tolerance, and I myself, as far as like if the concentration is too high, like my mother-in-law, she uses she has her medical marijuana card, and she gifted me some 25 milligram shit, and I was like, this stuff will put me on my ass. The concentrations that are out there right now are just way beyond the pale. I'll take like one hit and I'll just be done. Like I'm just finished.
Yeah.
And so. I've had a green out before. I've greened out, which absolutely sucked. It's a THC induced vertigo, where I just see yeah. So like it hit me so hard that all I could do was lay on the ground, because every time I tried to raise my head, everything started spinning, and I got nauseous. So
that's what that's called.
I call it greening out instead of blacking out or whiting out. You green out because it's weed. So.
Yeah, I've definitely had that. Yeah, that was that sucked.
I've done that, but my experiences with psychotropics, I've done everything. I mean, LSD is a lysergic acid dithalamide has always been my DOC, because it's not so hardcore on my stomach. Ayahuasca, peyote, and stuff. I just some people it just hits differently. But I prefer LSD, and I've had varying experiences. Whether I was doing like one tab or I was doing like 50 hits of liquid. So it just depends upon where you're going with. Yeah, so I've done a lot of acid in my day. So, but nonetheless, I never got. I mean, I had different experiences depending upon what it was cut with, how much I was taking, what was going on beforehand, my experiences during the download period, who was babysitting me at the time, other stuff like that. So I've never given much credence to it. So.
Yeah, fair enough. But like this experience, it was the experience that was the God decider for me. That I felt that energy rise all the way up through my spine and make me go into like a manic kind of psychosis state. But I was also super good at talking. And when we first started talking on the show like a year back, I was still in the middle of that.
Oh, someone just said no way I did that. There's no way you did 50 hits at one time. I did, and actually it was accidental, is what it was. It was not intentional. What happened is that we were at a party, and there was a dropper that was being sent around, and people were doing drops, right? And by the time it got to me, it was really there wasn't much in it. But what happened is that a lot of the liquid had situated in the top of the cap, and then out of boredom, I put the cap in my mouth, and just kind of like, because it was like there's nothing really here, and I started chewing on the cap, and that turned out to be a really bad night. That was it started out okay, but then it got really bad. I mean, I just did stuff like I fell in love with a wall. But by the end of that night, I wanted to dissect parts of myself to see if what I thought was inside was really inside. That was not a good night. I've had bad trips, and I've had really good trips too. So, but that one started good. The luminescent blue caterpillars with pink heads crawling on the walls, those were pretty cool. But the worms everywhere, and then questioning if what I thought was in my arms was really in my arms, and wanting to find out, that was really scary. So, it happens. Well, what happened was, so
Yeah.
it was weird. Someone's asking me about the wall. I got to give. I did not make love to an inanimate object, but what it was it was this. There was a building. There was a gas station nearby where we were, and it was like 10 o'clock at night, and we went over there to get snacks and stuff. And so I really wanted some Reese's Pieces because getting tripping out or doing it always makes me want Reese's Pieces. So I went over there, and along the way there was another building nearby, and the wall itself looked like they were like these big yellow bricks, okay, or maybe like these off orange bricks, okay, and they kind of look the way they were shaped, they kind of look like circus peanuts, okay. It's kind of like what they looked like. Now, if you imagine somebody who was frying eggs as badly as I was, it just looked very, very comfortable. And I wound up like on the wall, like pressed up against it, like whispering to it and stuff, according to my friend, because I have kind of a vague memory of it. But yeah, that was kind of like weird. And so apparently I fell in love with the wall, and then we went and got snacks, and then I saw caterpillars that were really cute, and then everything turned to worms, and then we watched Serial Experiments Lane, and then I wanted to dissect parts of my body to find out if what I thought was in there was really in there. So
RC, what if you were to do that same ritual without dosing? The ritual with the beads, right? The mala that you said. If you were to do that, do you get anything?
I've tried. I feel like tightness around where my crown chakra would be, but without the weeds, I don't feel it. And I've tried it with the weeds again, and the closest thing I've gotten is like I start hearing voices temporarily, and that's no fun. But they talk about this being Kundalini syndrome, where you start hearing voices if you don't raise it properly.
Oh, weird. Okay. Yeah, I find that kind of stuff fascinating. Anything kind of connected with changes in the brain when it comes to. I'm not into psychotropics myself because I am a panicky Kathy. But the effect that like certain kind of mindfulness states can have and altering perception, I'm fascinated with. So
I'd like to see you on acid. I think it would be hilarious.
I think I would also have to be on a beta blocker to keep my heart from exploding out of my chest, because the fear would be real.
It's wild because you get what I call the download period, where basically all the information that you're taking in as you're beginning to metabolize the drug, and then you start incorporating all the stuff like you start incorporating it into your trip. And so you got to be in a really, really chill environment with a really chill babysitter, and have stuff that can kind of keep your attention, because getting lost in your thoughts can get really, really perilous. Just because where your mind can go, because your freaking neurotransmitters are all out of whack. But I can tell you this, no matter how bad or how good your trip is, once you're done and you've been up for like 16 hours straight and you feel like absolute garbage, just jump in the shower, like a burning hot shower, scrub yourself, pass out for 12 hours, you wake up and you feel like $1,000,000. That is the most consistent thing I've ever experienced on this stuff. Is like, you're awake for so long, you feel like when you start coming down, you feel like you just feel gross. You feel like so dirty. You jump in the shower, you scrub yourself clean, then you jump in bed, you pass out for a good half a day, you wake up, you just feel amazing, because it's resetting those neurotransmitters in your brain. And then all of a sudden you just feel like factory reset, like you're fresh out of the box, and it's just the most amazing feeling ever.
Oh, it kind of sounds a little bit like what RC had. I mean,
yeah, that's the only part of it I really dig. Well, okay, so plot holes in my life is 16 hours is awake for so long. 16 hours when you're running around on drugs. That's
when you're
can't stop here. This is Bat Country.
When this is Bat Country and you're falling in love with a wall, and like you're seeing worms on the walls and stuff. 16 hours is a long time, dude. It's all relative.
I thought Plato was like, you tourist.
Because he's talking about insomnia. That's what he's talking about. So.
Oh yeah, in that case, JL, are you going to be okay? I need to get out. If this has been fun, I'd like to stay on longer. But Easter dinner is happening, and I think I'm going to go in there and prep the side dishes.
Okay.
Yeah, and ham going and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm going to see if my help is needed.
But
Yeah, I did not intend for this to turn into like a drug expose into past history, but drugs are
it's all
part of
RC.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
all RC stuff. He brought up his near God experience with weed and meditation, so which I think is fascinating.
Mhm. Yeah, I knew that you'd experienced stuff with the psychedelics before, but I wasn't sure if you even wanted to talk about it on your YouTube show.
No, I mean, I've had experiences with it. I've just never done. I mean, I've never gleaned anything from it because I understand what's happening. I understand the neurochemistry. I understand what the drug does, and so because I understand these things, I know what my brain is doing. So but cool. Yeah, Jefferson, if you got to bounce, that's all good. Appreciate you coming up, bud.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Have a happy Easter if you are so inclined, or happy Lich Day, however it goes. But yeah, in a few hours I will be enjoying some ham. So
Awesome.
take care.
Get after it, bud. Thank you, bud.
Yeah.
But yeah, because I understand these things, I understand what DMT does to the brain. I understand how they what neurotransmitters it affects. I understand what LSD does, and and what psilocybin, stuff like that. Because I understand it, and I understand how the body metabolizes these things, and what their counter effects are. What reuptake inhibitors do, what certain elements like calcium and other stuff like with the effects that they can have on these drugs. So I think because I understand it and I know what my brain is doing, even when I'm high, I can conceptualize these things because you don't lose all freaking reason. There's the idea that you understand it's a trip. Okay, he's like, I know I'm tripping. I know that my brain is in an altered state because I have altered how my brain is metabolizing and how my body's metabolizing things and how my neurotransmitters are functioning. So the way my brain is processing information is atypical. And because I understand that, I know that eventually I'll come down and then I'm good to go. And then then everything will return essentially back to normal, which it has. So
yeah.
So I never put a lot of credence into what I'm experiencing. So when the rug breathes or the walls ripple, okay, or like the black leaks out of my eyes because I stared in a mirror too long, I don't read anything into that. So,
yeah, times when I was on acid, I was completely far gone, but when I was done with it, I definitely understood that it was a trip. But one time, I felt like I had this thing trying to preempt my thoughts. So I was trying to preempt the thoughts that it was preempting, and then it would preempt the thoughts that I was trying to preempt. It was just like a weird trip. And then I thought I thought that the universe was computers, and they were getting hot because you get hot on that. And I called my family and told them what I was doing. And that was not a fun time.
Oh, this is actually good. Chrysalis does bring this up. Mentioned that doing psychotropics recreationally before the age of 25 or so is a bad idea. And that is an important thing, that doing psychotropics does have a physiological effect on the brain and how the brain functions. And because your brain is still developing up till around the age of 25, it's not a set thing, but around that age is when your brain is kind of developed. And doing it before your brain is fully developed can have effects on the way your brain functions. So yeah, it's not recommended that you do these things really, really early. Like, don't do what I did and do these things really early, because I have no idea what, if any, permanent effects it had on my cognition levels. I appear to do okay. I test well. I still recognize information. I can still output information. I still function normally. There's I don't get tracers anymore. I did enough. I had like residual tracers for quite some time, depending upon the lighting environment. But yeah, I definitely recommend that. Not before the age of 25. I would recommend that. That's a smart thing to put out there. So
yeah.
Don't do what I did. Don't do what I did. Do it when you're like 17, 18, 19, 20. Don't do that shit. So.
But do you have any idea what could have happened? I was on the theist helpline, and the only thing that they said was maybe I hypnotized myself with my meditation, and that's why it happened. But that never really rang true with me. But you seem like you have more of a psychology background, so you'd actually have a better idea of what could have happened with like the pineal gland and whatever
Well, understanding what from the psychological aspects, you have to ask yourself, what are you bringing into it? It's like, what baggage are you carrying into it? That's a really, really important thing. It's something that Timothy Leary was really, really big on, was understanding the baggage that an individual is bringing into the experience, because the emotions and the intuitions and everything that you carry around with you that you typically are not, you don't address, those things come to the forefront when you're on psychotropics. And so the things that you already kind of intuit about stuff, especially your emotional things, get drawn into your trip. So that's going to reinforce your experience, because you're going to interpret these things through that, because that's the way your neurotransmitters are working. This is the idea behind how he could treat schizophrenia and other mental disorders and other mental or like emotional disorders by utilizing using guided meditation and psychotropics. The idea that LSD was a way to help alleviate the symptoms and the physiological effects of like schizophrenia and other things that other neurotransmitter maladies. And so the problem is we can't really do that experimentation to the degree that we want to, or the degree that we need to. Okay, so. But from a psychological perspective, if you already have an inclination, if you believe that these things are possible, if you would like them to be true, or if you want them to be true, that will color your experience depending upon what you are experiencing. And because the physical experience, like what's going on in your environment, can either reinforce those intuitions, because you'll lean on them in order to, like, if you get into a panicky experience during the trip goes south, you'll be inclined to lean on those things that give you comfort in order to alleviate the anxiety or the fear or the pain that you experience while you are high. And so that's what becomes problematic, is because you can then interpret things in your trip in that altered state through the lens that these things are good because they give you comfort and they help to alleviate this, so that and then just reinforces the idea that these things are true. That's what's problematic there. Is because what you're bringing in is going to influence, the baggage you carry will influence you. It's also the same ideas behind like ghost stories that I don't know if you're familiar with the narrative trope that the haunted house is haunted by what you bring into the house. Okay, that haunted houses are haunted by their occupants. That the traumas that you bring into the house are what reinforce the idea that the house is haunted. And so it's not there's no ghost. It's what you yourself have brought. So if you yourself are naturally afraid of the dark, and that you interpret things through that lens because you're scared of that, when the house is dark, you will interpret things through that lens, and so you will ascribe them to being like ghosts and shit like that. Okay, it's not the house that's haunted. It's you bringing your trauma. It's you being haunted by your traumas, and then interpreting it as something external of yourself haunting you. When in actuality, it's all you. So that's the important thing to remember. Why psychology is so important from that. From a neurophysiology standpoint, it's just your pineal gland is just a gland in your brain that was once connected to what they call the third eye, but it has connections to in other organisms as to a light receptive organ that helps regulate your circadian rhythm. Exactly. Yeah. Other organisms still have it. Ours is just regressed because we don't need it anymore. So.
Yeah. At that time, right before it, like I was a non-God believer, even though I had God experiences. I just write them off. But the only thing that I could say was a few weeks before that, I asked the universe for something related to Kundalini, but I had no reference to what it was supposed to be like, other than like some vague thing that correlates to what happened.
Yeah,
just weird.
That's just my whole take on it. I think it's with an understanding of the physiology and understanding of what's going on. It kind of provides a grounding so I can separate these things. When people talk about a God experience, like they have an experience of a God, then the question is like, okay, so are we assuming that the God exists in order for you to have an experience of it? Or have you determined that a God exists, that you know that the experience you're having is of a God? Or is it simply an experience that's matching what you would expect from the God that you are assuming exists? That's where it becomes problematic for me. Is like, I had a God experience. Well, what is a God experience? How can you differentiate a God experience from any other profound emotional experience? that you're just ascribing to? Is the experience simply matching what you expect, therefore it's confirmation bias? Or is there a mechanism by which you could differentiate an experience that you think is of a God and an experience that is actually of a God? Because obviously, if the God exists, these are two different things. There's an experience that you think is of a God, but is not really an experience of a God, and there's an experience of a God. This would be denoted by the God having, comporting with the law of identity. That which is God, that which is not God is not God. And so an experience of a God would be distinct from an experience of something that is not God. But what's the mechanism to differentiate between the two? And no such mechanism currently exists, which is why the God that you're experiencing, or the experience that you're having, is being interpreted through the lens of the God that you already assume exists. That's why it matches that. Okay, if you had an experience, like, would you be able to tell me what an experience of Allah would be like? Like, what is an experience of Allah? What is an experience of Buddha, of actual Buddha? What is an experience of Zeus? What is an experience of Ra? Okay, what would an experience be of these things? Can you differentiate them from an experience of the Christian Abrahamic God? No. Okay, because
That's true.
Because there's all kinds of things like geographic bias, cultural bias, and stuff like that goes into how you inform your interpretation. Okay, so like if someone who was born and raised in ancient Egypt has an interpretation of a god, they interpret experience of a god, but that was with the information that they had access to in the society and the culture that they were raised in. You have the one of the society and culture that you were raised in. How do you know you're both not identifying the same thing, but you're both just operating with the same invalid assumptions of your culture? There's no mechanism by which we could differentiate these things. You both could be tapping into something that is actually there. You're just interpreting it completely differently by virtue of the information that you have access to in the society and the culture that you were raised in, because that's what was passed down to you. So this becomes really problematic when you're trying to ascertain the difference between these two things. So, but then you also have to factor in the parsimonious response, the parsimonious answer that doesn't require all these assumptions. I'm simply messing with my brain and I'm having different experiences that are being informed by the information that I have access to, which is the most parsimonious. That the assumption is that without assuming that the God exists, you're having an experience of this because this is what you've been conditioned by the environment that you live in, the environment that you raise in. You've been conditioned to anticipate a particular thing should a God actually exist. If you have that experience because you're expecting the possibility and you happen to have it and it matches it, then right.
I suppose I definitely wasn't expecting anything, and as far as it being related to any God, like, it wasn't related to any experience with God that I'd ever heard in great detail. Like, it was an experience independent of anything that I've ever experienced. It's just like this weird thing. I was hoping that you'd have a bit more insight into it, but I guess it's just going to be this unfalsifiable thing that sounds like goofy woo.
Yeah, I don't give credence to things that, especially in altered states. If I screw with the dopamine and serotonin levels in your brain, the shit that comes out of you as a result of that altered brain state is not going to be reliable, because I've literally altered the way your brain is processing. It's kind of like, if you think about it, the best analogy I can think of is a computer. If you corrupt a hard drive and try to get information off of it, then the information you're going to get out is corrupted because you have altered the way the hard drive functions. So you're going to get gibberish. Okay, even if you could make sense of that gibberish, okay, most of it's going to be corrupted beyond repair. So you're going to have to try and adjust it in order to make sense with what you expect to be there. And so that's why I don't give any credibility. I don't give any credence to it, because there's no mechanism to differentiate. There's no mechanism by which we could say this is a thing that is distinct from this thing over here. You can't separate your bias out of it. There's no mechanism by which you can do that. Because you can't do that, then we can't make a determination as to whether or not it is actually there. That means that the conclusion that you're coming from that it is would obviously be begging the question. So it's not justified. That's my problematic there.
Fair enough. The only thing that I want to say is that it feels like with you, it becomes a bias in itself saying that all this has a naturalistic explanation because God cannot exist. Do you ever feel like that, or you just feel like you're being logical in that way because throughout history a God hasn't really been demonstrated? So why would you believe it when people were trying to demonstrate God?
Well, yeah, I mean, the idea ultimately it comes down to I'm not convinced of this because there's no rational justification to believe it, and then all of the arguments that lead to it are ultimately fallacious and they fall on their faces. But I do understand that human beings have the propensity to try and draw order out of chaos, to try and to see patterns in chaos, type 1 and type 2 errors. I understand that the way our brain operates from a survival perspective, it elicits these kinds of phenomena. And so understanding that, if we understand how the brain works, we understand how our brains have evolved, we understand what human beings do when they perceive, when they're drawing inferences from the world around them, and then we come up with these ideas with these anthropomorphized agents that are the causes behind things that we didn't readily understand in the ancient world. Well, I mean, that's the reason why God concepts today are relegated to meta arguments, okay? Metaphysics. Gods today aren't like the god of the volcano, the god of the thunder, the god of the earth, or whatever like this. That's not really where they are anymore. Like scholars, the god arguments have been relegated to metaphysics. That's the last hiding place because it's completely unfalsifiable. It's all speculation. Okay, because making statements about the God outside of metaphysics is going to get very problematic when you get into things like epistemology. Okay, when people say they know a God exists, well, how do you know it? What is your epistemology? Why is your epistemology broken when you're special pleading for this God as opposed to this God over here? So that's why God has been relegated to metaphysics alone. That is the last bastion because it's all speculation. That's all metaphysics is. It's just speculation. So. Yeah. Well, I do have somebody else with their hand up who hasn't been up, so I want to make sure I get him up. But I appreciate you coming up, dude.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for saying stuff about it. Talk to you later.
You too, bud. Thank you. All right. I did have a new person up with their hand up who's had their hand up for a while. Thank you so much for your patience. Z Manuel. Call you Z. It's like a good spot. Seems like we're winding down a little bit. There are a couple people who made some statements, but they never wanted to come up on stage and talk about what they believe and why. A couple people in my live chat as well. By the way, if you are on my live chat and have something to say about this, the link to the Discord is down in the description. You can come onto the Discord and you can come up on stage and talk because I'd love to hear what you have to say, especially the people that are just shouting at me that Christ is risen like a loaf of bread. Z-Manuel might be AFK, so I'm going to leave that up unless there he is.
Hello? Hello?
How's it going?
Hey. How's it going, man?
Thank you for your patience. Sorry, it took a little while. What do you got for us today?
No worries. Well, I can see that you're an atheist, and I'm a Christian, so happy Easter. Christ is risen. Why are you not a Christian, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm not a Christian because I obviously I don't believe. Well, so specifically not a Christian. Believe. Well, specifically not a Christian because I know that God doesn't exist. That particular God, I don't buy into. I don't buy into that ideology. Because it comes down to the ideology, like religious ideology of Christianity. It's an unnecessary us first them mentality, which does more harm than it does good. So, but I mean, as far as the God goes, just talking about the God claim, the Christian Abrahamic God, by virtue of how it's defined in the theology, it's logically contradictory and therefore it doesn't exist. So there's no rational reason to believe that it does.
Right.
Why do you?
Because obviously I believe that it is, right? But I'm curious, like what you said. You said you were saying something earlier, because like we can get into the intricacies of the theology, and I think that's been rehashed. It's a horse it's a dead horse, right? We don't need to further proceed in giving it beatings. But my point is that what do you mean when you said that it causes more harm than good?
So
the belief.
yeah, so us versus them mentalities, or the tribalistic us versus them mentalities, are one of the things that I see as kind of like a plague on modern society, but it's a remnant of our ancient of how we came up in the world, of how human beings survived. So grouping people together, humans grouping together in groups that are like aligned by a common belief or a common idea, like that, these are great survival tactics when everybody is working together, and survival is like an hourly, daily, weekly thing, because you get people aligned together believing the same thing. They're all working towards a particular goal that they all believe in, and these are great survival mechanisms. But today they don't really work, because the things that challenged us 10,000 years ago or 50,000 or 100,000 years ago don't really apply today. Okay, the biggest threats that we face today are natural disasters, and even then, we've mitigated their effects to a pretty solid degree, because we have advanced warning systems, and we have shelters, and we can protect ourselves from them. So we still get hit with them, but they're not the devastating occurrences that they were 10,000, 50,000. We're not going to have an event unless a super volcano blows up. But even if that happens, it's not going to have the effect of the Toba eruption 70,000 years ago, when it bottlenecked our species. So in that respect, tribalism as an ancient survival mechanism is good, because it keeps people together in groups, survival in numbers. Today, it really doesn't work. Christianity itself, or any religious ideology, whether it be Islam or Judaism or whatever, but these tribalistic notions create an in-group and an out-group dynamic automatically, the believer and the unbeliever. Okay? And then they dictate behaviors, how one individual should gauge, interact with whatever, with the non-believer, the people who do not accept what you are asserting is true. Because Christianity is positing that there is this one particular God, it exists, this is its intention, blah, 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 whatever form the theology takes, you're automatically creating a group of individuals that do believe it, and they get access to a particular system because they believe it. And then you have the out group that does not have access and is considered they're outsiders because they don't accept it for whatever reason. Okay? So you get negative effects in society because of that, because you automatically have the staging for conflict there. Like, for example, here in the United States, because the vast majority of people are believers, then you have no non-believer representation in government. There may be people who don't believe, okay, but have we ever had an atheist president? Have we ever had, atheism precludes that. So that means we're getting less representation of the populace. With less representation, you're going to get an inequality in legislative representation, which is a bad thing, because that means you're having laws that skew towards the in-group with an exclusion to the out-group. These are problematic. Okay, I see those as problematic because we see them warranted. We see them out in the world. So I don't agree with those. I think that they are harmful in the long term, that the ancient tropes that kept us, the ancient things that kept us alive are no longer necessary today. But because we're humans and that's how we evolved, it's hard to let go of those, But ultimately, that's about the ideology and the harm in society that they do, because of those innate us versus them mentalities. But the God itself doesn't exist, so therefore there's no warrant to believe that it does. So I'd have to literally violate logic in order to believe that this thing exists.
Right. Yeah, you said a lot there. So I don't know if to address this holistically or break it down in parts, but is it okay if I also go off uninterrupted for a couple of minutes?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, man. So if I were to distill what you said, right, I don't want to straw man, but if I were to distill what you said, it seems like there's two identifiable elements in your argument. And the first one that I identified is that Christianity makes an exclusive claim on the truth, right? That Christianity affirms itself as the truth, excludes every other form of belief as being false or partially false or whatever. And the second part is that creates a sort of that creates conflict and tension, in contradiction to other.
Yeah, in-group, out.
Yeah, that creates conflict. Yeah, in-group conflict dynamic, exactly. So I guess to me, and you gave an example with atheists not being represented in government, for example. And I guess my main contention is that, like, if it is indeed the case, like, independent of that sort of the natural conflict that is going to be generated from someone, affirming the exclusivity of truth, right, as opposed to like the relativity of truth. Independent of that, I think that is something that is unavoidable, right? Whether you're a naturalist, whether you're a Christian, whether you're a Muslim, whether you're like whatever ideology you're committed to, that is a natural sort of. So I don't think necessarily this is an argument against Christianity, because it would be an argument against every other form of philosophy or religious commitment or philosophical position, right? The second point is
theological, yes, not theological, yes, not philosophical. That's a different.
Well, yeah,
but
like
can of worms.
even. Yeah, well, I would disagree, because I think that philosophies can, like, one can commit himself to the exclusivity of one particular philosophy and be militant about it, and result in also conflict, real world conflict, political, struggle for power and stuff like that. So yeah, that's not so much an argument in Christianity as it is to the idea that, like, it seems like humans naturally have a disposition to commit themselves to one particular form of belief, because they have to make a choice. We're limited, we have a limited time on this earth, and we ultimately have to, like, make a commitment. And I think most of us intuit that this kind of eternal skepticism is untenable, right? That's the first part. The second part is, well, this is going to create conflict, and this is proceeds from the innate doctrines of Christianity. But I would push back on that and sort of flip it on its head. Like, from what I observe, right, and from what I've read, and from my personal experience and anecdote, I used to be an atheist, and from what I observe in like the general trends, in Western civilization, it seems like as people abandon the faith, what I see is actually something much more pernicious than just not having atheists being represented in government, and something much more sinister, which is this kind of abandoning oneself to a form of soft nihilism, right? Like materialism, nihilism, and that is having disastrous effects on the population. And we can sort of like list any sort of relevant, but
you call them disastrous.
What are the more, and I would say one of the more disastrous consequences of this is that people nowadays are dying deaths of this, what I call deaths of despair, but this is also been called by other sociological researchers as people who have no hope and have no sense of essentially abandon any sense of like morality and devolve into total amorality, and that is, I believe, fundamentally caused by this abandoning of Christianity, of the Christian hope that is given to us.
But that's not a result of that's not a result of atheism, though. That's a result of individuals.
I would say.
No. Well, it's a result. I would say no, because that because I'm an atheist, that doesn't exist for me. Okay. The problem is
anecdotal. We're talking about a trend, right?
No. Okay.
That's anecdotal.
Okay, but that's not trends. But that's not evidence for a God necessarily existing. That is evidence that human beings psychologically need structure, and they need control, and they need social groups that validate them. That's for psychological health. Okay, that doesn't mean that God exists. It just means that you can get that from different things. I get that. I get those things from other stuff. I don't need to believe in a God in order to get those stuff. If the vast majority of people who are brought up in religious worlds or religious states, and then they abandon that, but they are never given the opportunity or the opportunities to replace those things with more stable things or other stuff, those things aren't readily available, then they don't have anything else to hang their hat on. So obviously they're going to be left flailing in the wind. That's not the fault of atheism. That's the fault of a system that emphasizes one group over the other. Because
the problem with atheism, especially, but what I would say is that the problem with that is that atheism sort of exclusively rejects the idea that there's anything more to this life than that there's anything more to this life.
No, that's
right?
not what atheism does.
And
No.
it seems like,
No, hang on
well,
a second. Hang on a second. No, that's not what
Yeah.
atheism does. Atheism, you're talking about you're talking about a philosophical position that deals with that is not necessarily
Yeah, but-
entailed by being an atheist.
yeah, but okay, like whenever I speak of atheism or like, I'm not talking about every single atheist position. I'm just talking about what most people would fall onto when I speak of this category.
it's
Like
not even-
most
no,
people
but
who
it's
are
not even-
atheists,
but it's
most
not
people who are atheists don't actually believe in an afterlife. Most people who are atheists don't believe in things like deities, and most people
Right.
who are atheists don't believe in things like ghosts or souls or stuff like that, right? So
but it's not universal,
while
yeah.
it is true that you can be an atheist, but like, I'm talking about most people. It's a colloquial understanding of atheism.
Okay, but
right?
yeah,
It's
we just have to make
it's
sure that
popular.
but yeah, while it is the case that the vast majority of atheists may subscribe to materialism or naturalism or physicalism or moral relativism or whatever,
Yeah.
they're not logically
Yeah.
entailed by being an atheist.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay,
We're
yeah.
talking about right now. We're just talking about
Well, yeah, but that's the whole.
general
But yeah, but that's the
sociological trends and the harms and the
yeah,
potential
yeah,
harms
but
or
Manul,
benefits of a
but that's the
potential sin.
point. That's the point. You can't cite the consequences as being evidence of the position being false, because that's just an appeal to consequences fallacy. Okay.
No, I'm not saying that. And like we're simply arguing. I'm not saying that atheism produces bad results, therefore it's false, or rather, naturalism produces bad results for the human person and for society, therefore it's false. That's not what I'm saying, right? I'm saying that it seems to lend itself to these kinds of results, and in the context of the conversation we're having, which is like, whether on the merits or detriments of a society that is godless, I think that it's pretty evidently clear that whatever harms we can attribute to Christianity, such as well, I don't know, there's not enough atheists in government. They're not putting their oath on I don't know, like the Game of Thrones book series or something. Like those seems to be trivial. Those alleged harms, which I don't consider them harms. Like, why couldn't it be the case that a Christian can represent an atheist constituent? I don't know. Like that's something that remains to be seen. But when it comes to the issue that I brought up, which is a real thing, which is death of despair, and death of despair is one aspect, but also another aspect that is correlated with intrinsic religiosity is things like, they have more stable and cohesive communities. Religious people tend to be less, tend to not be as obese or chronically ill. Religious people tend to, have.
You haven't spent much
have
time in the
like
South. You haven't spent much time in the South, have you?
Well, I don't think the South is actually as religious as they make them up to.
I live in
I think
Oklahoma, which is not technically the South, but I lived in Texas for 30 years, and I spent a lot of time in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, and South Carolina and Florida. So yeah, it is. It really is. And and obesity rates and these kind of these just come down to education. These they literally just
chronic
come down
illness.
to
Well, here's what I'll say. I think that at the very least we can sort of see the general loss of religiosity and intrinsic religiosity being fundamentally opposed to this kind of notion that for example, you have a religious duty to procreate. Like the fertility rates across Western nations have plummeted, and it seems to almost correspond one-to-one with the loss of
but that's a good thing.
Faith in Christ.
But that's a good thing.
That's a terrible thing.
It's a good thing because it's a good thing because less humans are being born into untenable situations, into situations in which their parents can't afford to actually have them.
Yeah,
and so they wind up reinforcing cycles of poverty and social struggle.
Yeah, but that's
a bad thing.
But basically, that's just like suicide with extra steps. Like,
no, it's not.
Society
No, it's not. No, it's not. It puts the onus on the society to reinforce social systems that allow and facilitate people to have children in better situations.
Yeah,
That's all that's
I don't
doing.
know if
The
like
onus
this.
is it's either going to be on the people or it's going to be on the government.
Well,
It's
if we're
one or the
talking
other.
about yeah, well, if we're talking about strictly people aren't having children for economic reasons, that's true. But also there's the like you just conceded, there's the religious element that says, well, have children anyways, regardless of your economic means. And I think that's actually like a sort of a mindset that tends towards fertility and tends towards a society reproducing itself, because like if there's always going to be conditions that are not going to be convenient for people, right? And this sort of lends itself to these kinds of conditions, right, where like the demographic the demography is collapsing, right? Like demographics across the West are collapsing. So and furthermore, like you said, well, social systems that like society should create social systems. I think that prior to, I would argue, the 70s, right, when across Western nations there was this kind of like silent cultural revolution where the it seemed like the function, like it seemed like the government took on the role of the Catholic Church, which like it is the first and foremost a provider of social and charitable services like schools, hospitals, universities, and it seems like the government has sort of adopted this role and function. And so if you want to talk about religiosity or intrinsic religiosity being correlated with giving to charity, well, it's religious people who are the most charitable, right? It's religious people who tend to be the most pro-social, right? And
That doesn't show
widely.
that doesn't show in atheistic countries. And in fact, the statistics bear out from a global perspective that it is non-believers that are the most socially active.
And
that's because
like that completely contradicts everything I know
and
about
because
I know for a fact, and I'm sure you can agree to this. I know for a fact that the largest charitable organization are inherently religious, right? Like Salvation Army, the Catholic Church, like you name it. Like basically, except for like these like mass multinational organizations that are funded by like the UN, with those being the exception. Literally, the largest charitable organization is the Catholic Church. Right?
To get everything back on track, none of this entails that a God actually exists and that atheism is rationally justified.
Yeah.
So
yeah, like I would make the argument that well, it seems like atheism is lends itself towards harm, right? And I think that anything that lends
example.
What we just discussed. What we just discussed. Like,
those are things that you don't. No,
like it seems like
the statistics don't bear that out. Atheistic countries, as we've seen in atheistic countries, as we've seen in Europe. Finland,
what is an atheistic country?
A country in which religion is literally declined to the point of near non-existence.
Well, if you're talking about the Scandinavian countries, like the Nordic countries, well, the only problem with that, like, it's always interesting when like liberals or atheists bring these examples countries, because it's only been up until, I would argue, the 1990s that this has been a phenomenon of like mass secularization. Because before the 1960s, Scandinavian countries have one of the highest rates of church attendance across the Western world.
And now they don't. Yeah, society's changed.
Now they don't. But the problem is these societies that are seen as ideals, exemplars for humanity, they literally proceed. They were created in the ecosystem of one of the most religious societies. Like, obviously, you don't believe that all that wealth and all that charity and all that pro-social organization, you don't believe that it came from nothing, right? It didn't come from a vacuum. It literally came from the accumulation of wealth, and it came from the
hang on a second. It came from the recognition that these things ultimately do more harm, and so they switch to another system. They do more harm than they do good, and so that's why that's why these countries consistently rate higher on happiness indexes year after year after year. Their recidivism rates are some of the lowest in the world, and people live there happily, okay, and they are the most productive. So
I think that
bear
like
this out.
I think that it's obviously false that just like the idea that these countries, the wealth of these countries, just came from nothing. Like, oh, one day they were Christian, and then all of a sudden they started to becoming wealthy and happy and charitable.
No, they recognize
because
that
they
the wealth
abandoned
of they
Christianity.
recognize that the
It's
historical wealth of a country does.
you
They
understand
recognize
that doesn't even make sense.
No, they
You understand that?
recognize no, because the historic wealth of a country has nothing to do with whether or not a God exists. Just because it used to be Christian and now it is not is completely irrelevant. The society itself recognized that the systems of old did more harm than good, and so they changed.
I don't think there was a mass recognition in so much as there was a sort of the media and the government became secular, and because previously as like actually the Church of Norway, Church of Sweden, like the state churches in these countries were intimately involved in the government, and so when there was these secularization governments that sort of attempted to divorce the state and the church, that's really when you had the sort of decline in religiosity. But before then, like I said, it was one of the highest
which is irrelevant.
church attendances. Like, no, but what do you mean? If the discussion is about exemplars, like societies that are exemplars to humanity, obviously it's relevant. How did these societies bring about? What is this? What is the origin story of these societies? Like, what can we say about the sort of causes, right, for that caused them to be like this? And the thing is, when people say that the countries like Denmark allegedly rate the highest on happiness index, I think it's now I can link some studies, but I think there's now sort of some revision to those ideas, because there's this thing called preference falsification, right? Especially when polls, like, when you're conducting a poll on rating people's happiness, obviously this is going to be extremely sort of subjective, and it's going to be like subject to like a lot of confounding variables. And the problem with that is that obviously people can easily falsify their preferences and falsify their true beliefs, and so because it's not very rigidly defined, right? So these countries do tend to sort of put on, well, the people in this country, the citizens of these countries do tend to like outwardly express certain sentiments, but privately held, because as we also know, Finland has one of the highest rates of alcoholism, along with Russia and Norway and Sweden. Highest rates of alcoholism, high rates of suicide.
No, that's irrelevant, because America is one of the most religious countries out there, and we have the highest obesity rate in almost the highest obesity rate in the world.
That is true. But we don't have the highest rates of alcoholism, for example. And I think that's much more correlated with things like like a death of despair or something. I think alcoholism is more correlated to that.
But it doesn't. Demonstrate.
But America,
hang on, Manuel. The problem is that none of this is an argument against atheism. Okay, atheism itself, not being convinced that a God or God exists. That I don't believe in a God or God.
If you want to switch topics, that's fine.
And not switching topics. I'm trying to keep it on track, because all we're talking about are things that you don't like. Okay,
it's all.
Which is just an appeal to consequence fallacies. It's just an appeal to emotion. That's all it is. What I want to talk about.
We're discussing
the rational justification for belief. It's like, why do you believe these things? Do you simply believe them because if you believe it's true, if you believe that a God exists because you think, as you personally interpret, that belief in a God leads to outcomes that you prefer, that's not evidence for a God existing. That's not even a rational justification. That's a pragmatic justification.
But jail. I already said as much, right? Like I agree with you. Like it's not a. It doesn't necessarily entail the existence of my belief and my religion. That is true.
So why do you believe it?
Right, again, like, well, it's because like I remember I said in the beginning, the sort of like abstract theology debates, that's sort of like a dead horse, and I would like to maybe switch gears a little bit, and I'm sure you would like to also discuss other topics, right? So I just put that topic on the table, whether or not atheism is harmful or not. And I believe it is, and it seems like you're not totally disagreeing with the idea, right? It seems like you suggested that, well, that's because people haven't had the time to replace Christianity with another this philosophy,
No, I
right?
disagree
And
with
so
it. No, I disagree with it. That atheism, I disagree completely that atheism is harmful. I'm saying that social systems that are geared towards religiosity, towards religious ideals that put those at the forefront, then because of the us versus them mentalities, then they allow people who are in the out group to fall to the wayside because the support systems that people naturally need psychologically, those support systems don't get the support they need from either the state or the federal government or local communities or whatever. There's less resources for them because all the resources are being allocated towards the in group. The out group gets left to the wayside. And because these people don't have anything, it's kind of like how AA works. Like religious minded AA, the way that works is they replace one addiction with another. Okay. Secular minded AA, where they do not replace one addiction with another, but they address the root of the addiction and they go through it through a secular standpoint, through a secularist or a naturalistic standpoint, where they treat the addiction, not replacing the addiction. Okay. Those have far better success rates and less recidivism where people relapse, less relapse issues than religious ones do. Okay, because ultimately, when people try to fall back on the God in order to not relapse, if the God doesn't show up the way they needed to show up, they ultimately the rate of relapse increases. But if you treat the addiction, you treat the source of the addiction, the root of the addiction, and you apply it through that metric, you get lower rates of relapse because they can rely upon the things that are established in truth instead of relying on a God that may or may not show up. So, or however they're indoctrinated to believe that it does. So in that respect, we see the evidence there, all right? But nonetheless, I'm talking about the us versus them group, the us versus them dynamics that result in people
and
not
I'm talking
having
about
something. That's not a result of
and
atheism.
again,
That's because of religion.
Yeah, but JL, you already conceded that this is not exclusive to Christianity, right? There's always going to be an in group. There's always going to be an out group. If you're committed to a system of philosophy or religion that is exclusive, right? Like if you commit yourself to materialism, that's exclusive. That's an exclusive claim to truth, and is not mutually consistent with. It is mutually exclusive with things like idealism or theism or stuff like that, right? And so that's not a feature of Christianity per se. That's a feature of every philosophy. And if that's your only argument as to why religion is harmful, then you have to apply that to yourself as well. And here's the thing: when we were discussing the harms or virtues of atheism and or Christianity, you seem to not totally disagree with the idea that yes, there are these deaths of despair. Yes, there are these sort of
No, I don't call them deaths of despair at
like
all.
religious.
I don't.
Well, here's the thing. It seems like there seems to be an almost one-to-one correlation between things like death of despair and loss of religiosity and loss of fertility and creativity and not creativity, procreation, like a society replacing itself, right?
I don't see that. Okay, so all I see are changes in society. That's all I see. I don't see these as plagues on society. If people get out of religion and they realize that they can start making decisions for themselves, and so they are more conscious minded when they are having kids, and so they don't have kids when they realize that it's an untenable situation to bring a child into because they can't afford it, and so they are just perpetuating a cycle of struggle. And they decide not to do that. That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. Birth rates may go down, but that means that less people are being born into bad situations. That's a good thing. When people, I support people. If people choose to check out, that's their choice. Okay, I don't personally think it's a solution. I don't think it's a solution to anything.
It lends itself.
I'm not done. I'm not done. I don't think it's a solution, but that's just my subjective take. If they choose to do it, that is their choice, and no one has the right to take that away from them. So that's my stance on that.
No one is saying that they don't have that choice, but it lends itself towards those choices because, like, if you're an atheist, you're going to be more likely to see the world through the perception of your own subjectivity, right? Like your own subjectivity and what maximizes.
That's not how that works at all.
Well, yeah.
No, because
Well,
you being an atheist,
we
not
can
convinced
argue
that
about that.
No, but you being an atheist, not convinced that a god or god exists, therefore you don't believe that they exist, does not logically entail like moral nihilism or metaphysical nihilism or whatever. It doesn't entail these things. There are people who can fall into those. Typically, I find the people that are philosophically ignorant are the ones that fall into particular tropes because of the society around them pushing it upon them that if you don't believe this thing, you must therefore necessarily believe in this thing, which is a false dichotomy. Okay, there are atheists out there that are moral realists. There are atheists out there that are supernaturalists.
Yeah, but we're talking about JL. Be real with me. Like we're
What?
talking about the most famous atheists that have ever
Why
lived.
would I?
Like
Why would I care what
Bertrand Russell, Friedrich Nietzsche, David Hume, like they're notorious for their affirming and their
three
insistence
completely
that
different individuals.
morality
is throughout three completely different individuals
who just so happen to be atheists.
Hang on.
Who just so happen to be
atheists, but three completely different individuals whose personal philosophies were informed by the societies which they grew up in. Okay. Hume was Scottish. No, if you look at where Hume was born and raised in Scotland,
it's not so conspicuous.
You look at where Nietzsche was born and raised at the time in Germany. Okay, so you look at the things that influence them. It's completely, they're wildly different. So the conclusions they're going to come to are going to be wildly different.
So they just so happen to come to the same exact conclusions, and they just so happen to share this particular understanding of atheism and nihilism, and they just so happen to be born in Christian societies.
Nietzsche was a positive nihilist. Hume was not a nihilist.
Yeah,
Bertrand Russell was not a nihilist.
But he was a moral nihilist. Hume, and Bertrand Russell was a form of nihilist.
Last I checked, by my reading, Hume was a moral anti-realist, which is not the same as moral nihilism. He was anti-realist, which is just moral.
I don't. To be honest, I don't differentiate between the two. It's practically.
And Bertrand Russell was a relativist as well. He wasn't a nihilist.
Yeah, relativism, nihilism,
they're not the same.
Potato, man.
No, they're not.
Potato,
no, they're not.
Like fundamentally, they reject the idea that there's that these are real.
No, stop. Moral relativism
man.
Moral nihilism are.
You're just coping, bro. Come on.
Stop. Moral realism and moral nihilism are not the same. Moral nihilism rejects objective moral truths and relativistic moral truths. Moral relativism
is you're getting hung up on like
Manuel, stop.
These are like distinctions without
I'm not done. They're not distinctions without a difference. I'm going to explain the difference to you so that you don't make this mistake again. Moral relativism posits that there are moral facts relative to other reference points, that a thing becomes morally true in reference to something else. It's not objectively true, mind independently true. It is true because of another factor that it is referencing. So it becomes like, for example, in the United States, it is illegal and considered immoral to commit what we call murder, the unjustified killing of another person. Therefore, it is a moral truth that in the United States, you should not murder. Okay? But that doesn't indicate that murder, that doesn't indicate that killing another person, or whether the justification, whatever, is a mind-independent truth. That's different from moral nihilism, which will state that these statements are neither true nor false. Okay? That they are just, they're two different things. Okay, the whole conflation of moral relativism with moral nihilism is a thing that I commonly see theists do to try and like undercut atheism as being ultimately harmful. Moral nihilism isn't even harmful.
Yeah.
Okay. What people can do with it can be harmful.
Well, like I said,
it itself is not inherently harmful.
JL, with all due respect, you pretty much proved my point, right? You're saying that the one just says that there are no true or false statements, right? Like with respect to morality, and the other one just saying, well, it's just dependent on some individual subject, right? But ultimately, ultimately, like we wouldn't say that something like a preference is true or false, right? So it's like I said, if it's merely a preference and it's merely the opinion of someone, we wouldn't also call that it's true or false. It's called relative. So
stop. It is called a relativistic truth. It is relativistically true. That's what moral
No,
relativism
come
is.
on, man.
No,
Come on.
moral relativism is different from moral
Come
subjectivism.
on, bro.
Dude, I went to school for it. I don't know what you did.
Okay,
Moral
okay, bro,
relativism
come
is
on.
different from moral nihilism.
I think I
which is
proved my
different from
point.
moral.
I think
You
I
didn't.
I think I proved my point. I think
You
I proved
didn't.
my
All
point.
you did
And,
was conflate moral nihilism with moral relativism, which is what I see theists doing all the
okay,
time.
bro. Okay, it seems like you can have that if you want, but I think I proved my point, and I think the audience knows it.
Yeah, they know that you conflate. They know that you conflated the
Because
two.
no people are not going to say that like my favorite ice cream is vanilla is like a true statement. If that's all you're saying is the difference, is like someone saying, oh, it's different
not the
because
same.
someone says it's their opinion, and
That's not the
therefore it
same.
can
That's
be
not the
said
same
to
with
be
no,
true or false.
no, because you've simply thrown
It's
out.
like, come on, bro.
Because Manul, you just did it. You just literally just did it with intellectual dishonesty. You just made
Yeah,
two different statements. I prefer vanilla ice cream. Doesn't have an external referent. Relativistically, there is an external
There's no
referent.
vanilla ice creams.
No, that's not the
There's
external
no vanilla
referent.
ice creams in reality.
No, that's
Really?
not. That's not. That is you making a statement about a thing that you prefer. Okay, but there is no external referent in order to
What does that
dictate whether
even
that is
mean,
true or
bro?
false. Okay, so like for example, the external referent in stating that murder is wrong is the society. That's the external referent, the thing that you don't decide. That's the external referent.
What is a society?
The society is the literally the grouping of all the individuals together and deciding upon
So
whatever
it's
framework.
individuals. So it's
No.
just lots of
It's
individuals.
it's the individuals come together and establishing the framework of the society by which everyone who is a part of the society
Right.
agrees
So
to live by.
individuals.
So you've got to let me finish the thought. Stop interrupting because you know you're fucking trapped.
It's fine. It's fine, man.
Okay, so
like I've proven my point.
the
I've proven my
framework is
point. We
established.
can
You
just
haven't
leave it there.
proven and you haven't proven anything. Okay?
I have to get going anyways. I do have to get going, but I did enjoy my discussion with you, and maybe we can pick it up some other time, man, if that's okay.
Well, whenever you come back, I'd love to hear you try and demonstrate that your God exists. So
Sure. That's great, man. All right. Have a good day, man. Cheers.
when they get trapped, they tend to run away. That's what happens. So yeah, I've heard that conflation of moral relativism with moral nihilism more times than I can count. And it gets really, really tiresome. It's motherfuckers, it's big talking heads like, Frank Turek and motherfuckers like that, who will do everything they can to try and undercut the rational justification of atheism by saying that atheism logically entails this particular, philosophical position, and therefore it leads to this particular thing. And these outcomes that we don't particularly like, whatever, that we don't agree with, these are all subjectively determined. And there's no basis. There's no basis behind it, other than what they personally don't like or they personally think is important. So I wanted to get us back to him, justifying why he believes that God exists, which was the whole point of the thing, but that was pretty much it. So nonetheless, well, I think this is a good point. It's about 1:40, about 20 minutes to 2 o'clock, typically where I kind of cut it. I think that was a good discussion. I did see Math Zach. I knew you had your hand up for a moment. I don't know if you still want to come up if you're still listening. I think we got time for one more. Math Zach.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing good. What you got for us today?
Sorry, give me a sec to let me get my speaker thing on real quick.
No problem.
I'm like such a noob at Discord. Why is it? Am I just being stupid? Hold on.
Well, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
You can. I know. I'm trying to put my thing on speaker. I can't hear you at all. Give me.
Oh, okay. Let's see if that works. Good to see you, Andrew O, New UG, Kalam, Dread. Good to see you. Fenton.
Got it. Sorry. There we go.
All right.
Okay.
So what you got for me today?
I don't know. What do you want to talk about? Why do you not believe that he's risen?
Well, because I'm not a Christian. The Abrahamic Christian God does not exist. So there's no rational reason to believe that it does.
Fair enough. What do you mean by Abrahamic God?
So the classic God is put down, like if you're talking about Christianity, if you're talking about the Abrahamic Christian God, it's an Abrahamic God because it sources back to Abraham, but the Christian interpretation of that as opposed to the Judaic interpretation or even the Islamic interpretation of that. So, but that particular God does not exist because it's defined in a logically contradictory way. The same thing goes for the Islamic version and the Judaic version. So that Abrahamic God doesn't exist.
So what are some of the reasons that you've concluded that it is logically contradictory, the existence of this, Christian God?
The primary one is the omniscience attribute that is given forward, and then claiming simultaneously that the God has agency and will or volition, that these things are logically contradictory. An agent that has volition and will can make choices at any given moment. And so it can choose to do A or B or in response to any particular event. But an agent that is omniscient knows all true propositions infallibly, because that's what the God is. Its nature is defined as being perfect, therefore its knowledge is perfect. And because it knows all true propositions, the set of all true propositions includes all of its own actions. It is a true proposition that God will do a thing, therefore it knows that to be true, therefore it cannot do otherwise, because its nature is perfect and therefore it cannot change. So therefore, if it knows everything that it's going to do before it does it, and it knows it infallibly, perfectly, as indicated by its nature, then it cannot do otherwise. Therefore, it cannot have volition. It cannot choose to do a thing because it's already established what it's going to do. Logical contradiction, the God does not exist.
Okay, well then let me ask you a question. Could an all-powerful God restrict their all-powerfulness?
No, because once you add in an omni property, the omni property supersedes anything else, because it would know when it restricts it, and it would know when it gives it back to it. And because it knows all true propositions infallibly, that doesn't go away. Because if the God exists eternally, then it knows eternally all true propositions. So it'll know the true proposition that it restricted itself. It would know the true proposition when it ceased to restrict itself, and all the things that are true while it restricted itself, it would know infallibly before it restricted itself. So,
but wouldn't that mean God's not all powerful? Shouldn't he have the power to restrict himself?
Well, that would be omnipotence if you're talking about all things that are logically possible. But like I said, if it could be omnipotent and not omniscient. So it could restrict itself, and all of a sudden it doesn't have knowledge anymore. But if it's omniscient, it wouldn't be. The omniscience carries over. So,
let me kind of get it at it this way. Would you agree that omniscience is a part of omnipotence, in the sense that you need to have the power to see everything and know everything, correct?
No, these are two different things. One is possession of knowledge, one is capable of logical possibility. One is the action of logical possibility. Because if you simply possess knowledge of all true propositions, that doesn't mean you can do anything with it. If you have the power to do anything that is logically possible, which is what omnipotence is, committing any logically possible action, then that's two different things.
Well, why does it have to be limited to logic? If you're all powerful, can you not go beyond the confines of logic?
No, well, I mean, then you're just getting into incoherence. Can God make a one-ended stick?
Yeah, he could, but would he? Because God, we're coming from the perspective of God's not the author of confusion.
It's not a would. No, if you're saying that it could, it doesn't matter if it ever would. You're saying that it could, so it can make incoherence.
It could, yes. God could be incoherent, right? But we're talking about the perspective of a Christian God not being the author of confusion and all that. So why would God ever do anything illogical?
Well, the way I hold it, the way I've always interpreted it is that the nature of God is that which is logically possible. Because if God itself, when the statement is made that God exists, you're automatically invoking the three laws of logic: the law of identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle. That God is equal to itself and is not equal to that which is not God. So you have the God set and you have the not God set. In order to make coherent statements about the God, like it has a particular attribute, or it wants a particular thing, or it desires a particular thing, or whatever, in order to make these statements, the God itself must be coherent. Otherwise, you're talking about an entity that can both exist and not exist simultaneously.
Right.
Therefore,
so
if logic doesn't apply to it, then how can we make statements? That would be that's where agnosticism comes from. So.
Well, what I would say is that just because logic could not apply to it doesn't mean that logic doesn't apply to it, right? So,
how could it not apply to it? Because then we wouldn't be able to make statements about it ever.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that's why God is incomprehensible and all powerful. You can't make a definitive statement about him other than that.
Well, no, you wouldn't be able to make the statement that it was incomprehensible and all powerful, because if the thing is, if its nature is incomprehensibility, then you're already assigning a comprehensible attribute to it, to an incomprehensible thing. How do you know that you have that attribute right when you're talking about a thing that can't be comprehended?
Because that God made himself comprehensible to me.
But how do you know that? If it's incomprehensible, how do you know that your interpretation of what was being sent to you was coming from the God? By what mechanism were you able to determine that and eliminate your bias?
Well, I just use logic. I just use the basis of logical deduction and like
but that
ex
assumes
nihilo
it exists,
being
right? That assumes it exists and can communicate with you in a comprehensible way.
I'm just assuming the law of identity. I'm assuming that people or I'm sorry, not people. Beings are beings, and like you said, a being that is not another being is self-evidently not another being because law of identity.
Right.
And because we have determined through different philosophies things like concepts are relative to the mind. If we believe concepts to exist beyond the scope of us, we must then therefore assume that there is an eternal mind.
No, that would be begging the question because an eternal mind is not necessary.
But who are you to say it's not? Is what I'm saying. Like, what is the alternative?
No. I'm saying it's not necessary because it could just be relegated upon human minds.
Right, but there's no actual framework for existence, like that actually spells that out as being possible.
Wait, no. Existence itself. I mean, you would ultimately wind up like I do. I take existence as a brute fact. Okay, because that's as far as we can go with it until we discover more information. But to ascribe an intentionality behind it would beg the question of the existence of a thing with intention. So ultimately, you're still begging the question. So yeah, whether I get stuck at the brute fact or not is irrelevant. I know that a lot of people don't like that, and it's not emotionally sufficient for them. But that's as far as we can go parsimoniously.
Well, that's what I would say is that how I would question that. I would say, how do you know that you exist and that you're actually experiencing anything?
So that in and of itself, we're getting back into Descartes. So we can confirm that an experience is being had. That I agree with. We can confirm that. But the question then becomes: I actually subscribe to the Nietzschean kind of like reply to this, in that even the I in the cogito is presupposed. We presuppose that it is the sense of self that is having the experience. So yeah, all of our worldviews are ultimately going to get hung up on one horn of the trilemma. We're going to get stuck there. That's just how it is. The question is, where do you go from there? And I got no problem with that. I just try to keep it as parsimonious as possible, to not multiply my entities unnecessarily and think bottom up instead of top down, because thinking top down is only going to validate what you want to be true. Thinking bottom up is going to be a probabilistic establishment of what is most likely to be true.
Well, okay. So what I would say to that is, based on the evidence I have observed of like let's say I'm Christian, for example, right? I have observed Jesus Christ's behavior as being loving, right? In all the ways that I understand love to be love, and like personally, and how the Bible describes it, right? Like the attributes. So if I have evidence that would suggest that this person who is claiming to be God is accurately representative of that God's nature, would that not be the probabilistic conclusion that Jesus Christ is God?
Are you appealing only to your phenomenology, or are you appealing to the external reality?
I'm appealing to all logic and all external realities.
No, I mean, you can conceptualize these things as true, but you can't present them as evidence if you're only appealing to the phenomenological.
So you think, wait, hold on. So you're saying that Jesus Christ, like, right, and what he did, right? Like how he suffered unnecessarily just for telling people to love one another and that he was God.
Who says it was unnecessary? Where's the objective standard for that?
He didn't have to choose that.
Well, okay, but he knew ostensibly that could be a result of his actions.
Right. So he could have just chosen not to call himself God, and then he doesn't have to worry about getting crucified.
Right. And if the individual that actually existed that inspired the character of Christ that's in the Bible, if that individual was just a heretical cult leader who was a megalomaniac who believed that he knew better than everybody else, and he preached a heretical version of Second Temple Judaism, and he was subsequently tried or subsequently found guilty of sedition and treason and was executed for it, he's just another cult leader. He's just the David Koresh of Iron Age Palestine.
Right, but like I said, his claims are internally consistent with the Bible itself. Well, like it says in Matthew 7:16, you will know them by their fruit.
But the Bible came after, right? So the Bible is reinforcing the things about Christ. So the Bible...
Right, but what I'm saying is that it's a continuation of what the Jewish people at the time already understood to be the Old Testament, and it fit like a puzzle piece. That's the point of it, is that he came to fulfill the whole...
That's because it was written like that. It doesn't get you to a God existing. That simply gets you to a group of believers believed a particular thing, and they meshed it with the with the
Right.
belief system that came before it. That's all they did.
Well, I'm not claiming an absolute truth claim that I know God exists. I actually don't believe you can make an absolute truth claim at all, like anybody ever.
Okay.
So I'm purely coming from the stance of, because I believe that every human belief that have you ever come to has come through faith. I therefore choose to put my faith in God. I mean,
I have no faith in my worldview.
So you don't have faith that the laws of logic operate the way that you conceive them to.
No, I have probabilistic certitude based upon the evidence.
That's faith.
That's not faith. That's confidence. Two different things.
No, but what I'm saying is that if you do not have absolute truth,
confidence is evidence based. I don't need absolute truth. That's Wittgenstein. You don't absolute truth does not have to be absolute to be truth.
it actually does, dude. That's the nature of truth.
No, it doesn't.
Truth is either true or it's not.
This is basic. No. But truth, a thing is either true or false. But that's different from being able.
You just said that truth isn't true, though. So you're making a true statement
I didn't.
about truth.
No, I didn't. Math, Zach. True. A proposition is either
You
true
are.
or false. That is a true dichotomy.
That's a true statement you're making, though. You can't say that.
No, hang on a sec. But we also acknowledge that there is indeterminate. There are propositions that we cannot determine to be true or false, and there is also the methodology by which we determine truth. The problem is that we want to ensure that it is probabilistically true, and that how we do that is the methodology that we employ that allows us to develop explanatory and predictive modeling. Okay, faith is the belief in the thing that is true when you don't have evidence to support it.
That's not at all what faith is. That's not at all what faith is.
Exactly what faith is. I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
That's literally the biblical
No, I'm letting you
understanding.
know as a Christian, you don't know what faith is. Then.
I was
Sorry,
a
you just don't.
Christian. I was a
No,
Christian.
you weren't. Then no, you weren't. Then no, you weren't. If you didn't have faith, you weren't a Christian.
It's literally the book of Hebrews interpretation of what faith is.
No, actually, it's not.
Yes,
Hebrews
it is.
11:1 says faith is in what we hope to see that we cannot understand.
What we hope, not what is known.
Yeah, do you understand what evidence is? And do you understand that we base our beliefs on evidence?
Math. Hope. What you want to be true. What you want
No, that's
to
not
be
what.
true.
That's not what hope means.
Not what is true.
That's not what hope means.
That is what
That's not
hope
what
is.
hope
That
is.
is what hope. You hope for
No,
things
that's
that haven't
that's
occurred
your
yet.
definition. No, you're not using the biblical definition of hope. So you know what? Unless you want to actually go off the original terms.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. No, you're really not. No, you're not.
If you want to get down to the epistemology, if you want to get down to the actual words on this, if you want to like the actual words like pistis and gnosis.
Yeah, I actually do. Because that's how it's read.
So if we're getting down to that, there's a differentiation between pistis and gnosis. The words, these two words themselves have their roots in Proto-Indo-European languages. But the two terms themselves refer to two states of knowledge. The things that you know to be true because they were revealed by the gods, that's gnosis. And the things that you want to be true, hope to be true, desire to be true, or intuit to be true internally. That's pistis. So pistis
gnosis is a myth.
Hang on a sec. But this is the history of the two words. Okay? Gnosis,
I understand.
like gnosis and pistis. Now, gnosis was things that we know to be true external of ourselves because it was understood that these things were true because the gods revealed them to us. Now, we understand that these gods, nowadays, we understand that these gods, they don't exist, okay? That these things were made up. So gnosis, knowledge in and of itself, is that what refers to the things that we can confirm to be true external of our internal experience, that these things are determined to be true, independent of mind and context. Faith.
How do you do that?
Faith, pistis, we do that through explanatory and predictive modeling. That's the methodology that we employ.
How can you be certain that your methodology accounts for all possibilities?
I said probabilistically certain to a degree.
Yeah, that's not an absolute claim of truth. That's faith.
I don't make an no, it's not. It is probabilistic, but it can change depending upon the evidence.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's ever going to be 100% confirmed
That's true,
as
but
being
I don't
true.
claim that I don't claim that it is, and I don't make the absolute truth claim myself because I don't believe that we can make them, or we could even if we had access, like right now, if we had access to objectively true reality, we have no mechanism to literally delineate between our subjective experience of that and the objective reality itself.
That's what I'm saying.
Even
Yeah.
if we had access, we wouldn't be able to determine that we did. So in that case, that means that all statements being made about external reality are going to be probabilistically determined to be true, not absolutely, which means that truth claims are going to be probabilistic. The question is, how do we increase or decrease the probabilistic certitude of a particular claim? We do that through a methodology that improves the probability of a thing.
Improving upon the probability of something does not confer truthhood, and it never will.
It confers a high probability that what you are saying is true about the system.
Right, but you're not hearing what I'm saying. The absolute truth can never be reached. because there is no point at which you can
I don't
ever
even think
reach
that's true. I don't even think that you can make that statement, because that would be an absolute statement that you could never reach it. I say that maybe one day we could.
It's the only self-evidently true statement that nothing can be self-evidently true.
No, because that could change.
Excuse me, don't yell at me. We're having a conversation. Don't yell at me. Excuse me.
That could change in the future. You're saying
Says
that we
who?
can't make. You're saying we can't make.
There's no evidence that it ever will.
You're saying that we can't make absolute statements, yet you just made an absolute statement.
I said that we can only make the absolutely true statement that nothing can be stated as absolutely true other than that statement. That is the truth.
Okay, but no, because that could change.
No, it's unfalsifiably unchangeable.
We could develop a way to access reality in such a way that would allow us to perceive what is objective reality.
Like you just said, we don't know if that will be the case, so we can only ever have faith that that's being done.
No, I don't even have faith that that could be the case. I'm saying it's a logical possibility, so it can't be discounted because it doesn't violate logic.
So how are you not putting your faith in what's logically probable? I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm asking you why that's not the case.
I have probabilistic certitude based upon the evidence.
Okay, well, what if I have probabilistic? Sorry, I didn't hear the other word. But what if I have a problem? Yeah, what if I have that for my belief that Jesus Christ is God?
Fantastic. Then we would examine how you are determining the probability of that thing being true. We would go into your epistemology.
Yes. And what I would say is that God himself, right, in the Bible lays out the characteristics of love, right?
Awesome.
He doesn't
Does that not assume that the God exists first in order to do the things you think it's doing?
Well, okay, if you're going to argue like that, you're not even going to get to the point of being able to talk about things you disagree with.
No,
I mean, you have to grant me the argument if you're even going to entertain it.
I don't need to do an internal critique. All I have to do is say, have you determined that the God exists independent of mind and context to do the things that you think it's doing?
I can't confirm that with absolute certainty, like we just discussed.
Then any conclusion you come from is going to be begging the question.
Well, so is yours.
No, it's not.
That's what I'm saying is you don't have any more of an absolute truth claim than I do.
It isn't, because mine is based upon the evidence.
Well, so is mine. You just don't like the evidence I have.
And the predictive modeling.
Okay, what if I predictively model the concept of love and being an eternal reality? What if I'm modeling that?
When I ask you, by what mechanism are you able to differentiate between an experience that you think that you've been conditioned to come from a God and an actual experience of a God? By what mechanism can you differentiate between those two?
Love.
How you interpret love is also a part of your conditioning.
No, it's not actually, because I knew what the definition was before I ever came to the Bible. I actually knew what love was exactly before I ever thought about Jesus.
Because it was taught to you, right?
No, actually, because I literally grew up non-religious and I was allowed to make my own decisions, bro. You're not going to get a gotcha out of me.
But where did you get your conceptualization of what love was?
From my parents who loved me.
Right, it was taught to you.
Yes, because they got it from somewhere.
So you were conditioned.
So you're saying that love is not anything more than conditioning. You're saying that the concept of appreciating and caring for and supporting another human being is nothing more than a concept that's been programmed.
No,
that's
a
load of shit.
No, so what?
No, that's a load of shit.
No, hang on, Matt. What love is? Love is the term that we give to a set of emotional factors of things that are going on in the brain. Okay,
that's not what the Bible says love is.
Okay, I don't care what the Bible says. There's no rational justification for me to believe it.
Yeah, so if you're just going to deny everything the Bible says off the bat, why am I even talking to you?
Why would I go into the Bible when the God itself cannot even be demonstrated to you? If the God doesn't exist, then the Bible's irrelevant. Demonstrate the God exists. Yeah, you're presuming
he doesn't exist, and you're saying he better prove himself to me. Like, how arrogant.
Demonstrate that the God exists first, then we can get to the theology. Because otherwise, if you're just assuming that the God exists in order for your theology to be true, then your theology is just begging the question.
Okay, well, if you really want to get into ex nihilo and how the first law of thermodynamics combines to necessitate a God, we can. But I mean,
no, because then we're making statements about because then we're making
no. I'm going off your objective framework. You don't get to then say it's probabilistic that God exists.
No, hang on, no, because now you're implying that we can make statements about states of the universe prior to the Big Bang, which we can't.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that if it is true, right, that the Big Bang was the beginning of all matter, we must presume
it wasn't.
Which it was, okay, cool. Which it wasn't. I don't care. We come to one of two conclusions. That one, there is order and explanation and understanding to that, or two, it is random.
What is order?
It is the opposite of chaos. It is the very antithesis and contradiction of chaos.
Hang on a second. What is chaos? Because you're just talking. Because you're just referring to purpose. You think that a system with
no, I'm not talking about purpose. I'm talking about I can sit down on this chair and the order of the molecules in this universe dictates that it holds together and holds my weight.
That's not order. That's structure.
Yes, it is. No, that is order.
No, hang on. No, you're taking.
Oh
order.
no, I see what you're saying. Okay, fair enough. Order.
Okay, so we're simply talking about structures in the universe. Okay,
right.
that's all we're
Structures
talking
necessitate order. Structures necessitate
no.
order.
We derive order from the structures of the universe. But that doesn't mean that they were ordered.
That's an assumption on your part.
That's necessitarian. No, that's necessitarianism versus regulatory theory. Necessitarianism begs the question at its core, whereas regulatory theory does not hold these things to be prescriptive.
What's the question?
The idea is that the whole point is that ultimately you're begging the question at the core of it. That these
What's the question?
The question is, are these things intended?
Are these things intended? I believe that they are.
I see no evidence to say that they are.
Well, I'm showing you evidence in a book written by a guy who sacrificed himself to tell you that he loves you.
It wasn't
saying
written by
otherwise.
Jesus. It wasn't written by Jesus, and you're begging.
It was authored by his closest disciples.
Well, it's authored by people who believed what he was saying. That doesn't mean what he was saying was true.
Yeah, so like I said, you have to take it on faith.
And faith is not a tool for epistemology.
Well, faith is the tool you use to confirm that you're not going to get stabbed by your friend at
that's
night.
That's confidence.
Yeah, you have confidence in your evidence because you have faith in your evidence.
No, it's not faith. I have confidence. The probabilistic certitude is warranted by the evidence, prior experience, predictive modeling, explanatory modeling.
Yeah, that's faith.
Yes, it is logically possible that I could go to bed one night and in the middle of the night, my best friend comes into my room, breaks into my house, and stabs me to death. Sure, that's a logical possibility. And I acknowledge that it could happen. But guess what? I don't have faith that it doesn't. I'm confident that it doesn't, which is why I'm able to sleep at night.
You're saying the word faith without using the word faith. Why do you have such a pejorative? I'm letting you know as a Christian who practices faith,
intellectually dishonest conflation is what that
No,
is.
it's really not. No, it's not.
It absolutely is.
It is absolutely not, and you don't like it. I've been trying to be calm and respectful and get to the bottom of this, but
philosophically, you are incorrect on this.
I don't care what you think philosophically or what the world thinks philosophically. They don't have all the knowledge to know what they're right.
Okay, well, no, from just parsing out the terminology, okay, you're wrong.
I don't care about terminology. It's a mechanism, not a term.
It's not a mechanism. It's a mechanism. Faith is a mechanism for self-validation. You are correct on that.
No, it's not actually. Trust me. If I no, I'm letting you know as someone who's had to have faith when they didn't get validation. And in fact, I had to sacrifice validation to have my faith. So don't speak for me like that. You don't know anything about faith.
But your faith validates your belief that the God exists and intends purposefully for you to exist. That's validation.
No, it's not actually. That's an assumption you're making about my beliefs. That's not why I believe.
Do you believe that God intended for you to exist?
That's a presumption you have to make when God exists.
No, you don't, because the God could exist, and you could just be you could just be a result of natural forces that it put into play. That would be classic theism.
That's not how that works. God is all powerful, and God is all knowing, and God is all loving.
How do you know that without begging the? How do you know that? Okay, can you demonstrate that your God exists independent of mind and context without begging the question?
Can I demonstrate it in what way? With absolute
I just said,
true.
can you demonstrate that the God exists independent of mind and context without begging the question? Is that a thing that you can do?
Can I demonstrate? Let me actually think about that. So, without and then what was the question that would be begged again? I'm sorry, I'm trying to put
assuming
this
that okay. When I say, can you demonstrate that the God exists, and can you do that without begging the question? Meaning that pointing at something as evidence of the God that assumes the God exists for that thing to be evidence of it. Like, for example, if I say, demonstrate that God exists independent of mind and context without begging the question, and then you point to the Bible. For the Bible to be true, the God would have to necessarily exist first. So you're assuming the God exists for the Bible to be true and be evidence of the God, which is circular reasoning. So can you demonstrate that the God exists itself as a thing concretely that we can make coherent statements about without begging the question?
Can I do that? It's possible. It's really hard, but yeah, it is possible. Yes.
Then do it.
But you want me to do it for you right now?
Yes, you should be able to. Give me,
how about
the best way you could do this? Provide me the predictive model that utilizes the information, that utilizes the God variable. Give me a predictive model that makes accurate predictions about the universe using the God information.
Love conquers all. I mean, it's kind of self-evident, isn't it? In everything you've ever seen, ever.
No, it doesn't. Ever.
No, actually, it literally does every single
No,
time.
that's a poetic way of looking at that. Like love can get you through things, but I mean, it's literally just it's literally just talking about cope. Love conquers all. It doesn't. What conquers all?
I'm sorry to hear that
what,
you're so negative
What
about it.
conquers all is higher technology. That's what conquering does.
Yeah, that's a joke. We have the highest technology humanity's ever seen, and we're worse off than we've ever been.
One group with higher technology than the other conquers the one with lesser technology. That's what conquers.
I mean, if you're talking in the absolute power sense, sure, but if love is all powerful, then there you go.
Okay, so that doesn't get you to a God.
Well, if God is love and love is all powerful, cool. Then there you go.
That assumes the God exists to be love. Because you're just
right, but what I'm but that's what I'm saying.
God is
bro.
love. You're just defining it into existence. So no, that's not evidence that it exists.
So what are the evidence that your structures actually exist? The scientific, truisms like first law of thermodynamics, and like what is the actual evidence that these things are true?
We can physically test it, and we can make predictions with it that come true.
I can love people and make them their lives change. I can go out and do that.
Okay, but that's the evidence of the effect of love. That's not the evidence of the effect. That's not the evidence that a God exists.
Right, but God told me in the Bible I can go do that, and it's true. So that's evidence that what he's saying works.
That was a person. No, that was a person who wrote down in a book a phenomenon that is readily understood. You followed it, and you saw the same thing. That doesn't mean a God exists. That means it was written by someone who believes a God exists. That's not evidence that the God exists.
So you're saying that when I believe that God is love, right? And I say, okay, for sake of argument, I am going to grant you that. Now prove to me how God is love and how that works. And I see overwhelming evidence that love itself is able to conquer everything like God. How is that not evidence?
Because it doesn't. If love,
but that's your opinion. I've seen it in mine.
Okay, no,
I've seen it in my life.
Okay, number one, if God was love and love conquers all, then the entire world would be Christian, and it's not. So that
assumes no free will, bro.
So no, it doesn't.
That assumes no free will. Yeah, in order for you to choose to love me, you have to be able to choose not to as well, and that's unfortunately what most of the world has chosen to do.
Okay, regardless, it doesn't demonstrate that it exists. You're just defining it as a thing. You're just defining it into existence.
But you're defining your probabilistic structure of reality, but that's not actually demonstrating anything.
Based upon predictive modeling.
Yeah, it doesn't demonstrate anything.
It does.
It doesn't actually. No, all you're doing is making a logical extrapolation.
A model that makes predictions about reality and elicits new information, a novel testable prediction, that indicates a high degree of truth.
You're not able to make that model. You do not have that model, and you never will have access to that model.
We do operate with those models all the time.
No, you do not. No, you do not. That is a lie.
What do you think orbital mechanics is?
Dude, orbital mechanics is based on the universe that we live in.
Right. Exactly. That's what we have access to. I'm not assuming.
Yeah. So you're assuming that is indicative of the truth of all reality. No, I'm not. I'm not having this argument.
No, Matt. I'm not assuming the existence of anything that I can't demonstrate that I have access to.
Neither am I.
You are. You're assuming that God exists.
Yeah, I can go out and love people and bring God to their life. But I can do that right now.
That shows the efficacy of love, not that your God exists.
Okay, well then you don't know what love is then. You don't understand how it...
I do know what love is. Love is the term that is given to a set of emotional experiences that are a result of phenomenon in the brain. Vasopressin, oxytocin.
That's a purely physical definition, and it doesn't actually hold up.
Yeah, okay, great. Demonstrate something beyond that.
Okay, can I be affectionate to you without being loving, and can I be loving to you without being affectionate?
Yes.
Okay, so that means that
you can have empathy. Because you are capable of empathy.
Okay, I have a better one. Can I be empathetic without being loving?
Yes.
How?
You can empathize with a person because you can feel that you can internalize their emotional experience, but you can
but that's just love.
Hang on. No,
but like you said, that's just love.
No, it's not. That's called empathy. Love factors into other things. I'm talking about the function of your limbic system.
Okay, so
your limbic system, mirror neurons. You see a person that you don't know. You see that person in pain. You see their physical responses. You observe them. You hear them. Okay? You can conceptualize that. You internalize their emotional experience and you internalize it and feel it yourself. That's called empathy. Your limbic system does that. Mirror neurons do that.
Okay. So how is that in any way attached to love?
Because the existence of like vasopressin, oxytocin, and a whole host of other neurotransmitters that exist in the bonding process are not the same. That's an additional process. Empathy can
Love has
lead.
nothing to do with neurons.
It does.
No, it doesn't. That's your
It's
presumption.
part of the bonding process.
No. I'm letting you know in the same way that you're asking me not to make a self-defining argument. You're making a self-defining argument for what love is.
We know what these neurotransmitters do.
No, you don't.
We
Well,
don't know,
okay. The
we don't know-
neurotransmitters, yes.
Okay, so we have access to the neurotransmitters. We know what they do. We can literally create predictive models as to what they do in various increments and in relationship to one another. And we observe these things actually in action during bonding moments like childbirth and child nursing,
Right.
and people falling in love.
Right. So if I can empathize with somebody and it still not be loving,
Right.
what's love?
Like I said, love is the term we give to a set of emotional experiences that we feel in response to particular neurophysiological effects, like the existence of certain neurotransmitters at certain moments.
So what about exercise, for example? I don't ever feel like going out and getting exercise, yet out of love, I take care of my body and I go get exercise.
Well, that's just
That has nothing to do with empathy. It has nothing to do with affection. Okay, so clearly it's not tied to emotion. Love, clearly.
Okay, would you say that the love for yourself is identical as the love that you have for your significant other?
The love that I have for myself, significant other. You mean like I would want things for myself that I would want for my significant other?
No, are you saying that the love you feel for your own personal health is identical to the love that you feel for your significant other? Are they identical things?
Identical, no. Similar,
Right.
yes.
They're not, but you're still categorizing them under the same umbrella. Like I said, love is a term we give to a specific set of mental phenomena.
Yeah, but you're assuming that it doesn't go beyond those mental phenomena and that it's only relegated to
I'm not
the term.
assuming that. I'm not assuming that. I'm only
You are.
referencing that which we have access to. Once you can demonstrate that something beyond that exists, then we can start referencing it. I'm not assuming that it doesn't exist or does exist. I'm simply saying I'm only going to reference what I have access to.
Well, okay, but you're probably not even going to believe me when I say this. I have access to Jesus. I have access to a personal conversation with God.
Demonstrate that you do.
Like right now, like what do you want me to tell my friend?
Give me the
here right now?
mechanism by which you differentiate between your mental phenomena and actually accessing a God.
I test the spirit that I'm talking to. I test the thought.
But
I ask it.
But if you have an expectation, how are you eliminating your bias?
If I have an expectation, how many? Because I'm trying and testing it over thousands and thousands and thousands of times, and I'm actually being willing to say that I'm wrong.
But if you're consistent and you do it and you have an expectation of a result as per your behavior, how are you not just relying upon your confirmation bias? By what mechanism or by what independent mechanism are you eliminating your bias to determine that what you are experiencing is actually a God and not what you expect upon the assumption that a God exists?
Well, because my own presumptions of what I would expect a God to be is that God would just do everything I want him to do, because that's my natural humanistic selfish expectation.
But that's not
Whereas
what you're conditioned to believe about the God.
I've been shown, hold on, I've been shown through love that there are just some things that God asked me to do I really don't want to do, but it's good
How do you
for
know that God
love.
asked you to do them? And it's not just you in your internal monologue having ascribed it to a God doing what you don't want to do because you know you need to do it.
Well, because I'll go out and I'll talk to somebody literally out of pure coincidence who they said to me after the conversation, listen, man, I don't know why you talked to me, but like I really needed to hear this, man. Like I was in a place in my life where I was just depressed and I needed to hear that God has like that kind of stuff, those infinitesimally impossible coincidences, like lightning strike coincidences.
It's not a coincidence. You walked out.
No, yes, it is.
No,
Yes,
no,
it is.
hang on.
It's a
Hang on.
coincidence.
No, Matt, I'll explain this to you. It's actually really, really easy. And it's actually an interesting phenomenon. You are conditioned to believe that Christians behave a specific way. You already assume that God exists and that the God has specific intentions, especially intentions upon your own life. You are conditioned to operate, to behave in a particular way. Whether you agree with it or disagree with it is irrelevant. You try to do your best to behave in that way. Part of that is literally spreading the word and being what you consider to be what you subjectively consider to be a charitable Christian. If you walk out in the world and you walk out in the world and you see a person whose behavior you interpret by way of your empathy to imply that they are in pain or they are struggling or they are suffering through something, and then you approach them because you recognized it, because you internalized it, you then go over and give them all this, happy puppies, rainbows, God shit that you've already been conditioned to do for them.
Happy Puppy Rainbows.
You know,
What Bible did you read, bro? No, I want to know
hang
what
on,
Bible
Matt,
did you
I'm
read.
not done. Then you go up, you spread the word to them, and then you get the feedback that you expected. So no, you took your conditioning that relied upon your natural empathy to then find a target to go and proselytize to. And then
So you don't think that I fail? So you don't think that that method, you don't think that I get in response, fuck you, bro, I don't want to, you don't think that I get genuinely hurt by sticking my neck? Oh, you think this is all just for me? Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
No, I'm saying that you're
No, I'm letting you know. I've had to stick my neck out there for people to help them. So you're just straight up not, this is not true. Like I would never
I'm saying
want to
that
do
you've been
that.
conditioned to behave in a particular way that literally capitalizes on how your empathy works.
That's because I've chosen to align my empathy with love, and I choose to reach out to those who God tells me needs it.
Your interpretation of what love is.
No, God's interpretation. God's interpretation.
No, because you're interpreting it from the Bible, and the Bible is written by people who believe it, but they can't demonstrate that the God exists. So you're literally just hinging your beliefs upon what other people believe.
No, actually, I'm going off my own experiences. My life changed ever since I started loving
You
and
had to
being
be informed as to what the God was and what an experience of the God was. You haven't eliminated your bias.
What are you talking about? What do you think?
Where did you get?
What are you talking about?
Where did you get your concept of God from? Just the conceptualization. Where did you get it from?
All the different gods that I like. When I was starting my faith with God, I looked into every single god. Allah, the Judaistic version of Yahweh, Christian Yahweh, and then even the gods of like Buddhism, Hinduism, Baha faith. I've looked into every single god you can think of. Baha'i, whatever. Okay, don't care.
Okay, so how are you eliminating your bias?
What I did was I said, okay, if a God exists, and yes, obviously that's going to be the presumption that I have, right? Because I am looking for God, okay? I say to myself, what God best exemplifies their own internal consistency, which I believe to be represented in love. And the only solution I ever came to was Jesus. Like it was the only person or the only God or the only entity that was completely and totally internally inconsistent in everything they said and everything they did.
Okay, so Eastern Orthodox.
Wait, say again?
So you're Eastern Orthodox.
What does that mean?
So if you're simply going by that, then you're Eastern Orthodox, right?
Dude, none of the denominations get it right. None of them.
Oh,
so
wait. So you've solved the problem of hermeneutics.
I mean, I haven't solved anything. I mean, God just told me that they all get it wrong. I mean,
how do you know that it was God telling you that?
Because I studied what God's ways were, and I literally just studied it. Like I went down into the tiniest inclinations of his character, and I learned who he was. And I've just seen it exemplified in what I've.
Do you know what the problem? Do you know what the problem of hermeneutics is?
No, go ahead and explain it.
Okay,
Yeah.
So hermeneutics is basically how you interpret the text. Okay.
Okay.
The problem of hermeneutics is that there is no demonstrably objective way to interpret the text of the Bible. That is the reason why the Great Schism occurred, the East-West division occurred. That's why Protestantism exists and all the denominations exist. It's because
what was it called again? I want to look it up real quick.
Hermeneutics.
Hermeneutics. Okay, thank you.
Yes. The problem of hermeneutics is the inability to objectively determine what exactly it is the Bible is saying. What areas are anecdotal? What areas are metaphorical? What areas are historical? What areas are this and that, like that. Every denomination out there, all the 6 major families of Christianity, the oldest one being Eastern Orthodox, then coming the Catholic Church, then coming so on and so forth and blah, 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 blah. So in that respect, no one has solved the problem of hermeneutics. Everyone's got their own take. So what you're saying to me is that you have developed your own denomination that you think is true above all others, which would imply that you have solved the problem of hermeneutics. But if you haven't, then
I guess I have.
So please demonstrate how you did that without begging the question.
Okay. So what I did, right? Well, because obviously when we're looking into these Eastern Orthodox Catholic, I have to presume that there is a quote right way, right? And being that Jesus Christ is God, I would presume that Jesus would be practicing and knowing the right way, correct?
I said without begging the question.
Right, but if we're getting into this whole extrapolation of you don't technically know that God exists, like this is all based on faith. If we can't even get to a point of being able to consider it, then we can't even get to a point of being able to rationally,
is it logically
accept
possible? Is it logically possible that all of this is wrong?
Yeah, sure, it's logically possible. Okay.
There you
Yeah,
go.
sure.
So why? So
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it is.
Is it parsimonious? Is it more parsimonious that all of this is wrong?
I'm sorry. What does the word mean? I'm not. Yeah.
Parsimonious meaning making the least amount of assumptions.
Is it parsimonious to say that it's wrong? No,
Making
not
the least
necessarily.
amount, making the least amount of assumptions.
I also don't think making the least amount of assumptions necessarily leads to the most truthhood. I think that's a correlation causation fallacy.
No, because it increases it increases the number of moving parts in which they could be false. It increases the number of things you have to determine to be true in order for the initial claim to be true.
It increases the probabilistic number, but it never at any point confers to an actual truthhood.
It decreases the probability because there are more things you have to assume to be true for the initial claim to be true.
Okay, then that's kind of what I would say, right? Okay, so let's go off of a very simple Bible verse. God is love, right? And the attributes of love are described as like, infinite forgiveness, you hold no record of wrongs and you love that person. Okay, and now I go to the rest of the Bible and I say, in what instances is this not true? Like, okay, if you're going to presume that God is love and you're going to give me this overlapping presumption, like you said, that has a lot of moving parts. Okay, all I need to do is go to the Old Testament and find one instance of Yahweh just not being loving. And yeah, there you go. I have proof that it's not real and it's internally inconsistent. I have yet to find a single instance in which I have asked the Holy Spirit, hey, what has actually happened here? In which I did not get a perfectly laid out response of why it was loving, why it was done, how it was done, etc., etc., etc.
The problem is that you still don't have a mechanism to eliminate your bias. That what you are accessing is the whole. You can't determine that what you're accessing is the Holy Spirit because you have to assume that the Holy Spirit exists in order to be accessed, and you can't. There's no mechanism by which you could delineate or differentiate what is the Holy Spirit and your own internal monologue and what you expect to hear.
Well, yeah, I guess if you're coming from that perspective, yes, it technically could be all an illusion that I'm telling myself that what I'm hearing is the Holy Spirit when really it's just conferring what my highest degree of love is. But in that same vein, I have been taught things that I know for a fact I did not have access to the knowledge of and that I never could have even conceived of learning otherwise.
You were taught or you were presented options that allowed you to infer things?
No, taught. Well, that's how they usually he usually
right.
teaches
So you inferred things from other things.
Well, okay, so love, right? Like, let's go back to that. Like, God is love. God, right? All the attributes of love. If we find the behavior of God to be consistent with that definition,
like genocide.
Well, let's get into that. Which genocide would you like to talk about?
Genocide of the Amalekites.
The Amalekites. Okay, yeah, they spent about 400 years sacrificing babies, and
why didn't God reveal itself to the Amalekites the same way it did to the Jews?
Oh, he did. Oh, he sent tons of prophets to get them to repent and say, "Hey, this is wrong."
No. But God didn't send prophets to the Jews. God revealed Himself specifically to the Jews.
Right. It's almost like He knew that the Jews would be receptive in a certain way because He's omnipotent and omniscient.
Isn't He the one that made them? Isn't He the one that made them?
Yeah, with free will. So He's gonna make lemonade out of lemons.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
So when it revealed itself to the Jews, it wasn't violating their free will, but revealing itself to the Amalekites in the way that would convince them would be a violation of their free will?
No, not necessarily. What I'm saying is that God knows how people will react in their free will, and He operates in the way that He knows people will react the best, like in the most loving way to cause the least destruction, et cetera, et cetera. So because He knew that the best way to get to the Amalekites was to send prophets, that's what He did.
But here's the problem. It would also know that wouldn't work, and so the genocide would be necessitated in the future. So why didn't it do a different way to avoid the genocide?
But who says the genocide was unavoidable? Who said it was avoidable?
The God did, because nothing dictates to the God that genocide is ever necessary.
Says who?
The God, because it doesn't reference anything external of itself in order to determine anything.
So you're saying that there's no need for God to kill the bad people if He gives people the free will to be bad and they refuse to stop being bad.
No,
that's a logically incoherent statement.
No, okay. Was good? Did God violate Saul's free will in the road to Damascus?
No.
Okay, so
He has never violated free will ever.
If it could do it for Saul, then it could do it for the Amalekites.
But you're just saying like, oh well, God didn't snap Himself and show Himself up like to the baby sacrificers, and that's why He had to kill. Like you're making it out like God's the bad guy here.
Yes, it is.
He killed a bunch of human sacrificers who refused to repent for hundreds of years, bro. I think God's the good guy.
Why were they ever human sacrificers in the first place?
Because they believed that their false gods necessitated human sacrifice.
Obviously, no. Obviously, because they believed that their gods were true, because they were not convinced of the truth of the other God. So
Yeah, but they denied what was.
So why didn't God reveal itself to the Amalekites in a way that they could not argue against it?
He did.
No, he didn't. Because if he
They
did,
argued, and
then the genocide would not have been necessitated.
what do you mean argue against any? Like, you act like people will not deny what's right in front of them. You really act like that. Like, you act like people can, and the Bible says this too. That hold on. No, seriously, I want to tell you.
Wasn't a logical possibility that the Jews could have rejected God?
Was it a logical possibility?
Yeah.
Technically, yes, but God knew that wouldn't happen.
Okay.
He knows what you're going to decide.
That means that God can reveal itself in a way that can elicit a logically possible response. You're saying that it was logically impossible for the Amalekites to ever accept God. The only way that could be logically impossible is if God established the conditions that allowed for that possibility.
Or, and hear me out.
Which means that the
chose,
Amalekites' rejection of him was intentional.
Or hear me out. They just chose to never repent of their sins.
That because of the conditions.
So it's God's fault.
Yes.
It's God's fault. It's God's fault. They're unwilling to admit that what they're doing is wrong. That is the most dishonest shit I have ever heard.
No, if they don't have
that's just the most bullshit thing I have ever fucking heard.
No, if they are denied the information that would convince them of the truth.
They weren't.
But they were, because it didn't convince them.
That's not God's fault.
Of course it is. God's the one that sets the conditions.
No, it's not. They're the ones choosing to be closed-minded.
Okay.
They're the ones choosing to be closed-minded, bro. They're the ones choosing to keep doing what they're doing. God's not making them do anything.
Let's just take this back a little bit. Do you believe that Adam and Eve were in the garden?
I do, but I'm an old Earth creationist, so it could have happened billions of years ago.
So who is it? So what is it that dictated to God that the tree must be in the garden?
Free will.
No, that the tree had to exist in the garden. Who dictated
God.
Okay, why?
Free will.
No, because the humans didn't exist yet. So why would God put the tree that it doesn't want people to eat in reach of people that it would eat it?
Because he's planning on creating people.
Okay, but why?
What do you mean why? Because he wants to create children in his image, and he wants them to love him and him to love them and us to live happily ever after. It's literally that simple, bro.
Okay, so why put the tree in the garden at all?
Because it's not love if it's forced. And if all you live in is a paradise where you don't get to choose to disobey me, that's not love, that's control.
So there's no love in heaven.
That's not true either, because we all choose to follow Jesus and he saves us by his sacrifice, and we are therefore.
But there's no choice. But there's no choice in heaven. So if there's no choice to continue loving God.
That's not necessarily true. Well, who's to say that you can't just have a nice dinner with God in heaven? I mean, seriously, it's just a nice dinner.
But it's eternal, right?
What's the problem with that?
Okay, so I can't choose to reject God once I'm in
Sure
heaven.
you can. Sure you can. Well, if you choose to reject God, you don't go to heaven.
Okay, but once I'm in heaven, what if I discover information? What if I were to live as a Christian and then discover information that I didn't have access to, that if I knew this when I was alive, I would then reject God?
That makes God sound like some manipulator, and that's not God.
It is, because nothing dictated to
Sorry,
the
bro.
God.
You just never heard God.
Nothing dictated to the God that the tree must exist in the garden. Nothing dictated to God that humans must be made a specific way, specifically innocent and manipulatable. Nothing dictated to God that the serpent must have access to the garden. Nothing dictated to God that any of these events must occur. Because the conditions that allowed for the logical possibility exist, and those conditions are dictated as being created by the entity that references nothing external of itself, therefore, the only logical outcome is that these things were intentional.
Okay, so I have a good analogy for you. Let's pretend you have a perfect dad who loves you unconditionally, and he gets everything.
No, you're talking about you.
Stop.
That's a false.
Premise.
It's a false analogy.
It's a false
analogy. It's a false analogy. It is a false analogy because you're saying a human father, and we're talking about God. Stop referencing people when we're talking about God.
I'm saying play around with the metaphor for me. Pretend you're a human who can somehow dictate every. Oh my fucking God. It wouldn't be if you'd entertain the hypothetical, you closed-minded idiot. Seriously, what the fuck's wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm starting to get pissed off now.
If I take my child and I put them in a room and I put a big box of chocolates on the table and I say, don't eat those chocolates. Those are for your mother. Don't eat them. Okay. And then I leave the room. And then I open the back door and I allow my friend to come in, and with the express goal of convincing the kid that it's okay to eat the chocolates.
He ain't his friend.
And then he comes in, the guy does his job, the kid eats the chocolates, then the guy leaves, and then I come back in the room and say, you ate the chocolates, I'm punishing you. That's
Okay, let me
exactly what happened.
No, let me adjust the analogy to what actually happened. I'll go with your analogy, but here's what actually happened, okay? You put your son in a room, right? You say it's filled with chocolates, right? All around, right? You say to your son, okay, listen, you can have any of these, but please don't take your mother's chocolates or you will be punished for it. The like you said, Satan comes in and he says, like,
you let him in. You let him
hold
in.
on. Well, yes, God did let Satan into the garden. Yes, he did. Yes, no, but that's not actually
knowing
evil
full
of him to
well,
do.
knowing full well that it made Adam made the child completely manipulatable and innocent and capable of being manipulated.
What do you mean manipulatable? Like as if they didn't have a choice.
They were innocent and they could be manipulated if they had been capable.
Anybody can be manipulated, buddy.
No, well, it depends because no,
it doesn't.
Because there are people that can't manipulate me.
That's a joke, bro. That's actually a joke.
So in that respect,
you're getting emotional over me. I'm
not
manipulating you right now.
in this respect. I'm telling you that God.
No, you're getting emotional and heightened and upset, and I'm letting you know.
The parameters of Adam and Eve allowed for the manipulation of them to be a logical possibility. God could have made them in a way that they could not be manipulated.
Yes, and he could have not given them free will either, but here we are.
Who dictates to God that things must have free will?
God.
Who dictates to God that it must necessarily be that way?
No one. God decided it was that way.
Here's the problem. What you're doing is you are back mapping your own interpretation of free will onto the God. Nothing dictates to the God.
It wasn't my interpretation, bro.
Nothing dictates to the God that anything must have free will. Your interpretation that free will must be necessary for love to be given is because you can conceptualize what it would be like to not have free will.
Incorrect. You can't do that. It's not possible to conceive. No, it's actually not possible.
You'd be a robot.
Yeah, and you can't conceive what that's like because you've always had free will.
hang on.
I'm letting you know you can't do that.
Yes,
you are not capable of it.
Yes, you can.
No, you're not.
Yes,
no, you're
you
not.
can because you can conceptualize what it would be like to have all choice removed from you.
No, you cannot. You are not.
Math. You can conceptualize what it would be like to have no choice.
No, you cannot.
The idea of having no choice,
arrogance.
The idea of having no choice is anathema to your existence. You would not like that. Okay, but if you were
you're not,
agent,
you're one
Matt,
to say that my likes are based on choice.
I'm not done. But if you yourself, Matt, were made to be an agent that only ever loved, if that was what you were made to be, the idea of free will would never enter your mind. It's not a problem because you have no conceptualization of it. You are simply made to love God. That's it. You were made to love it. There's no choice in the matter because that's what you were made to do.
That's not love.
By whose definition? By God?
Yeah.
What dictates
to God? He is love, bro.
Hang on. What dictates to God what love must necessarily be?
Nothing. God is love.
You are backmapping your
God is love.
No,
God's essence is what dictates it.
You are backmapping your conceptualization of what love is onto God.
No, it's the other way around. I'm mapping his beliefs onto mine.
Because you're assuming that God exists.
Like I said, bro, we can get into this extrapolation of you don't know that you're not a simulated program.
The other way you're begging the question. The other one way is more parsimonious and actually comports with the evidence. The other way is begging the question.
No, it's not actually.
Yes, it is. You beg the question.
You have to beg the question of how the universe exists.
No, I don't.
How does the universe exist? Yeah, no, you're making a claim. No, you're making a claim that the universe exists without God. Prove it. Prove that it's possible.
I have access to the universe. The universe exists. I have no access to a God. I have to assume it exists.
You do not have access to the universe.
Yes,
that is a lie.
I'm in the universe.
You do not have access to every. No, I'm letting you know. You are not at every place, every time, and every space. You do not have access.
I don't need to be. No, well, Matt. By that rationale, we could never convict anyone of murder unless we physically stood there and watched it ourselves.
It's almost like we have to take it on faith, the people at the trial.
No, we don't. We take it on the evidence.
Which is what faith is based on.
No, it's not.
It is, dude, and you're just getting upset because you know it.
No,
Like,
it's not. You are conflating confidence with faith, just like the previous guy did.
no, actually, that's what you have confidence in, your faith.
No, I don't have faith in anything
Yeah.
at all. Zero.
Yes, you do. Yes, you
No,
do.
I don't.
You can lie to yourself all you
I'm not
want, bro,
lying
but I
to
don't really care.
myself. I'm not.
You are. You're getting angry
That's
as you're
a-
saying this.
I'm not even
It's
angry.
indicative.
I'm
if you
trying
were
not
truly,
I'm not angry. I'm trying not to laugh because you're making
Yeah.
statements about my
Oh,
mind.
so you're
because
so you resort to bullying.
You're making statements about
Bullying.
my mind as if you have special access to it, which is fucking hilarious.
Well, I do.
You don't.
Actually. See, look how angry you are. See, I
Okay,
can
hey,
literally see
you
your
have spe-
soul
you have-
getting
you-
angry
you
right
have-
now.
You have special access to my mind. Tell me what the JL in my name stands for.
The JL, I don't fucking know.
Because you don't have special access to my fucking mind.
Yeah, okay, bro. Because
There
I
you
can't
go.
read some of your soul and your emotion. That means I have
So,
no
I'm
access.
sorry,
Okay, bro.
But ultimately, you're
Okay,
begging the
bro.
question. There's no rational justification. You're backmapping your own intuitions onto the God thing because that's what you've been conditioned to do.
That's what you're doing with your scientific conclusions.
No,
You're
I'm not.
backmapping
Because
your
I have
presumptions that they're
because
true.
I have predictive modeling. Sorry.
So do I. So do
No,
I.
you don't.
I have a predictive model for love. Yes, I do.
No, you don't, because your
Yes,
interpretation
I do,
of what,
and
your
yes, I
interpretation
do,
of
and you don't get to lie
because
on me
your
like that.
interpretation of what love is entirely subjective to you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
That's a lie. It's a complete lie, and I'm
It's
not,
not.
literally entertaining. I'm not entertaining this anymore. Honestly,
Because
this is just
you know
you
you're
keep calling.
fucking trapped.
No, I'm actually willing to discuss it with you when you're willing to be open-minded.
I am.
But you're not.
I'm
No, you're not. You're playing
I'm
this game where
pointing
you're
out
acting open-minded, but you're really not.
Math.
You're playing this game.
If you can demonstrate that your God exists independent of mind and context without begging the question, you will have my undivided fucking attention. Until you can do that, you
What would that
have
look like?
nothing.
What would that look like for you?
A predictive model that makes better and more accurate predictions about reality utilizing the God information.
Okay, what would that look like?
A predictive model, something that makes better predictions. Make a prediction about
Okay.
reality itself that can be independently confirmed using the
Independently
God.
of what?
This is a part of the process, dude. Our methodology.
You're not getting it, are you? I'm literally breaking down how your process is illogical.
It's not illogical. It's called.
I'm just I'm questioning it, and you can't substantiate it.
What can't substantiate what?
You can't substantiate that your claims have no little claim, have no more claim to truth than mine do.
They do. They're probabilistically true to a degree that it would warrant certitude. Sigma.
Oh yeah,
phi.
me too. Me too. Me too.
It's called 5 sigma, dude. Look it up.
No, I'm letting you know, like love and how that works and how that has been shown
It's
to work
your
in every
subjective
instance of all of
interpretation
human
what love-
history.
It's your
That
subjective
proves it.
interpretation of what love is.
No, it's the Bible who is inspired by God.
No, you're begging the question again.
Look, at the end of the day, you have to assume you're getting the truth, okay, from your probabilistic claims.
Well, no,
and at the end of the day, that's fine. I don't vilify you for that. But what I do vilify you for is acting as if Christians don't have just as much a right to do that themselves.
No. No, I'm saying you can operate how you want to operate. I'm saying that your conclusions are unjustified. You have no rational justification. I do.
Yeah, and that's a lie. That's a lie
You
that I
don't,
reject.
because all you're appealing to is your fucking
No.
phenomenology.
No, actually, no, I'm not. I'm appealing to something that goes
Great.
beyond
If you're
emotion,
not,
beyond
no,
feeling,
that's
beyond
your
reality itself.
phenomenology. That's your phenomenology.
That's not phenomenon.
Do you know what phenomenology is?
You're appealing to something beyond the Big Bang Theory. That's phenomenology, as far as you're concerned.
No. You're appealing to.
No, that's actually just fits the same logic that you're using.
They're fucking concepts in your head.
Yeah, the Big Bang Theory is a concept,
That's
bro.
phenomenology. They're fucking concepts you can't demonstrate to be the case.
So I can't demonstrate that love. Well, I mean, you're making it the
You
case.
can't demonstrate
I
that your
reach
God
you.
exists beyond abstracta.
You can't. What?
Do you know what? Do you know the difference between concrete and abstract?
You can't demonstrate anything concretely.
Yes, we can.
No, you can't.
To a probabilistic degree that warrants certitude.
That's not absolute. Probabilistic and
Doesn't
absolute
have
are
to be
antonyms.
absolute.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
You don't have. Yes, it does, dude.
No,
and
it
I'm
doesn't.
literally not doing this anymore.
It
All
doesn't.
right, whatever.
This is basic. This is basic Wittgenstein, dude. Maybe you need to.
Yeah, basic.
maybe
Whatever stupid
it's
philosopher told you
analytical
that they're right.
It's not a stupid philosopher. You may want to read up on this stuff.
Yeah, I don't care. Okay,
That's
I
the
know what
point. That's the
logic
point.
is because
That's
I
the
knew
point. No,
logic before
that's
I
the
ever talked to you.
point. You don't care about what is true. You care about what you want.
No, that's you.
to
That's
be
you.
true.
You care about being right. I care
No,
about what's real.
I care
I
about
care
what's
about what's
true.
tangible and what's real.
I care about what's true.
No, you
Your
don't.
God is- your
No, you
God is
don't.
not tangible.
You don't care in the least bit about what's true. You don't care
Your
in
God
the
is
least
not
bit.
tangible. You
You
beg the
care about
question of
putting
its
people
existence.
down. You care about
I haven't
condescending them,
put
and
you
you care
down
about.
one time.
Yeah, you have literally been doing that from the start,
I've
dude.
not.
Shut
I've been
up.
undercutting.
No, like
your-
literally, just
I've
shut
been
up with that shit.
undercutting your reasoning because your
No, you've been
reasoning
talking
is-
to me in a demeaning, condescending, and honestly, elitist manner.
I've been undercutting your reasoning.
No, you're not. You're
by
getting
showing that it is
confrontational. You're getting hostile,
unsounded.
and I can tell it's literally, dude. I'm not getting hostile with you unless you're overtly
have.
getting hostile with me.
You have. I'm trying not to laugh. Is the point?
Yeah, because you're a condescending bully who
No,
only wants to
because
prove themselves to be right so that they can be the right one. You don't care about the truth.
You're only demonstrating your lack of acumen in this conversation. That's all you're doing. And it's
So because
funny
you
to
have
me
more
because when
logical
I,
relay
because it's funny
of
to me,
information than
and
I
that's-
do,
and
you're
that's
right.
funny to me.
That's not how that
because,
works.
and that's funny to me because when I try to explain, you cut me off. I'm
No, I
trying to
didn't.
explain
I've
how
let you
we
talk.
get to these things. Okay.
And you have not explained in any way that how you get to absolute truth. You have never explained that once.
I never claimed that we did. I don't even think that we can.
Yes, you did. You are claiming that you can derive absolute truth from probabilistic claims.
No, I never said that. Those words never
Yes, you
came out
did.
of my mouth.
That is the premise of the argument you are
it
making.
is not.
Yes, it is.
No, I've never said that.
Then you don't have any more claim than I do.
From the very beginning.
Because yours.
No, we're talking about determining probability of truth. That's what we've always been talking about. You make a claim that you can't rationally justify making.
How?
Because you can't demonstrate that your God exists, independent of mind and context. It is
So it has to be
abstracted for
demonstrated
you.
to you to be real.
Yes. In order to make statements about it, yes.
Yeah, that's egotistical, bro.
It's not egotistical.
Yes, it
It's
is.
me not wanting to
Yes, it
assume. No,
is. My
it's
God,
me
you're
not
fucking
wanting to
dumb.
make. It's me not wanting to make unnecessary assumptions about reality that could lead me to false conclusions.
Who says they're unnecessary? I'm asking you
Because
the
I
same
don't
question you
need
asked
to
me.
assume-
Who says they're
because
unnecessary?
I do because I don't need to assume a God exists.
Oh, so
for me to
you
assume
know
anything.
everything. You know what's true.
I
Like, you
never
just
said
know.
that either.
That's the presumption you're coming from.
I'm not. It's not.
You can act like it's not, but it is.
Okay, it's not necessary to appeal to a God for any of the truth claims that are theories and laws and principles established about reality. We don't need to
Yes,
appeal
it
to
is.
a God for any of them.
It is.
No,
you
it's
actually
not.
do. You actually do.
No, you don't.
You don't have a
Jump that
you don't have a
gap.
basis for objective truth if there's not something
We
objectively
don't
true.
assume that there is one.
You need to in order to make your
No,
claim.
you don't.
Yeah, you do. Yeah,
No,
you
as
do
long
actually.
as
You need to
acknowledge-
claim
as long as
absolute
you-
truthhood in order, to have the source.
You don't. As long as you establish that a truth claim is probabilistic in nature and can potentially change in the future, warranted given more information, but it is determined to be true probabilistically to a degree that doubt would be unwarranted unless the evidence is presented.
Yeah, God is love, and the evidence supports it.
Which begs the question.
But the evidence supports it.
No,
there's
it
no
begs the
question to be had.
It begs
No,
the
no,
question-
no. There's
it
no
begs the
question to
question
be
that
had. The evidence
begs
supports
the-
it.
It begs
Period.
no, it doesn't. You're defining it.
No,
into
it
existence.
period. No, you don't like the evidence. It doesn't matter.
It's not
It has-
evidence because you're defining it into existence. That's
That's
not
what you're.
evidence.
But that's what you're doing. You're defining
what
your
am I defining
claim
it-
of
what am I defining?
probabilisticness. You are defining your claim of being probabilistic as being indicative
No.
of absolute truth.
Yeah, no, it's not indicative of absolute truth. It's indicative of what is likely to be true. That's what predictive modeling does.
So that's what I'm saying is that you don't have any way to reach truthhood because your probabilistic claims.
We don't currently have a way to get to absolute truth. I posit that we don't currently have a way to do that. Therefore, currently, right now, all statements made about reality are probabilistically true. The question is, how probabilistically true are they? That's where the methodology comes in. I'm not stating that it is absolutely true that we will never have it. I'm not stating that it's absolutely true that we will have it one day. I'm saying
So
that
how
right now, the
Okay.
probability, these things are probabilistic. That's it.
So how probabilistic is it that the person Jesus Christ was the literal physical representation of what we would call love? Like what evidence would show you otherwise?
Like the incarnation of love. That's just,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
silly.
Like think
That's
about
silly.
love, right? Like how you think of love, right? Like if I see you scrape your knee and I want to help you, or like you're being lazy and I say, hey man, you got to get off your shit. Like imagine a human being who embodied that. The evidence suggests that that's Jesus Christ.
So, like telling people to like castrate themselves, to leave their families, that these are things of love, right?
Castrate themselves? Like
Yes.
quote the verse.
The one it's in Matthew. The one about eunuchs That the eunuchs are able to love him more freely because they are not distracted by sexual impulse because they've removed their genitals? Or how about
those who have sexual
abandoning your families in order to love him fully?
Well, we're gonna have to take these one at a time, and you're gonna have to drop
It doesn't
the
matter.
pejorative
The Bible is
connotation.
irrelevant because you're
Well, no,
making
it's totally
claims
relevant. We can go through it. You just don't like the evidence.
You're making claims. It's not evidence. It's all
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
evidence.
All it is stories in a book. That's all it is.
That's still evidence, bro.
No, it's not. It's evidence of people that believed these things, that they wrote them down.
Okay, cool. They died for that belief.
It doesn't matter. People die for beliefs all the time.
They don't take willingly gruesome and horrific deaths
Sure
for them.
they do. The Branch Davidians.
No, they don't.
The Branch
Name one other instance.
The Branch Davidians.
No, they didn't.
Jamestown.
They did not do any such thing.
Wait,
that is a lie. David Koresh did not do any such thing with them. What are you talking about?
They burned to death.
Okay, that was the government, not David Koresh. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
They refused to leave.
Yeah, because the government was fucking imposing themselves on the fucking ATF.
It doesn't matter if they had the conviction.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
Because if they had the
none of your business. It's his compound.
Because if they had the conviction of their beliefs, they could have just walked out knowing that what they knew is true, and the government doesn't matter.
You're funny, bro. You're funny.
Sorry,
as if they didn't know they'd get lit up. You're funny, as if they didn't know they'd get lit up the moment they walked out.
I lived in Texas when that was going on. I watched it happening. They were given ample opportunity to walk out with their hands up.
No, they were not. They
Yes, they
fired literal bullets into the door before they even said they were there. You're a liar. You're a straight liar.
You're saying that there were no ceasefires during that standoff.
No, there were a couple ceasefires in which they were tactically trying to get them to come out so they could just destroy them and kill them. Yeah,
they wouldn't destroy them and kill them. They would have arrested them because they broke the law.
Yeah, I know that's what they said. That's what the government said.
So
but that's not what
conspiratorial
they
thing.
did.
We're appealing to conspiracy now.
No, it's not about conspiracy. It's the fact that the government destroyed 25 children.
No,
25 innocent children. They bulldozed
the government
them.
didn't destroy
I'm just
them.
letting you know they bulldozed the building.
The government didn't destroy them. They kept the kids from leaving.
No, they did not.
That was their choice.
That is a lie.
People go to the deaths all the time. Jamestown.
No, you're just okay. Cool. That's a pill that they didn't realize was going to be cyanide.
Heaven's Gate. They all
Okay, that's
castrated
not
themselves before
that's not dying on a cross, bro. That's not going a life. That's not going a lifetime of. You're not getting the substantiation of a person's claim.
This is just an appeal to emotion. This is all.
No. I'm letting you know. Like, no, it's not about appeal to emotion. It's appeal to a person's willingness to die for what they believe in.
People are willing to die for beliefs.
Right. So what I'm saying is that a sane person,
it doesn't logically entail that the beliefs are true.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that a person's willingness to go through things that are unnecessary does have evidence for being an indication of that thing being true. It's not clear cut.
Not at all.
It's not clear cut.
It's a non sequitur.
No, it's not actually. No, it's not.
It is. There is.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
The extremity of the belief does not logically entail in any way or even imply that what
I didn't say
believed in
extremity
is true. Okay.
So you're saying no, I'm not talking about extremity. I'm talking about a person who is willingly dying on a cross because they are refused to say that Jesus isn't God. That is different than a person running themselves into a building with a bomb.
They're cult
okay?
members. They're cult members. They're cult. It's a cult.
No, you're not getting. Well, what are you not understanding about? There's a fundamental difference between a person who willingly sacrifices the. No. You're not getting
cult.
Yeah, you're not getting what I'm saying, are you?
I am getting what you're saying. It's a fucking
no. You're not
cult.
getting what I'm saying.
These are cult members. They are cultists.
So you think that people only do that to affirm what? The cults?
No, because they believe it. So they do it
No,
because they believe it. The same reason people get into fucking planes and fly them into buildings because they fucking believe it.
So you're saying at no point did those people on the cross say to themselves, wow, I fucked up, man. Jesus isn't God. Please just let me down. You're saying at no point did they do that.
If they legitimately believed that they were going to get her, that whatever was going to happen in the afterlife was coming, they believed in their God, then they would willingly go to their deaths.
So you're saying that
they're dying for what they believe in.
You're saying that a person's individual testimony can't act as evidence?
Individual testimony alone? No. It's a form of evidence.
So you're saying a collection of individual testimonies can't act as evidence? No, because that's to appeal
to popularity. We still need a mechanism to be able to differentiate. If 8 billion people on the planet claim that God existed, it doesn't indicate a God exists. Just that they're convinced one does.
but they're going off of evidence that he did these
And then
things
we
and that
have
his
to look at the
disciples
evidence. No,
did these things.
No, you're talking about stories. You cannot confirm that any of them are true.
Dude, these people were crucified maybe 15 years after Jesus lived. They would know if they're fake or not.
They died for their beliefs. So what? It's
No,
irrelevant.
but that's what I'm saying is that you don't know that they're true or false. Like,
No, I
just
can say,
because
no, I can
people
say
are,
that their willingness to die for them, however they died, their willingness to die for them does not indicate the truth of them. It does not move the needle on whether they're true.
well, then why would probability do it in the case of somebody who's intellectually drawing from just this universe's understanding?
Predictive modeling.
Your predictive model comes from this universe.
Based upon things that we've established to be true probabilistically. 5 sigma.
You can't establish things that are true to be outside of your own understanding that you can't understand. That's a logical
I don't
fallacy.
assume these things exist.
Dude, I don't know how else to say this. You are assuming that you have a model that can confer one truthhood. That is not possible.
That can confer probabilistic truth, not absolute truth.
Well, even that you can't do. Even that you'd have no way of doing.
Predictive modeling.
No, it's I'm letting you know that's not a thing.
How do you think we discovered new planets, dude? How do you think we
Faith.
discovered? How do you think we discovered Uranus? We discovered Neptune, because of perturbations in Uranus's orbit.
We actually have faith that there would be a planet out there, but you know.
There were people when the orbit of Uranus was mapped by way of our understanding of orbital mechanics, there was noticed in the mathematics that there was a perturbation in Uranus's orbit. In order for that perturbation to be accounted for, it had to be one of two things. One, our understanding of orbital mechanics was wrong, or there's another planet out there with a mass that is with this mass that is creating this perturbation. And if there is a planet out there, it would have to be on this orbital trajectory. So if we look in this place at this time, given what we know, we should see a planet. If we don't see a planet, we know our orbital mechanics is fucked up. But if we do see a planet, it confirms our model. And
so it's confirmation bias.
And so we looked, and there was a fucking planet that we'd never seen before. That's a novel testable prediction. That confirms the model.
So it's confirmation bias.
It's not confirmation bias.
Because so like if I go out and I love people, right?
Matt,
and
it's not confirmation bias because it's eliciting new information. You are confirming what you expect to happen.
No, it's not an expectation, it's the reality of what's happening.
But you're expecting it to happen.
You're acting like you can't do the same thing with mathematical truisms that you're coming up with to justify the fact that you've now figured out that there's a planet out there. This is the same thing. Same thing with different words.
It only increases the probability that the prediction, if the prediction comes true, it increases the probability that the model is accurate. That's all it's doing.
So if I go out and I love people like God tells me to do, and my livelihood starts becoming more and more godly, and I start meeting more and more godly people, that is a probabilistic set of evidence.
No, it's probabilistic that behaving in a loving way will elicit positive responses. It doesn't mean your God exists.
It's not positive. Love isn't just about positivity. We've broken this down now. It's not an emotion and it's not a concept.
Well, whatever your subjective interpretation of what love is, if you go out and behave in that way and you are anticipating a particular response or a particular set of responses, and then you get those particular set of responses, they confirm your bias as to what your subjective interpretation of what love is. It doesn't confirm your God exists. It's just confirming your notion about love.
I'm not talking about just the interaction. I'm talking about all the things that happen subsequent to those reactions. Like, for example, if I go out and I
interact with, you have access to their entire lives to determine what happened, like 5 months, 6 months, 1 year, 10 years.
Not their entire lives, but yeah, I've been told to tell somebody like, "Hey, man, I just want you to know that your mom's doing all right," and they were literally looked at me like they saw a ghost.
Okay, that's weird. If you come up and you just say these things to people, they're going to react.
Of course, it's freaking weird. Of course, it's weird.
Okay, well, how do you know that?
I didn't say it wasn't weird.
How do you know the voice it's telling you is not just you telling it to yourself?
How the hell would I be able to tell myself that? How in the hell would I get that information?
Because you have an internal monologue that dictates what you say to people.
Fuck the internal, okay? That information is external to me. I did not know his mom. How did I know that?
Did you know his mother was dead?
No, she was in a rough patch. She was going through chemo, and she was just really needed somebody by her that time.
You didn't know his mom. Did you know that he was upset because his mom was having problems?
I didn't know anything about him personally.
You
I
walked up to a
literally just walked.
Okay, so you walked up to a stranger and said, "Your mom's going to be okay."
Yeah, literally. I am not joking.
Okay, that's just playing the odds.
Playing the odds. So I just happened to walk up to a mom, or like I happened to walk up. So again, coincidence, right? And like I said, okay,
Do you have
fine.
any?
That happens
No,
once. No. I'm letting you know that happens once. Fine.
Wait, do you have any idea how many times I hear this exact same story from theists that I debunk on the regular? Because I do this. I do this content for a living on my channel.
Debunk what? Debunk what?
The same shit, like the exact same thing. Like
so you're saying that I don't have evidence when those coincidences keep occurring?
I was praying in my car, and I looked out my window, and I saw a guy sitting there smoking a cigarette, and I just heard the voice of God say, "Back pain." And then I walked over and I looked over at that guy, and I walked over to him and said, "Hey, is your back hurting?" And he's like, "Here, let's pray, and it'll make your back feel better." And you know what? He prayed, and he was like, "Wow." It's the same fucking claim. Back pain, literally 78% of human beings suffer from back pain. It played the odds, especially if you saw him walking around and noticing that he was walking with a limp or walking as though his back fucking hurts, which he didn't say. Okay.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying is that what are the odds that I just walk up to somebody whose mom is having a rough time?
Whose mom is having health problems? Probably.
Yeah, like let's call it 20%. Let's call it 15%, right?
High.
No, let's call it 25%, right? Like let's just be fair. 1 out of 4. Okay. What if that happens a million times in a row?
It still wouldn't confirm your God exists. It would just mean that you're.
It would be a probabilistic claim based on a model.
It would be on your ability to discern how these people are. You'd have to be able to demonstrate that the information you're getting is coming from a God, and then you have
it's not coming from me.
Well, how do you know that?
Because I don't have the information.
But how do you know that it's not just you picking up subconsciously on context clues and deriving conclusions from them?
Because that's not at a certain point, it is infinitesimally impossible.
You think pattern recognition is impossible?
No, I'm saying that for that amount of pattern recognition to congruently be perfectly
So if you have this ability, why don't you take your ass over and claim the James Randi Prize?
The James Randi, who's that?
The skeptic who put up the James Randi Foundation, $1 million for anyone who can demonstrate that they can do these things. What you're positing is basically psychic ability.
Okay. Well, but that's the thing is that these are gifts from God that he wants me to use when he wants to use them.
You can only do it when God wants you to do it.
Wasn't that the whole point of this being God's plan? Am I not supposed to fit into that plan?
That doesn't get us the truth that the God actually exists and doesn't divest you from just pattern recognition.
Well, when I'm able to pray for people and their cyst magically heal the next day, like it's not like, and I'm not talking about just like, oh, well, that could have happened, No, I'm talking about like it was very unlikely.
It could have cleared up on its own.
Yes, very unlikely, but yes. And after a certain point, those very unlikely scenarios continuing to happen over and over and over and over, I eventually just start to have faith.
Why haven't you published on this?
I'm 29 years old. I'm working on it. I want to be president.
Anyway, so nonetheless, like I said, predictive modeling, explanatory modeling, these things are important. Epistemology, unless you can demonstrate that the God exists independent of mind and context without begging the question, there's no rational justification there. So,
well, like right now, like if I were to try and do something with you now, right? Like, would you even let me? Like, would your heart even be willing to accept that as evidence? And then you would therefore not even, because this goes both ways, bro.
Sure,
like people see what they want to see.
Sure. Tell me what the JL in my name stands for.
JL.
Tell me what it stands for. What do those letters stand for? Ask your God to tell you. And you will blow my fucking mind.
It's not Justin Lewis, because that's what I heard immediately.
No.
Yeah, it's probably not. And see, that's the thing is that just because I failed doesn't mean that God doesn't exist either.
You don't even have to perform a fucking miracle for me. All you have to do is tell me what the JL in my name stands for. How simple is that?
Yeah, I know, right?
Hey God, tell me what the JL in his name stands for. I just need two names. What does the JL in his name stand for? Should be pretty fucking simple, right? I'm not asking you to raise the dead or cure the sick.
Right, but like what I'm saying is like, what would that do for you? Like, let's present.
That would be very impressive evidence that you have access to something I mean, it'd be evidence that you have access to the internet, but even then, I've scrubbed the internet, so trying to find what that, you know.
Well, but again, right? Like
but
there could be
nonetheless,
other
if you
spirits
did,
out
like,
there,
if I
right?
asked you that, and then you asked God, and all of a sudden you came back to me, that would be pretty solid evidence that you have access to something. You would get my attention.
I mean, I'm sorry I
that's it.
failed. I mean, you know, but it's at the end of the day, I can only try to do what I, you know, think God wants me to do, and then He grants me the power to do it, whether or not He wants me to do it.
But see,
you know?
here's the problem. God if your God existed, it would know infallibly that you doing that would be evidence that would convince me, that would go a long way towards convincing me, and yet it didn't do it.
I
Why
kind
is
of disagree with you. I kind of just disagree with you.
So you think I'm lying about what would convince what would convince?
Yeah,
me?
honestly, kind of. Yeah. I mean, but I think you may be convinced of the
So
supernatural.
now who's being
spirits.
now who's being intellectually dishonest?
Well, I'm not being I just want to be fair in my assessments of you. I think yes, it would certainly lead you to a belief in the supernatural.
Is it logically
but
possible I'm telling you the truth?
Is it logically possible? Yes.
Yes. So the God knows that as well. If it exists, it knows that. I'm telling you the truth. If you did that when I asked you, I would be hella fucking impressed.
I want to do it for you, dude. I genuinely do.
So why didn't God just give you 2 names?
Because God doesn't want to force you into the belief of the supernatural.
It wouldn't force me into shit. Even if the God demonstrated itself to exist to me, that wouldn't logically entail that I follow it or think that it is even worthy of worship. That's a separate claim.
Right. That's what I'm saying, though, is that if I do this for you now, right, and I just prove the supernatural, there's no telling what supernatural belief it is that you'll get into, and God wants to lead you specifically to Him, not just into the supernatural.
I asked you to ask your God to give you the information to give to me.
Okay, let me ask Him out loud. Jesus, do you want me to give Him the information? I'm hearing no. He's not ready yet. That's what I heard. No, He's not ready yet.
So when I was a Christian, he wasn't ready, and I've been an atheist now for over 20 years, and he still hasn't been ready.
But maybe it's him that's not ready. Or I mean, maybe it's not him that's not ready. Maybe it's you.
I'm sitting here telling you that I am. Give it to me.
So you're telling me that because you can't okay, fair enough. You want supernatural claims at a certain point.
It's not a supernatural claim. I just want you to I want you to give me information right now that you could have only gotten from your God.
That I could have only gotten from my God.
Yeah.
No, I'm telling you, bro, I want to give you this evidence. I don't know why He's not giving it to you, because I've gotten that evidence before, but it was only after I was willing to put faith in smaller things first, and then it builds into what ends up.
Bias.
No, not confirmation bias. I'm talking about God proving Himself to be what He says He is.
You already said that you put the faith into it, which means you've already accepted certain tenets. If you then get information and you interpret that evidence through the lens of that initially held belief, that's confirmation bias.
But that faith wasn't like a one size. It wasn't like as if I had determined my full faith as it is now. It was like,
of course, it's going to evolve. It's going to evolve over time as you have more experiences. Yes, but it's still confirmation bias. You're interpreting evidence.
No, what I'm saying. I'm saying is, I went into a belief of like whether or not God exists without confirmation bias. I know that about myself.
Okay, so you started the inquiry. Does the God exist? Did you ever get evidence that one actually does exist without begging the question?
I'm gonna have to think about what that was for me. Yeah. What evidence did I get? My life was actually saved personally, like from a lot of iniquity and just, I was on a really bad path.
So you accepted a belief structure that dictated behavior. You engaged in behavior and eschewed behavior that was admonished.
Well,
and your life got
it's not
better.
that simple. It's not that simple. I know who I am as a person, right? Personally, and all the tendencies that I have to be kind of arrogant, prideful in what I do. Like, I'll give you guys another backstory. I ran like a card business for a little while. I got it up to 6 figures through entrepreneurship. It was awesome, And then I start getting into poker and just being more selfish. And what I end up doing is I end up destroying myself. And I get to a point where I am just destitute. I have 50K in debt. I have no friends, no nothing. And I literally need a prayer. Like, it's not a want anymore.
So you were emotionally vulnerable.
Well, yeah, sure. But what actually ended up happening was I kind of just was in my room for days, weeks, months, not getting a direct answer, but more so literally just being able to study. I was being given time to look into the possibility of God. Which is what evidence that that's what God would do if he was real, right?
So you were emotionally vulnerable and prone and more susceptible to believing things in order to alleviate your emotional vulnerability.
Emotional vulnerability from what?
That when people are emotionally vulnerable, those are the individuals that are targeted by religions. People who are destitute, people who are desperate, people who are afraid, people who are scared,
right?
Whatever. These are the people that are targeted because they're easy to manipulate.
So what fear was it exactly that I was manipulated on?
You just admitted that you were emotionally destitute.
Well, because I had no friends and family, and I had done that to myself. Yes,
right.
I had literally just ruined my own life.
Emotionally vulnerable, psychologically vulnerable. So that made you prone or made you susceptible to things, to ideologies that take advantage of that.
In what way? Like what emotions are you saying that they take advantage of?
By providing you a ladder out of it.
But I'm letting you know that that's not the case. I still face fear all the time. I still face suffering all the time.
But it's not as bad as before, was it?
It's worse. It's a lot worse.
So you opted for a worse situation then, and you continue to hold to a worse situation than you were in. That doesn't make any sense, dude.
Actually, what it is I truly believe that the sufferings of this realm do not compare to the glory of heaven that will be revealed. That's another Bible verse.
Okay, so now you have a belief in this that alleviates the feelings that you have now.
They don't alleviate it, bro. I promise you.
That's the ladder. That's the ladder out of it.
It's a purpose, but there's not a ladder, bro. You don't alleviate your emotions just because you know that they're going to serve a purpose someday. That's not how that works. They still are the full brunt of your emotions.
No, you went from thinking that there was no purpose to thinking that now there is a purpose.
Well, I thought that we defined our own purpose.
We do.
I thought, well, no, but I found out that's just a lie. Like, that's just a flat out lie.
I define my own purpose.
I mean, you think you do.
I do. I know exactly what my purpose
is. Right, you make choices that have a large impact on your purpose, but defining your purpose, deciding your purpose, no, that's not you.
Yes, I've defined my purpose for myself. I know what I am and I know what I do.
No.
Yes, I am a storyteller.
No, I'm letting you know. Like, you don't have a purpose without God.
That is my purpose. I've defined it for myself. That is literally the focus of my life.
That's a purposeless purpose.
I am a story. No, that's you think it's purposeless. It provides.
No, it objectively is purposeless.
No, it doesn't.
It has no actual tangible measurement to anything beyond this realm.
It provides me unlimited satisfaction.
So how is that any less of a cope than me?
It's not a cope. I decided it for
myself. But it is. No, it's a cope. It's a literal cope. Like,
no, it's the thing I love. So I do it.
Okay, so why does that matter?
Because I determined it for myself.
Yeah, but who's to say that you have any bearing on anything? That's just your opinion.
Nobody.
You're just some ant in the middle of the fucking universe, bro. Right, who said you have any power?
Correct. You are correct. I make the most of the life that I have.
That's a Christian perspective. I appreciate that.
No, I make the most of the life that I have, and once I'm dead, that will be the end.
So you don't think that this life has a purpose?
An inherent purpose, no. There's no reason to believe that it does.
And see, that's why so then maybe that is why. I appreciate you helping me talk this through, because I'm realizing after I lost all that money and I had all these aspirations to do great things for the world, I asked myself, like, I have to have had a purpose, right? Like, I couldn't just be some kid who got, used all their smarts to get up this fire in the business. They screwed it up and then that's it. Like, it's just a sad story. Like, it can't be the end. And yeah, I guess there was some emotion in that for me, but I had to keep pushing through the other emotions that told me, dude, just go back to your business, forget about God, just make some money and just live your life. You don't have any idea how much those voices consumed me. Like, and that's Satan, by the way. Like, he's telling me, like, you don't need God. You can there's no real purpose.
You're ascribing it to Satan.
Right. Whatever. Cool. You want to believe that? Cool. So I have to fight against the voices just as much as I do listen to them. So okay, you're making this sound as if I'm just going along with the voices in my head. That is not
pretty much, yeah. Because you can't.
Well, no, I'm letting you know. I'm letting you know that's not the case.
Because you can't demonstrate it to be otherwise.
But I've just told you how I consistently go against some of the voices in my head.
But your reasoning is still begging the question. You're just justifying making certain decisions by ascribing certain behaviors to Satan and certain behaviors to God.
It's not ascribing, though. It's who they are. One is destruction, one is creation.
You're ascribing them to them. So And besides,
That's your opinion. No, it's your opinion that it's an ascribing of.
A purpose determined as far, I mean, as far as I see, it's my subjective interpretation, but a purpose determined for oneself is infinitely more valuable than a purpose dictated.
I guess you think you can define purpose better than God. Wow.
Well, I can define what the purpose of my life is. Yes.
So you think you know yourself better than God does?
I don't assume that a God exists.
Yeah, so that obviously you would know yourself the best of anybody, because there can't possibly be a God who knows.
I know myself the best of all human beings on the planet. I know myself the best.
So you've written off the idea that anybody could know you better than you know yourself.
Yeah, my wife made, but well, knowing myself, no. I know myself better than anybody else knows me. My wife probably second best.
Okay.
Knows me about as equally.
Okay.
Well, that's because I share. We're open books. I share everything with her. She knows everything about me. So
that's fair. Okay.
Probably equal to what I know about myself.
Well, here's what I would
say.
Then again,
my wife and I've been married for almost 22 years. So.
Oh, congratulations, bro. But what was I going to ask? God damn it.
So I defined my purpose for myself. So.
That's fair. I guess at a certain point, I decided that God was better at deciding my purpose for me than I was at deciding it for myself. That's I guess what the conclusion was that I made. When I decided to go and do all these things that I wanted to do, pretty much the reception I got when I failed was right idea, wrong execution. And yeah, it doesn't mean that I don't have a say in my purpose. It just means that the course of my purpose and the definition of it is not steered by me. So, yeah.
So God. So by this logic, God intends for me to be doing this. Is spreading.
Yeah, kind of
spreading logic, rationality, and reason, and exposing the bad reasoning of theists.
Well, he's giving you not everything. Okay, that's a common, I guess, conflation. Not everything that happens is what God wants to happen, although it is what God has permitted to happen. There's a distinct difference.
What dictated to God that it must permit this?
So love itself is about getting the greatest good, right? Like that's just the fundamental principle of love. So the reason why these
who says where's that? Where's that?
Well, God himself says that. That's
no. That's a statement in the book.
All right, listen. Okay, well, we're just not going to accept that. Whatever. Don't really care.
What is the mind-independent standard of love that God must appeal to?
Well, love isn't independent of the mind because God is love.
I'm talking about objective standards and subjective standards. If God,
but what is your definition of what is subjective and objective? How are you even able to determine what is objective?
Mind independent and mind dependent.
No, but you don't understand my belief system. There is nothing mind independent that has ever existed. Everything is the mind.
So you're a metaphysical idealist.
Yes. Well, in that way, yes.
Okay.
Not exactly, but yes.
So your God is a conceptualization.
He's not a conceptualization. He is just beyond concept.
Is it concrete?
Is God concrete? I mean, he is objective reality, yeah.
Well, are you a pantheist?
Someone else asked me that too. I mean, yes and no.
God is reality. That's God is nature. That's pantheism.
No, God. It's hard. Not this reality. This is where it gets so complicated.
So, here's the difference. Is God equal to God and God not equal to not God?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a God set and there's a not God set. There's what God is and everything else that is not God.
Yes, I would classify. Let's call it the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit in the God category, and then everything else.
The God category. Okay, so we got in set theory, we have two sets: the God set and the not God set. And the not God set is instantiated or actualized by the God set. But the God set doesn't reference anything external of itself to dictate how or why or when it must do anything. It simply decides it. So anything that does happen because anything that does happen, it happens because the God wants it to happen, not because something dictates to the God that it must happen. So anything that anything that is, the God wants to be. Because if it didn't want it, it wouldn't be there.
Yes. So because evil exists in the world, it is because God wants people to have the free will to choose between good and evil.
But free will doesn't require evil. It simply requires choice.
But you don't have a choice between good and evil if you don't have good and evil.
I can choose between two goods.
But that's a pointless choice.
Who said?
There's no consequence. There's no consequence to because there's no consequence.
Why does there have to be consequence? Who says
Because
that?
that's the whole point of existence.
Who says?
The person who created the ultimate consequences.
Who? Like, what dictated to God that there must be these consequences?
Because he wanted to create beings with free will, so he created consequences for those beings with
free
free will.
must require consequences.
God.
What objective standard is being appealed to that free will must require these things?
Objective standard, but it's a circular system.
No, it's
a
not.
system.
It's simply
It's a circular system of you're given the will and you get the consequences for exercising that will.
By virtue of your worldview, everything that you interpret is that way because God wants it to be that way, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. There is no objective standard. There is no objective mind-independent standard for what love is because God dictates what its subjective determination of what love is. There is no mind-independent standard for what free will is. You're appealing to a free will concept that is literally being put out by the God subjectively because it's dependent upon the God's mind.
But that's because I believe that the God's mind brought all that exists into existence.
But it didn't have to be this way. It could have been any logically possible way.
This was just the best one.
Who says?
God, who knows all the possibilities.
Okay. So you know all of the logical possibilities? How about a world in which...
No, but he does.
How about a world in which Nigeri fowlery does not exist?
I don't know. I can't speak for God. All I know is that he tries to achieve the greatest good.
Do you know what Nigeri fowlery is?
No, I don't.
It's a brain-eating amoeba. All it does is kill whatever it infects because it eats their brain. That's literally the only thing it does. It infects brains and eats them.
Yeah, sounds about right for a world consumed by sin.
Well, what dictated that sin must exist?
We did.
How? What conditions?
Because we ate from the tree and we incurred the consequences.
But who established the conditions that allowed for that logical possibility?
God.
Why? What dictated to God that it must be that way?
Because he wants his children to have a choice.
Who dictates what choice is to God?
Nobody.
Exactly. So it's whatever God is describing. It could be any logically possible way. It could just make us all agents that love it in heaven. Done.
So that's not free will. So that's not.
No. You wouldn't have a notion of free will if you were just an agent made to love God. It wouldn't even enter your mind.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that there aren't beings in heaven who have just loved God forever.
You are assuming that God is aligned with what you desire. Nothing dictates to God that free will must. Nothing dictates to God that free will, that evil is a condition of free will.
Do you know? Hold on. So God is love, right? We've established that love is seeking the greatest good. If giving everyone a free will is the greatest good, can I finish my sentence, man? God damn.
No, there's something that has to be clarified. Good in reference to what?
Well, God's standard of good is moral perfection, right? And evil is any derivation of that.
Wait. Perfection in reference to what? Let me ask you this. If God is the only thing that exists, and God states, I am good, what is that in reference to? What is it that is not good that gives good its coherence there?
Nothing. Good simply is good, and evil is the absence of good, just like hot simply is hot, and cold is the absence of cold.
Okay, no.
But
God is not referencing anything external of itself. So what is it that dictates what not good is in order to make good a coherent statement?
God doesn't need to substantiate his goodness to you. He simply is good.
No. The problem is that when you say God is good, all you're saying is God is God. That whatever God dictates is good. But the problem is that there's nothing external that indicates what not good is to understand coherently what good is. It's binary terminology. In order for good to have its identity, it has to be distinguishable from that which it isn't. Good is equal to good. Good is not equal to not good. If you're simply saying that God is good and everything that is not God is evil, well, then why would the God create the evil if it itself is moral perfection?
He didn't create the evil; he allowed it to be formed.
But that doesn't make any sense because the existence of evil would reduce the perfection that God is. If God is moral perfection and perfection can't change, it does. Why would it create evil in the first place? Why wouldn't it create more perfect things?
hold on. So hold on. Actual perfection does not necessarily mean morally good. However, God simply is morally perfect. I mean, it just is what it is.
By what standard? To its own standard?
Yeah, it doesn't answer to anybody or anything.
Right.
God simply is good.
So it's perfection to its standard. Whatever
But-
God whatever
but
God
it-
determines to be perfect.
But it's not as simple as that, because if
Sure it
God
is.
is to
That's
adhere
basic
to themselves, can I finish, man?
No,
If
it
God
is.
is to
It's
adhere to
basic
their
logic.
own, if God is to adhere to their own principle of being love, which is good for all, they must adhere to who they are, which
If
is
God
good
the
for
only-
all.
If God is the only thing that exists, what is love?
God.
So you're just saying God is God. That's all you're saying.
I'm saying that the thing that you have that instead of
love becomes an incoherent term because it doesn't reference anything.
I'm trying to describe the principles of love to you and what makes love, and you keep trying to get this gotcha in this middle of this argument.
You are
So
ascribing your intuitions about these things onto the God care. That's the back mapping we talked about before.
I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about
the
love
God
is
itself.
defined as good for all.
Really?
Okay?
Is it? Is it?
Yes.
Who says?
Says love, aka God.
That's your subjective interpretation of it. What is it that dictates?
No. It's
what is-
self-evidently true.
No, it's not, because that's not evident to me. So what is it that?
But who
dictates
cares what you think? No, honestly, bro, who cares what you think?
So what is it that dictates to God that that's what it is? Nothing.
God.
Nothing. Nothing dictates
God
to
is
it. So
God is
everything
dictating that things
everything
are good for all.
So everything that extends from God is subjective.
No.
Yes. Because it's mind
dude.
dependent. It's dependent upon its mind.
Dude, God's mind is infinite.
It doesn't matter. It's still subjective.
It really does.
These-
No, it's
no,
not,
no,
because
no,
subjectiveness is based on the idea that the mind is not tied to objective
It's
reality.
not
But
referencing.
God's mind is
it's not
objective reality.
referencing anything. If the determination of what is good and what is bad is coming from the same mind, but there is no external referent because nothing else exists. It's literally just God stating, this is good. Well, why is it good? This is the basic Euthyphro dilemma. Is a thing good because God says it's good? Or is a thing good because God does it? Or does God do it because it's good? Either that literally confirms if God is ultimate, then these distinctions are relativistic. They're simply subjective. That's it.
It's both.
If it's objective, then God cannot be ultimate because then God is referencing an external standard in order to convey the information to us.
Just because it's objective doesn't mean it's external.
No, it's either mind dependent or it's mind independent. That's a true dichotomy.
Yeah, I know, but you keep having this idea that because God is objective, like, what was your argument? I'm sorry.
I'm saying that anything that derives from God's mind is subjective because it's dependent upon its mind.
Where are you getting that because it comes from a mind, it's subjective?
Because that's what subjective is, mind dependent.
Yeah, that's not what subjective means.
That is what subjective means.
Not actually.
Yes, mind dependent. You can even go.
No, not actually. No, subjective means it is subjective. Like objective means it is objective.
No, you're conflating subjective with relativistic. Two different things. Subjective means mind dependent. Relativistic means in reference to, it relative to something else.
In reference. So, okay, all right.
So,
but again, like if God is love and he's creating all this from himself and it all comes from God's mind, then yeah, the only thing that would ever be mind independent would be the sin that God didn't directly create.
Who dictated that when it was sin?
What do you mean that it was sin?
Yeah, what is sin? Is it just subjectively determined by what God says?
No, sin is the absence of what is good for all.
How is it logically possible for the absence of it to exist unless the God dictates it to exist?
Because he's allowing for the free will to bring it to total reconciliation.
But nothing dictates to God that is necessary for free will.
No, he chose for us to have free will.
No, but nothing dictates that sin or evil or any of the stuff is necessary for free will.
Well, no, God decided that this was the necessary component to free will.
But there's a better scenario. Everyone just has free will. No, there is. Everyone has free will. There is no sin, death, disease, decay, whatever. There's none of that shit. No evil. Everyone has free will.
That's not free will. That's not free will.
Sure it is.
You don't have the free will to choose evil. You don't have free will.
I don't need it. I can choose between multiple good options.
That doesn't mean you have free will. That's just having a choice.
No, free will is defined as the ability to make a choice absent impediment or incentive.
Yeah, so if I can't choose to be evil, I don't have free will.
You can choose between multiple good options. I said
that means you have a choice. That's not free will.
A choice.
You're conflating choice with free will.
Matt, no, it is choice. The ability to choose free of impediment or incentive.
So if I'm free to choose, how come I couldn't choose evil?
In fact, the existence of a heaven and a hell act as an impediment and an incentive.
Well, no, I'm asking you now. Like, how can I choose out of free will if I cannot choose evil?
You can choose multiple good. You can choose multiple different good options.
That's not free will. I'm asking you free. Free. Do you know what the definition of free is? Do you know what the definition?
That is free.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Do you know what the definition of
yes? I'm
unrestricted.
Math. Yes, absent impediment or incentive. But you don't need
I am
evil.
Restricted.
You don't need evil to be a part of the equation. You can
yes,
do
I do.
multiply different good options.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. If I can't choose to be evil, I am being restricted, and that's not free will.
Because
yes, I am.
What if there are no evil options?
What if there is?
No. What if there are not? There doesn't have
that's
to be.
That's just a lie. That's just not what's true.
But nothing dictates that there must be evil options.
What do you mean nothing dictates? Why are you acting like God has to answer to someone?
He does. He has to answer to us.
Says who? Says who? Who are you?
An agent.
So what?
Agent with a mind.
So what?
Oh,
who are you to demand anything of God? Who are you?
A person who's not.
No, seriously. Who the hell do you think you are?
A human being with agency.
Cool story, bro.
Sorry, I don't capitulate to.
If Jesus died on a cross, didn't do anything wrong. Cool story,
I don't capitulate to tyrants. I don't.
Yeah, I know. You've already decided in your mind he's a tyrant, and you will not see him any other way.
I'm saying that it's logically entailed it's a tyrant by virtue of.
No, that's your opinion. That's your opinion.
No, it's an internal critique.
A tyrant doesn't love his subjects.
No, a tyrant may say that what it does is love. Doesn't mean that it is.
Right, and that's where you know them by their fruits, and I know that he loves me.
No, well, you convince yourself that it does, but I mean,
trust me, bro. God could have smited me 1,000 times over by now.
If you want to believe that the slave master loves you, fine, go for it.
I am not his slave. I'm his friend.
Really, you really. So if God asked you to kill a child, you would not do it?
Hell, he's not going to.
How? No, wait. Really? God will never ask anybody to ever kill a child?
I didn't say that. I said he's not going to ask me.
How do you know?
And if he does, then it better be a. What do you mean? How do I know?
How do you know God would never ask that of you?
I mean, actually, I guess technically you're right, but I would need a lot of evidence before I ever even thought about something that seems so evil.
Who are you to question God? Job, Book of Job.
Because God has told me who he is, and if that doesn't represent him, then I don't believe him.
Well, no, you just weren't ready to have the information that you were going to need to kill a child.
But God doesn't contradict himself, so that's a lie.
It's not a contradiction. You just weren't ready.
No, it is. I'm just letting you know.
Matt,
it's a contradiction.
Matt, by your own lights, you just weren't ready. You didn't have the amount of faith necessary at this point in your life to know that you were going to have to kill a child in the future. But once you do get to that point, God will ask you to do that. Will you do it?
Why would he? Okay, what plausible scenario would it be good for all for me to kill a child?
Whatever choice that God puts somebody else that this family needs to be.
Okay, so let's paint a hypothetical that's realistic. Okay, let's say Hitler's, I don't know, fucking.
I'm just asking you if you would. So I'm asking you.
If I would? I mean, like I said, I would need almost indisputable evidence that what I'm doing is for God.
God is telling you to do it. God is telling you to do it. That you need.
No, I need 1,000x confirmation. Besides that, like he can tell me in his voice all he wants, but Satan can sound like God too. So I need to know with absolute certainty, almost.
He gives it to you with absolute certainty.
Then yeah,
I rest my case.
Yeah, and you think that you're actually the good guy?
I am.
You're not.
I am.
You're not. You're condescending, you're demeaning, and you're an intellectual bully.
Because I never would. Ever. Under any circumstance.
Yeah, I know. You convinced yourself that if there was a person who is going to grow up to be an evil tyrant, you would not kill them. I get it. You can't get out of your moral adolescence. I get it.
It's not moral adolescence.
It's moral adolescence. You see the world in such a black and white way that you are unable to see things for what they are.
The point is, I am not if your God existed, then the circumstances that would allow the pathological possibility of any person becoming the next H-man or whatever, if that were to occur, those are well within God's control. If God wants it, obviously, if God wants there to be a Hitler, there's going to be a Hitler. But I don't. But guess what? Just because it asks me to kill someone to violate my own moral standards to appease whatever it already has control of, no, that's not my job. I'm not going to violate my own moral standards just to appease someone that could literally do it themselves because they're fucking God. That's silly.
Well, that's why I would say that God would never command me to do that
And yet
now, because there's no real.
And yet it does it all the time in the Bible.
No, it doesn't actually.
Really?
No, it actually doesn't. You can reference
Abraham
you can reference the massacre of the innocents all you want. God didn't command him to do that.
Really?
Herod did that in lieu of knowing that the Christ was coming to replace him as king.
God didn't command the genocide of the Amalekites?
The Amalekites, well, like I just said, if you want to defend human sacrificers, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm not defending
that's the hill you want to.
sacrificers.
No,
I'm
you
saying-
are. If that's the hill you want to die on, be my guest.
Okay.
Yeah, if the human sacrificers are the ones you want to die on, go ahead.
That's a wonderful attempt for you to try and turn your genocide apologetics back on me.
No, that's projection. You're projecting. You're
No, I'm not.
I know what my God did and why, and I'm confident in why.
What I'm saying is that to finish the point that you know you're trapped, which is why you keep interrupting me. What I'm saying is that the people that were doing that, the circumstances that led them to doing that, were in full control by your God. They didn't have to be that way. They were that way because your God wanted it to be that way. So there you go.
Why do you keep ignoring that people have a choice?
They do.
Why do you keep why do you keep acting like God?
Math, they do, given the information.
Like God can
given the information that they have access to. If God denies them information that would warrant a particular choice, then another choice will be made.
They didn't not stop because of lack of information.
You're assuming
that's
you're
not
assuming,
why they didn't stop.
That's the story. You're assuming that's true.
No, I'm letting you know that as told by the author, that is not the story.
You're still begging the question that God exists. The God didn't author the book. People wrote that shit down.
He inspired it. Across 40 different authors, 15 different continents, 12 different languages, and 30 different generations.
Begging the question. It's one book that's been passed from generation to generation and altered as he fits by the power.
No, it's not. No, it's not, dude. You have never read the Bible. If you think
I have read the Bible more than you have.
I don't care. You're a Pharisee. You read the words and you didn't understand them.
I did understand them because I don't assume anything additional to them.
Yes, you do.
No,
you
I don't.
absolutely do. You assume the tyrantness of God.
I read them
you
straight from the
assume
page.
the demeaning and condescension of you is warranted. You assume a lot of things, buddy.
All right. So if you've got nothing, you've got nothing. That's fine. Okay. We've already.
I've literally broken down every.
You haven't demonstrated shit. You haven't broken down shit, and you're muted right now. So I don't know why you're talking. You're just being intellectually dishonest at this point. There's really no point. So until you can demonstrate that your God exists independent of mind and context, there's really no point. Your theology is irrelevant. So we don't need to appeal.
No, I've explained it to you perfectly. I've given you perfect internal consistency, and you refuse to believe it. And that's fine. You can.
You have it.
This is why we are. This is why are we told?
You're begging.
This is why we are told not to.
Because you're begging the question of your God's existence.
Scoffers. This is why we are told to do this, because it's a waste of time arguing with people like you.
No,
you're closed-minded and you're ignorant.
No, because the cult knows you can't defend it, and because they don't.
I just did.
No,
I just did. I went all the way down the line.
Hey,
all the way down the line.
Everyone in my chat, please type a 1 if you think he defended it. Type a 2 if you think he's full of shit. Because guess what,
sure.
dude?
That's an unbiased. That's an unbiased perspective. That's an unbiased perspective for sure, huh?
It's not unbiased.
Now who's using
going
bias?
to the crowd that is listening to you.
You didn't listen to a word I said, buddy. You didn't listen to
everything.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You had your mind made up of what you were going to conclude before I ever spoke a word.
Are you begging the question of your God's existence?
Am I begging the question?
Yes. Are you begging your question? Are you begging
Are you?
the question? No.
Are you?
Are you begging the
Are
question?
Are you begging the question of an objective reality that you can speak to? Are you begging that? Are you begging that?
Can you answer my question? Are you begging the question of your God's existence?
I'm good. I don't need to answer that question.
Are you exactly because you can't because you know
neither can you and neither can you and neither can you and neither.
It's a tu quoque fallacy, and also you're wrong. But nonetheless,
you're just wrong, and we went through this, and I'm not going to do it again.
Can you demonstrate that your God exists independent of mind and context without begging?
Nobody can demonstrate anything with absolute certainty
you have
ever. Period.
Nothing. Sorry.
Neither do you.
You're good to go. All right. two quote fallacies aside, that's all he really had. But nonetheless, it was a valiant effort on his part. But yeah, ultimately he's got nothing. Damn, whoo, that was rough. Sometimes they can't get it, but they will eventually get it. One day they may get it, possibly. I don't know. But you can't lead a theist to logic and expect them to drink. It's pretty much what I say there. So, but yeah, what the heck is going on? Again, politics thing. French police have found explosives on the banks of the Marine River in Paris. Oh no! And I saw something else that came through on the politics thing, but nonetheless. Anywho, so appreciate it. Let me real quick. I want to say hi to Andrew. I haven't seen Andrew in a while. What's up, dude? I was about to roll it out because we went really long. So
yeah, I know. I was hoping to chime in before he got on stage, and boy, that lasted far longer than it should have.
You can see this is like we're running in the circles, but ultimately
our sponsor, the Unforced Error. Yeah. I love the casual run back to solipsism every time. You can't prove anything.
Yeah, I totally avoided that. I did not want to go into that. I was like, no, we're not going into solipsism.
Double down, baby. Double down. I got to train you on the bat.
Oh, I know. I was just like, I saw the road. He pointed out the signpost to solipsism. Like, no, we're not going down that road. We're not getting lost.
No. See, the trick is to take that and then beat them with it. So you can't know anything. Tell you what, I swing the baseball bat at your head. Are you gonna duck? Math,
Yep.
You gonna duck? Are you accepting a shared reality in which you exist, or are you about to be a stain? We're gonna make this final.
Really quick, Sorcerer Red Hair.
You can't know anything. Why'd you duck?
One second, Andrew.
People on the road.
Sorcerer Red Hair, thank you so much for being a member of the Godless Army for 30 months. I do appreciate the support, Sorcerer. You rock. And Virillion for 20 Australian dollars. Thank you so much. He says, for the pain. I appreciate that. That will definitely assuage my my battered and bruised heart. So not really, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much for that. And I Killed Earl has been a member of the Godless Army for 21 months. Thank you so much, I Killed Earl. It's good to see you, and I hope you're doing well. And appreciate that support. You rock. I couldn't do it without y'all. Oh, and Azo Teddy Bear. Azo has been a member for 29 months. Thank you so much for that support. You guys rock. I couldn't do this without you guys' support. You rule. So sorry, I had to catch up on the chat stuff. So
chats. Yeah, no. It took me only a second to realize, you got people to address. I know it.
Oh, man, I'm telling you what, I am freaking hungry. I am hungry. That always gets my my appetite going. Like that debate I had with Iconoclast. I was so hungry after that.
I've only heard of that. And I've heard the so, while I may not have seen the full deal, I think I've got some pretty good previews of what that probably played out like.
Oh yeah. It didn't turn into a shit show like anything with Jim Bob or Minar. It didn't turn into those or Andrew Wilson. But he gave it his best. He still couldn't do it, but
well, none of them actually have anything really more than the other. It's just a question of how they choose to break. It's like break different to play off of apples. Slogans.
Oh, thank you very much. The turtle moves for £2. Thank you so much. Says for the refutation of the zombie cult. Thank you very much, bud. And on a perfect day to do it. This is the perfect day to expose the proxy cannibalistic blood sacrificing apocalyptic death cult. It's a great day. Perfect day for that. And on 420. Maybe that's what you need, Math. A little bit of 420 to alleviate the sting. So all right, Andrew, I think I'm going to wrap it here, bud.
Yeah, we got to chat private later, man.
Absolutely. All right, boss.
Cool.
Yeah, so have a good one. I'm going to close it out here. Thank you, Andrew.
Awesome.
All right. And I think this is a perfect opportunity. So we've been going since 10 o'clock. So 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, like 5, almost 6 hours. So this has been a good, I have 6 hours, 9 minutes on my clock. So because I had the pre-show. So thank you all very much. This was a lively one. I think we had some solid discussions. I would have loved to have heard Jefferson Spatchcock engage on some of that, but he had to leave early. Hopefully he'll catch that. Catch it on the replay. That was a lot of fun. But anyone who is new here, just popping in to check out what this is the Stage of Reason. I live stream this on my channel, and we do this every third Sunday. Every third Sunday, we do the Stage of Reason. So the next one will be on May 18th. and it's in the events panel that's here on the Politics Discord. You can join Politics Discord if you haven't already. Just link is down in the description. I do appreciate that. Thank you all so much. So thank you to everybody in the audience here. Thank you for sticking around and listening. I appreciate everybody that came up and all that cool stuff. And thank you for all the support from my live chat, from the super chats and the milestone deal, chats, and of course the any super thanks or anything like that. I do appreciate that. You guys rock. So I hope to see you all next month for the next stage of reason. You guys rock. Be safe. Be excellent to each other. And remember, together we can bridge the divide. All right. That was a good one. That was lively, you know? That was solid. So thank you all very much. Me, I saw you. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you hanging out. Daniel Cooper as well. Thank you for being here. I Killed Earl. Bellywood, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Azo, Sorsha, Jinshu, good to see you, bud. You guys rock. And anybody I happen to miss, I do apologize because it was scrolling by pretty fast. But this was a good one. I don't think that I was getting irritated because he was running me in circles. So yeah, there was some points where I was getting irritated, getting kind of like aggravated in that respect. A couple of times I was trying not to laugh because what he was saying was so ridiculous. But you know, it was entertaining. It was fun. You know, it's been a while since I've had a lively one like that. You know, since we got into some really solid stuff. But that's the benefit of having one person on the stage. If you imagine there had been like 3, 4, or 5, that would have been really problematic. People trying to talk over each other. So yeah, I guess it made me a bully. I'm just a big intellectual bully, you know, making people feel bad. So, but nonetheless, you know, but I hope you all enjoyed it. A lot of interesting stuff there. And of course, like, comment, subscribe to all of that. As far as subscriptions go, I know that I am closing in on 10,000. I need 107 more. 107 subs to get to 10K. I'm so close. So I hope you all enjoy. I hope you all dig it. If you haven't subscribed, I hope you do. I do this, like I said, every month. We do the Stage of Reason. And I have different guests on. I have to tag Jefferson Spatchcock in this. So thank you all so much. I have new content coming up. Big ass video if I can get it done. I want to make sure it's done right because it's a lot of information. It's one of my big talky ones. Yeah, there's a lot of information to convey. So I'm going to try and get that done as soon as possible. And I'm going to be taking a trip here pretty soon. The wife and I will be going out of state. We are embarking on a bit of an adventure, which I will make for content future on because I'm recording and doing all this stuff. I have all my gear and everything, and we're going to be, that'll be something completely different and new, which I think will be a lot of fun. But yeah, this is going to be a good time. So look forward to new stuff coming up. And of course, these conversations and of course, more debates. If Taco ever gets into a hold of me and finds me an opponent because Jim Bob fucking backed out, doesn't want to debate me anymore on secular humanism versus Christianity, probably because I'd take his ass to lunch, but I'd take his lunch money from him. But nonetheless, here we go. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. It's been an absolute blast. I think it's perfect time. As always, be safe, be excellent to each other, and together we can bridge the divide.